The World This Week. Politics.
Donald Trump went to China for a summit with Xi Jinping in Beijing. Mr. Xi said China and America had agreed to a new positioning on bilateral ties and would increase cooperation in trade. Mr. Trump's delegation included a host of business bosses, including Jensen Huang of Nvidia and Kelly Ortberg of Boeing. Commercial discussions are easier for the two leaders than political ones. Tough topics include the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, and America's support for Taiwan. The island's president, Lai Ching-te, made a point before Mr. Trump departed for Beijing of thanking America for its unwavering commitment to Taiwan's security. America and Iran once again failed to reach a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and remove the spectre of war from the region. Before leaving for his trip to China, Mr. Trump claimed America would win the war one way or the other. Diplomats say the two sides still disagree on the duration of a moratorium for uranium enrichment, what to do with Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium, and whether Iran should dismantle nuclear facilities, among other things. In Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu's governing coalition submitted a bill to dissolve the Knesset and hold a general election. If the bill is approved, an election could come in September or October. The coalition has been under pressure from ultra-Orthodox parties angered by the failure to pass legislation that would excuse religious students from the military draft. The leader of the opposition, Yair Lapid, welcomed the move to call an election, assuring supporters that we are ready. Earlier, the Knesset passed legislation that would allow military tribunals to impose the death penalty on Hamas militants and accomplices if found guilty of involvement in the attacks of October 7, 2023. The vote had bipartisan support, passing by 93-0 with 27 abstentions or absences. In India, Narendra Modi urged his fellow citizens to conserve fuel, hold more online meetings and reduce travel to help combat the energy crunch. The Prime Minister also said Indians should avoid buying gold from abroad in order to save foreign exchange. The government then raised duties on overseas gold purchases. A car bombing and ambush killed at least 15 police officers in northwest Pakistan. A local Islamist militant group claimed responsibility. A few days later, a bomb at a market in the same region killed at least 10 people. Pakistan blames Afghanistan for allowing terrorists to operate across the border. Sara Duterte, the Vice President of the Philippines, was impeached again by the lower house of Parliament. Her previous impeachment a year ago was struck down as unconstitutional. The charges are similar, ranging from misuse of public funds to threatening to kill the president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Her conviction in the Senate would require a two-thirds majority. Ms. Duterte denies the claims. Meanwhile, a gunshot was heard in the Senate. Ronald De La Rosa, a senator wanted by the International Criminal Court on charges relating to the war against drugs conducted under Rodrigo Duterte, Ms. Duterte's father, had been hiding out in the building to avoid arrest. He has now fled. The authorities in Kyrgyzstan indicted 8 people for conspiring to overthrow the president, Sadir Japarov. One of those charged is Kamchibek Tashev, the Central Asian country's second most powerful politician. Mr. Tashev was ousted from his job as head of state security in February. His lawyer says the trial will be held behind closed doors. Sir Keir Starmer faced the most serious threat yet to his leadership of Britain's Labour Party, and thus as Prime Minister, after several ministers resigned from the government and party rivals circled to launch a leadership challenge. This came after Labour suffered a heavy defeat in elections in Scotland and Wales and council elections in England, which suggested that the populist right Reform UK is on course to be the biggest party at a general election. In those elections, Labour lost 1,500 councillors in England and Reform gained a similar number. The Greens cut into Labour's heartlands in inner London. The Conservatives lost nearly 600 councillors overall, but won back Westminster Council from Labour. Labour lost control of the Parliament in Wales for the first time since devolution in 1999 as Plaid Cymru, the Welsh nationalists, surged to victory. In Scotland, the Nationalists won another term in the devolved Parliament but fell short of a majority. The SNP's share of the constituency vote dropped sharply to 38%. European Union foreign ministers signed off a new raft of sanctions targeting violent Israeli settlers in the West Bank and organisations that support them. The sanctions had been held up by Hungary's previous government under Viktor Orban. Hungary's new government, led by Peter Magyar, was sworn in this week. In Brazil, a press report claimed that Flavio Bolsonaro, a senator and son of Jair Bolsonaro, a former president imprisoned for plotting a coup, had obtained funds from a disgraced banker to make a film about his father. Mr. Bolsonaro Jr. acknowledged the funding, but said he had not promised any favours in return. The news could tip this year's presidential election. Mr. Bolsonaro Jr. is the right-wing candidate hoping to defeat Luis Inácio Lula da Silva. The government of Mexico denied a media report that the CIA has been involved in assassinating alleged senior members of drug gangs and has operatives in the country trying to dismantle the gangs' networks. 2 CIA officials died in a car crash in Mexico recently after apparently taking part in a drugs raid. The federal government said it had not been aware of the CIA men's involvement.
The World This Week. Business.
The International Energy Agency warned that the loss of oil supplies from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has depleted global oil inventories at a record pace. Oil stocks held on land plunged by 170 million barrels in April alone. Analysts at JP Morgan also warned that commercial stocks in rich countries could approach operational stress levels by June. And Saudi Aramco's chief executive said inventories would soon reach critically low levels. The Saudi oil company reported a 26% rise in quarterly net profit year-on-year, in part because it increased exports in the run-up to the war. It is also pumping more oil through its pipeline to the Red Sea port of Yanbu. The disruption to global trade routes caused by the Iran war has benefited the Panama Canal. The head of the authority that runs the Central American waterway said that revenue is expected to have risen by as much as 15% since the start of the conflict. More oil and fuel from America, bound for China, Japan and South Korea, is passing through the canal's locks, and the prices paid at auction by vessels to traverse it have soared. America's annual inflation rate surged to 3.8% in April, the highest in 3 years. Fuel oil prices were up by 5.8% compared with March. At the beginning of 2026, annual inflation stood at 2.4%. The inflation problem will land on the desk of Kevin Warsh, the incoming chairman of the Federal Reserve. The Senate confirmed him for the job this week, 2 days before the end of Jerome Powell's term. The German government's opposition to the takeover of Commerzbank by UniCredit, an Italian lender, was criticised by the Vice President of the European Central Bank. Luis de Guindos, who is stepping down from the ECB, said that government interventions in business decisions go against the spirit of a single market. UniCredit has amassed a nearly 30% stake in Germany's second biggest listed bank. Commerzbank has announced 3,000 job cuts to make it more profitable in its fight against UniCredit's hostile bid. The yields on Britain's government bonds soared amid speculation about whether Sir Keir Starmer would be forced out as Prime Minister. The yield on the 30-year bond hit 5.81%, the highest level since 1998. The benchmark 10-year gilt yield reached 5.13%, the highest since 2008. Higher yields mean the government pays more to service its debt. Anduril, a defence startup that is seeking to challenge the industry's dominant companies, saw its valuation soar to $61 billion after its latest round of fundraising. Founded by Palmer Luckey, a 33-year-old entrepreneur with a taste for shorts and Hawaiian shirts, Anduril was valued at $30 billion last June. The firm has won several Pentagon contracts and is ramping up production at its factory in Ohio that makes drones and other weapons. Marty Makary resigned as head of America's Food and Drug Administration. He reportedly left over the FDA's decision to approve fruit-flavoured e-cigarettes, which he opposed. But his year-long tenure included clashes with food and drugs companies, leading to speculation that Donald Trump was about to sack him. General Motors had a clear-out of its IT department, according to reports, laying off about 600 workers, or 10% of its IT staff. The carmaker is hiring new employees to work in roles such as AI adoption, data engineering and analytics, and agent and model development. Best known for its bright green rental e-bikes strewn across city streets around the world, Lime filed for an IPO on the Nasdaq exchange. The startup, which is based in San Francisco, is backed by Uber. It reportedly hopes to attract a valuation of $2 billion upon its stock market debut. An influential advisor to Lee Jae-myung, the president of South Korea, suggested that all the country's citizens should receive a payout from the soaring market valuation of domestic chip makers. Samsung recently reported a quarterly operating profit larger than its annual profit for all of 2025. SK Hynix's quarterly profit
Leaders.
Is Britain ungovernable? No, which is why the Prime Minister must prepare to leave Downing Street.
Less than 2 years ago, Sir Keir Starmer was elected, promising to save Britain from populism. As with Emmanuel Macron in France and Friedrich Merz in Germany, his mission was to show that the fruits of sober, competent policy-making are worth more than the empty promises of demagogues. This week it became clear how abjectly Sir Keir has failed. A drubbing for Labour in elections for councils in England and parliaments in Scotland and Wales on May 7th has sparked a revolt in the parliamentary party. As we went to press, the Prime Minister was about to face at least one serious challenger for his job. It would be in Britain's interest for him to go. The moral, for some who look at the miserable polling of Messrs Macron, Merz and Starmer, all decent men, is that European social democracies have become ungovernable. Caught between low growth, high taxes and borrowing, and the demand for more public spending, exhausted centrists seem incapable of bringing about change or seeing off the populist challenge from the right and the left. Nowhere more so than in post-Brexit Britain, which, with 5 heads of government in 6 years, has got through prime ministers almost as fast as Chelsea has replaced its managers. Larry, Number 10's chief mouser, has become a fairy beacon of stability. Yet Britain is not ungovernable. Sir Keir blames his problems on everybody else, but they should really be put down to that unfashionable quality in politics, character. The Council of Despair, which says Britain should cling to a lame duck for fear of something worse, is a formula for the populist insurgency safety-minded centrists most want to avoid. It is true that the Prime Minister has had a lot on his plate. Real wages in Britain have barely grown over 20 years. The departure from the European Union and its $18 trillion single market has lowered Britain's GDP per person by between 4% and 8%, some studies say. Governments terrified of angering NIMBYs have failed to deal with a chronic lack of productivity growth. Between 2008 and 2023, output per hour worked increased by 21% for American workers. In Britain, it grew by a miserly 7%. Battered by Brexit, Liz Truss's premiership, and soaring energy prices, Britain's government bonds have the highest yields in the G7. Politics has compounded Sir Keir's problems. Perversely, Labour's huge 165-seat parliamentary majority has turned out to be a source of instability. As we have argued, when several parties have similar levels of support in a first-past-the-post electoral system, small changes in the share of votes lead to wild swings in the number of seats parties can expect to win. As Labour's popularity has ebbed, many of its faint-hearted MPs attempted to rebel by the prospect of losing their jobs. However, as that all-conquering parliamentary majority also attests, Sir Keir had a chance to make a better fist of governing. Britain's institutions still function. Relations with Europe, for so long a drag on the economy, are now an opportunity for growth. So too, as Labour rightly spotted, are cutting red tape in planning and curbing unsustainable welfare. Other countries, such as Australia, Canada and Norway, have faced headwinds, and yet centrist parties there have survived and even thrived. A large part of the reason Britain has not joined them is Sir Keir himself. Even before he took power, he pinned his government down with manifesto commitments not to raise income taxes or VAT. His half-baked reforms were painful enough to alarm voters, but too small to have a meaningful effect on the economy. The big stuff never materialised. No big tax reset. No brave welfare reform. No ambitious rapprochement with the EU. He talked about speeding up planning, but wavered as soon as he hit resistance. Prime Ministers need authority and clarity. Sir Keir, it turns out, has neither. He cannot articulate a vision, nor is he grounded in one. 21st century policy-making is so complicated that voters want to be able to trust that the Prime Minister has the instincts to appoint the right people, weigh the evidence, and make sensible decisions. Yet voters have sniffed out what Sir Keir is made of. A YouGov poll since this month's elections finds that only 29% of them want him to stay in office. Panicky Labour MPs have become a rabble. Jettisoning a Prime Minister carries risks. As the Conservatives showed, it is habit-forming. Labour could track to the left, causing a panic in bond markets. If it learns the wrong lessons, a change in personnel alone could set Britain on an even worse path. And yet the risks of Sir Keir staying on are greater, as the country could find if he sees off his challenges until the next crisis or the one after that. As a Prime Minister surviving against the will of many of his MPs, he too would be dragged left. In any case, whoever is Prime Minister, the scope for foolish left-wing policies will be limited by the bond markets, which have British borrowing on a tight leash. Labour leaders understand their party and the country need growth. A more important attribute today is the political skill to set that as a direction for the country and defend it. The promise of a leadership contest is that it will draw out the candidates who best meet that test. Two paths now lie ahead: a chance of renewal or downward spiralling. Whoever takes over from Sir Keir will inherit an enviable majority, 3 more years in office, and a loyal cat. The country's problems are fixable. British assets are cheap. Voters want change. True, Labour could succumb to more infighting, but this could also be the rock-bottom moment. The alternative is dark. This weekend a large crowd is expected in London's streets for Tommy Robinson, an agitator who talks of resisting an Islamic invasion. Britain's deserved reputation as a tolerant, multicultural success story is showing cracks. Episodes of bigotry are growing, from anti-Semitism in the name of Free Palestine to Muslim bashing in the name of Save British Values. If the centre does not hold, the snake oil sellers will win the next general election. That might really make Britain ungovernable.
Leaders.
Artificial intelligence. How to prepare for a jobs apocalypse. Governments must start to lay a safety net for workers threatened by AI.
The launch of ChatGPT in 2022 ignited the artificial intelligence boom and elicited a chorus of warnings from AI bosses of an impending jobs apocalypse. Never mind that they have reason to talk up the disruptiveness of their products or that rich world employment is near all-time highs. The dark message has landed. 7 in 10 Americans think AI will make it harder for people to find work. Nearly a third fear for their own jobs. A dearth of openings for college graduates, especially computer programmers, amplifies the dread. The past offers some solace for the anxious. Labour markets constantly change. Today's offices would be unrecognisable to a worker from 50 years ago. Never in modern history has technological progress hurt the overall demand for human labour. Economic historians now play down the magnitude of Engels' pause, the period during the Industrial Revolution in which working-class wages grew more slowly than the wider economy. Yet history is not always a good guide to the future, as the Industrial Revolution itself showed. The top AI models are awesome. They can tackle much more complex coding tasks than people were predicting a year ago. The number of AI agents has exploded. Spending on AI by businesses is up dramatically. Annualized recurring revenue of Anthropic, a hot model maker, is set to reach $50 billion by the end of June. There is no evidence yet in the labour market data of AI destroying many jobs. But given how fast it is improving, it would be rash to dismiss fears that it will. Society may be on the verge of a profound reallocation of resources and political upheaval. Economists' prediction that work will stay plentiful is less reassuring than it looks, especially over a long horizon. Though the market will find uses for human labour even as models and robots become more capable, the quality of those jobs and the wages they pay are not guaranteed. Data centres will account for 8.5% of America's peak power demand in 2027, up from 4.1% in 2025, predicts Goldman Sachs, a bank. As AI firms bid up the price of land and energy, the dollars people earn will go less far. Eventually humans could, like horses in the age of the car, become uneconomical. Income may go mostly or entirely to owners of capital, who then go on to spend it on things that are made by AI and robots using natural resources that they monopolize. This dystopian possibility is behind Silicon Valley's admonitions that state intervention and perhaps a universal basic income will be necessary. That remains a long way off, if it ever happens. But governments may have to act sooner, for you do not need a cataclysm to stoke popular fury. Perhaps 2 million Americans lost their jobs between 1999 and 2011 owing to China's entry into the global trading system. That is no worse than a typical month's layoffs in America's churning labour market. Yet the China shock helped propel Donald Trump to office and led to the highest tariffs since the 1930s. The white-collar employees threatened by AI have more political and social clout than factory workers hurt by Chinese competition. Even a small number of layoffs could provoke a backlash against the technology. Furious opposition to new data centres is a hint of what may be to come. Severe disruption to the security and status of many people could lead to widespread unrest, even revolution. What should governments do? One set of ideas involves slowing down change. China has urged its companies to adopt AI, but not to lay off workers. Prominent economists around the world have proposed higher taxes on capital and lower ones on labour. Some campaigners want levies on data centres. Inhibiting technology is not, however, a wise path to choose. Humanity is likely to reap enormous benefits from AI, not just greater wealth, but progress fighting diseases and solving problems such as climate change and poverty. Had the Luddites stopped the automation of textile mills in early 19th century England, the world would be far worse off today. A second category of countermeasures would be better. If employment falls, income that once went to workers is likely to show up as high profits in AI firms, chip makers, data centres or elsewhere in the supply chain. Clever tax reforms, such as levies on corporate profits that are above a normal return on capital, on land and on natural resources, could capture these rents. The case for inheritance taxes to prevent the entrenchment of a capital-owning elite looks even stronger than before. At the same time, governments could help workers adjust. Public wage insurance, which smooths out falls in income after job losses, can help workers find better opportunities, and so can eventually pay for itself. Denmark's active labour market policies, in which the state helps people find and train for new occupations, have been proved to cut spells in unemployment. These ideas would make the economy more efficient and fairer regardless of AI. Would they satisfy voters facing disruption and uncertainty? In a populist era, technocratic reforms are a hard sell. Past efforts to help workers adjust to trade liberalisation failed to stop the China shock backlash. In an all-AI workforce, humans will need help surviving, not adjusting. Hence a last set of radical ideas, such as the partial nationalisation of AI firms. This week, a South Korean presidential advisor floated a citizen's dividend from AI businesses, sending the local stock market down by 5% before backtracking. In America, politicians murmur about giving citizens shares in AI companies via Trump accounts. In economic terms,
Leaders.
Oil prices. In the eye of the storm. Energy markets have calmed. The tranquility will not last.
The largest supply shock in petroleum history is getting larger fast. Some 2 billion barrels, or 5% of the world's yearly oil supply, have already been lost because the Strait of Hormuz is shut. Every day it remains closed, the deficit grows by 14 million barrels. Since peace talks between America and Iran have stalled, a reopening still seems many days away. Yet oil markets look strangely calm. Brent crude futures at $105 a barrel have fallen from April highs of nearly $120. They remain below the peak of $129 in 2022, after Russia invaded Ukraine. Spot prices have slid even more, implying that crude oil is more plentiful than it was earlier in the war. The surprising mini-glut is real, but do not take too much comfort from it. A full-blown energy disaster may be weeks away. Two unlikely saviours are shielding the world from catastrophe. One is America. Its exports of crude and refined products, net of imports, have surged to 9 million barrels per day, nearly 4 million barrels per day above the level at the same time last year. That reflects the agility of America's energy firms, which have harnessed their stocks, refineries and terminals to serve more high-paying customers abroad. It also confirms the usefulness of America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which the government began tapping in March. These extra barrels allowed shipments abroad to rise without crimping domestic supply. The second accidental hero is China, which is importing 4.5 million barrels per day less crude than a year ago. This reflects weaker consumer demand for dearer fuel. It also follows from the government's decisions. Early in the war, it banned refiners from exporting products and authorized them to draw on stocks. This reduced refineries' demand for foreign oil. This, plus demand-destroying rationing in poor countries, explains the placidity of crude markets. Yet, if Hormuz stays closed, a storm will come, and then governments must avoid policies that make it more destructive. The war with oil stocks close to 10-year highs. As importers draw on reserves to offset lost Gulf supply, those could become emptier than ever by June. A buffer of near-record volumes of oil at sea, made available in part by higher Gulf exports before the war, have now largely been exhausted. Even American and Chinese national reserves will not last forever, let alone the thin stocks of poor countries. Soon, therefore, private stocks in the rich world will start being bled. Prices could then rise convulsively, reflecting both the low absolute level of inventories and their geographically uneven distribution. Refined products will be hit first. Trapped Gulf exports and cuts to refinery output elsewhere have already drained diesel, petrol and jet fuel reserves, driving prices up far faster than crudes. As stocks vanish, prices will have to rise still more to balance demand and supply. The shock will intensify if China starts buying more crude. With nearly 1.2 billion barrels in reserve, it may, in theory, shun expensive imports for months. But it will also want to preserve a buffer, so it may return to the market. The other risk is that Donald Trump loses his nerve. He and other America First populists will bridle at exports that
Leaders.
Jeopardy in Jakarta. Indonesia is on a risky path. To avoid fiscal calamity, Prabowo Subianto must change course.
Indonesia's president, Prabowo Subianto, has seen his country explode before. It was in 1998, during the Asian financial crisis. Then an economic collapse led to mass protests and the toppling of Mr. Prabowo's father-in-law, Suharto, a notoriously corrupt dictator. It also cast Mr. Prabowo, who had hoped to succeed Suharto, into the political wilderness. It took him a quarter of a century to claw his way back, finally winning the top job in 2024. So you might think he would be extremely wary of another fiscal crisis. You would be wrong. The leader of the world's biggest Muslim-majority country has centralized power and surrounded himself with a flock of flatterers. He dumped a respected finance minister and replaced her with Pabaya Yudi Sadewa, who has called the IMF stupid, and who told The Economist in April that the president need not worry about developments in the global economy or in the global oil price. Indonesian business folk are scared to speak out, perhaps because Mr. Prabowo is a thin-skinned former general with a sketchy human rights record, or perhaps because he has recently been bullying big business. Mr. Prabowo appears to be insulating himself from reality, so he may not listen to sober advice. Nonetheless, here is some. His pet projects are unaffordable. Before the Iran war, spending a projected 10% of the budget on just two of them, free school meals and a network of 80,000 village cooperatives, was merely wasteful. Now, the energy crunch has wiped out any room for error. Mr. Prabowo must change course or risk a crisis. He must cut spending on his pet projects, or on Indonesia's colossal fossil fuel subsidies, or break a law that caps the budget deficit at 3% of GDP. Each option comes with risks. To cut his pet boondoggles would make him look weak. To let energy prices rise would invite unrest. So Mr. Prabowo may take the third path, letting the deficit breach its legal limit. That would be a mistake. True, the 3% limit is an arbitrary figure, copy and pasted from Europe's Maastricht Treaty. But since the crisis of 1998, it has signalled that Indonesia's government is serious about fiscal discipline. Now investors are jumpy. Interest payments as a share of government revenue are surging. Credit rating agencies are eyeing a downgrade. On Mr. Prabowo's watch, $6 billion in foreign capital has fled, and the rupiah has sagged by 11% against the dollar to a record low. Busting the budget cap would push borrowing costs higher. Even as he makes the economy more precarious, Mr. Prabowo is eroding Indonesian democracy. Legislative opposition has been all but neutered, and proposals to end direct elections for provincial governors do not bode well. Civil society is intimidated. There are few avenues for dissent, and little creative struggle between competing ideas. Far too much depends on the instincts of a single, badly advised ex-soldier. He needs to hear unpalatable truths. Yes, cheap fuel is popular, but it encourages consumption at a time of shortages. Yes, people like free school lunches, but giving them to everyone is wasteful. Wiser to focus on pregnant mothers and toddlers in poor families who need better nutrition to avoid stunting. Yes, Indonesian farmers were being ripped off by middlemen when buying fertilizer. But there are cheaper ways to tackle this than creating those 80,000 village cooperatives, which are likely to be graft-prone. And yes, the 3% deficit limit could well be lifted someday. But first, Mr. Prabowo must convince markets that Indonesia's finances are in safe hands. Indonesia has made great advances in the past quarter-century. Under a succession of reasonably pragmatic governments, income per person has more than doubled, and democracy has put down roots. Mr. Prabowo is not a kleptocratic despot like his late father-in-law, but he is chipping away at the progress his country has made since the bad old days. The president must stop trying to squelch opposition in the legislature, media and civil society. Dissent that cannot find an outlet in politics will spill onto the streets, as it did during riots last year. His insistence that opposition should be polite is a recipe for it one day turning violent. There is hope. Mr. Prabowo cares about his legacy, so he needs to realise that a huge, sprawling, multi-ethnic archipelago like Indonesia cannot simply be given orders as if it were an army unit. It needs a commander-in-chief who listens to many voices, rather than surrounding himself with yes-men.
Leaders.
Breastfeeding. Why does the world lack lactologists? Mothers who cannot breastfeed have been given terrible advice.
Medicine is a neatly sorted discipline. From head to toe, all major parts of the body have a specialism. Cardiology for the heart, urology for male genitals, neurology for the brain, even psychiatry for the embodied mind. All that is but one. Mammary glands, though possessed by one half of humanity and admired by the other, lack a dedicated field. Science, too, has neglected the body's milk-making function. This lack of lactology is bad for infants and mothers. More than 130 million women give birth each year. Of the nearly 2 billion women and girls alive today who have not yet done so, over 90% can expect to have a child at some point. Most mothers try to breastfeed, but 2 in 5 of those who do will encounter at least some problems. For some, it hurts, like being bitten by a critter you can't swat away. For others, producing enough milk to feed their baby proves impossible, and often the advice they receive is both painful and useless. Yet despite the vast unmet demand for better advice and treatment, scandalously little is known about the subject. A search for low milk supply or low milk production returns a meagre 14,000 academic papers on PubMed, a database of 40 million medical research papers. Erectile dysfunction, which afflicts perhaps 300 million men, mostly minimally, elicits 32,000 studies. This neglect matters. Mothers are free to choose not to breastfeed, but most want to try because the benefits for their babies, such as helping ward off infections, are large. A study in The Lancet, a medical journal, in 2016 found that if all babies were breastfed, 823,000 deaths of children under 5 would be averted each year, partly because in poor countries, formula is often made with dirty water. Understanding why some women give up and what can be done to reduce their number is therefore of immense value. Instead, doctors often dismiss their problems, offer dubious guesswork as advice, or tell mothers to switch to formula. In parts of Europe, between 20% and 40% of newborns are fed powdered milk before leaving the hospital. Pregnancy care in some places scarcely mentions breastfeeding, perhaps on the assumption that it will be easy because it is natural. So is childbirth, but that does not make obstetricians redundant. The gap left by medicine is filled by non-physicians on breastfeeding helplines and lactation consultants who, in the absence of hard facts, often base their counsel on hunches. A better understanding of breasts would allow doctors to make important distinctions. Some mothers produce enough milk but have trouble releasing it. For them, the answer may be to stimulate the flow by putting the baby to a nipple more often, or by using a breast pump. For mothers who cannot produce enough, different approaches are needed. For years, doctors assumed this problem was rare, that no more than 5% of mothers suffered from inadequate milk supply. Recent research, by scientists who have bothered to look, suggests that the true figure is closer to 10% or even 20%. The causes of low milk supply are often linked to complicated biological pathways beyond a new mother's control, as we explore in our Weekend Intelligence podcast. Some are genetic, others may involve conditions like obesity, diabetes, or autoimmune disorders, which expectant women cannot just wish away by willpower alone. Mothers grappling with such problems deserve a rigorous diagnosis and proven treatment from a specialist medical lactologist. Instead, the standard advice is to tether themselves to a breast pump at least 8 times a day, and all will be fine, though such a brutal regimen is not grounded in any research. When all is not fine, women are often made to feel that the fault is theirs for a lack of effort. In fact, they have not failed their children. Rather, medicine has failed them.
Leaders.
Minerals and killing. The elusive quest to end Congo's war. Donald Trump deserves credit for his peacemaking in Africa, but the job is not finished.
When Donald Trump boasts about all the wars he has supposedly ended, he often mentions one in Central Africa. In December, he brought together the leaders of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, whose on-again, off-again conflict has been one of the continent's bloodiest, and persuaded them to sign a peace deal called the Washington Accords. They've spent a lot of time killing each other, and they're going to spend a lot of time hugging, he said. But there is still a lot more killing than hugging. Most of the 8 million or so Congolese who have fled from their homes are too scared to return. Over the past year, the battlefield has expanded in the eastern Congolese provinces of South and North Kivu, leading to hundreds more civilian deaths. As we report, M23, a Rwandan-backed rebel group that controls most of the region, is building a statelet there and is eager to cut its own deals with America. To its credit, the Trump administration has tried to enforce the Washington Accords. In March, it put sanctions on Rwanda's armed forces to try to persuade Paul Kagame, Rwanda's president, to reduce support for M23. Yet it seems unwilling to exert similar pressure on his Congolese counterpart, Félix Tshisekedi. Many locals fear that Mr. Trump cares more about getting his hands on Congo's abundant minerals than he does about peace. Eastern Congo is as bewildering as it is blighted. The state's authority barely exists. More than 100 armed groups thrive in its absence. M23 is the strongest of them. It is led by Congolese Tutsis, who say they want to topple the government in Kinshasa, Congo's capital 1,500 kilometers away. It is also a tool used by Rwanda to create a buffer zone in Congo. Rwanda denies this, but also claims any defensive measures it undertakes are justified because it is threatened by Congo, and by a militia known as FDLR, whose origins go back to the ethnic Hutus who carried out the Rwandan genocide in 1994. The region's minerals give everyone a lucrative extra reason to fight. So it is too soon to celebrate the Washington Accords, but they are a good foundation to build on. They reaffirm previous commitments by Rwanda to stop supporting M23 and to respect Congo's territory, and by Congo to end any support for FDLR and other armed groups that threaten Rwanda. Both sides have said they will make it easier for aid agencies to deliver humanitarian supplies in eastern Congo, which are desperately needed. American sanctions on the Rwanda Defense Force, or RDF, will influence Mr. Kagame, who was once seen by Western governments as an enlightened autocrat with whom it was easy to do business. Having the RDF subject to similar restrictions as the armed forces of Iran and North Korea is not good for brand Rwanda. And since Rwanda's Ministry of Defense has huge interests in construction, agriculture and other sectors, the sanctions will also force foreign investors to rethink whether it is legally safe to do business in the country. Pressing Rwanda is necessary to stop the war, but it is not sufficient, since M23 has a degree of autonomy. Talks between Congo and M23, brokered by Qatar with American support, have stalled. All parties to the discussions, including African governments, need to do more to persuade the sides to return to the table and agree on a ceasefire. There is a risk that America is emboldening Mr. Tshisekedi. When Mr. Trump brokered the Washington Accords, he also struck a strategic partnership with Congo. The upshot was that America would bolster Congo's president in exchange for preferential access to minerals. America has intervened in Congolese politics in ways that benefit Mr. Tshisekedi. Last month, it put sanctions on Joseph Kabila, a rival and former president, ostensibly for backing M23. To some in the Trump administration, backing Mr. Tshisekedi is sensible realpolitik. But, like miners digging without a plan, they risk the edifice crashing down on them eventually.
Letters.
On transporting Iranian goods, anti-Semitism, epigenetic medicine, Jan Morris and Wales, heroic rodents, and defence.
Iran's logistical reality.
From David Hale, former American Undersecretary of State, Washington, D.C. No Way Out, article May 9th, an article about Iran and the American blockade, asserted that Iran's commerce with China is being rerouted by land. It reported that Pakistan has opened 6 new border crossings, presumably with Iran. And it also mentioned that traders are speaking of the Pakistani port of Gwadar becoming an alternative to the United Arab Emirates' vast port at Jebel Ali. I would ask you to look at a map and stop quoting anonymous traders. There are 2 double-lane roads connecting Iran and Pakistan. They can open all the crossings they want, but those are the roads available. Gwadar handled 8,300 TEUs, the standard shipping measure, in 2025, which means it can't compete with the port of Karachi, let alone Jebel Ali, which handled 16.5 million TEUs in 2025. Gwadar can service only 2 or 3 vessels at a time. The idea that Gwadar will ever replace Karachi, let alone Jebel Ali, in our lifetime does not bear scrutiny. Nor does the notion that Chinese-Iranian commerce at any meaningful level can traverse through some of the most desolate deserts and highest peaks on the planet for thousands and thousands of miles. That includes going through Balochistan, which Pakistan does not keep secure by its own admission. And you throw in moving petroleum by train from Iran to China? At what magnitude? As I say, please look at a map.
Tackling anti-Semitism.
From Alexander Macpherson, Toronto. It is true that anti-Semitism caricatures Jews as catch-all avatars for disorienting change. Article High Time to Speak Up, May 9th. Anti-Semitism is a mirror, not a window. Look into it and you'll learn nothing about Jewish people and much about the anxieties and prejudices of the anti-Semite. And like so many other prejudices, it does not depend on the presence of Jews, nor, as your leader notes, does it end with them. All the more reason for non-Jews like me to say plainly and as often as necessary that a society cannot be free or flourish when our Jewish neighbours live in fear, and to stand up for their innate human dignity. You are sceptical of speech bans, such as prohibitions on some of the slogans chanted at pro-Palestinian marches. This is not a matter of philosophy. The world needs practical answers. Reasonable, proportional limits on hate speech set by democratically elected governments are possible and widespread in free societies. No law has ever abolished hatred, but law shapes behaviour and signals what a society will and will not tolerate. Without such limits, the loudest and most hateful voices set the terms, and that is no freedom worth the name.
Cancer research.
From Dr. Jacques Cornwell, Cambridge, Cambridgeshire. The Promise of Epigenetic Medicine, article Exercise and the Epigenome, May 2nd, is nowhere more desperately needed than in paediatric oncology. Adult cancers are overwhelmingly diseases of genetic wear and tear, the result of a lifetime of accumulated mutations to the DNA sequence itself. Pediatric cancers, by contrast, are remarkably quiet on the genetic front. Instead, they are frequently profound epigenetic crises, developmental software bugs, where the wrong epigenetic tags leave embryonic growth signals permanently switched on. By applying the blunt instruments of adult oncology, therapies that are designed to indiscriminately eradicate mutated cells, to pediatric patients, we are in effect trying to fix a software glitch by smashing the hard drive with a hammer. This misunderstanding of the disease's architecture helps explain why survival rates for several brutal childhood cancers have stalled, and why those who do survive are left with the lifelong collateral damage of highly toxic treatments. It is time we stopped trying to beat children's tumours into submission and started learning how to reason with them instead.
Cymru am byth.
From Mayrig Williams, Sarasota, Florida. Jan Morris's reflections on Wales and Welsh independence, article Budget, April 18th, gain depth when set beside her own life. Raised as James Morris within the English establishment, Lancing College, Christ Church, Oxford, and the Officer Corps, she found, after her gender transition, a sense of ease and belonging in rural Wales that had eluded her in England. Her remark that kindness is the most important thing, more important than love, captured the civic temperament she believed Wales embodied. That distinctive social character, which she chronicled in The Matter of Wales, published in 1984, remains one of the country's strengths. It also bolsters the case for a constitutional settlement that reflects Welsh confidence rather than arrangements inherited from Westminster.
Murine Memorials.
From Sid Efremovich, Chief Executive, Regeneration Group, Millburn, New Jersey. The statue in Cambodia honouring a mine-detecting rat is not the only tribute in the world to a life-saving rodent. Article Putting the Rat in Commemoration, April 11th. In Novosibirsk, Russia, stands the monument to the laboratory mouse. The lab mouse has helped save and improve more lives than we will ever know. What I find particularly inspiring about this little creature is that it has done this without any fanfare or much acknowledgement. I keep a 3D printed replica of the monument on my desk.
Rings of Power.
From Alex Brecht, Alexandria, Virginia. Anduril and Palantir, two of the AI defense companies mentioned in your report on how America is changing the way it wages war, have taken their names from J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings.
Briefing.
Indonesia. Archipelagoing fast. Prabowo Subianto is jeopardizing Indonesia's economy and its hard-won democracy.
From time to time, Prabowo Subianto, Indonesia's president, evinces magnanimity towards his critics. Am I really an authoritarian, he asked last year? I don't think so. Criticism is good. We must not be driven by anger or resentment. At other times, a harsher side emerges. Foreign powers, he fumed last June, fund NGOs to sow discord among us. They claim to be upholders of democracy, human rights, freedom of the press, when, in fact, those are their own versions. For a thuggish general who has refashioned himself as a cat-cuddling grandpa, a little ambiguity is inevitable. But Mr. Prabowo's temperament is so mercurial that even his allies fear for Indonesia's macroeconomic stability and for its democracy. Mr. Prabowo is centralizing power, and in keeping with his long-professed disdain for multi-party democracy, marginalizing legislative opposition. He is spending beyond Indonesia's means, installing close allies in senior economic posts, and giving the armed forces a bigger role in public life. The results look to some like an incipient reversal of the reforms that have underpinned Indonesia's stability since the Asian financial crisis of 1997 to 98. That crash drove tens of millions into poverty and initiated an era of political instability, Islamist terror attacks, and separatist insurgencies. Similar upheaval today would not only harm Indonesia's 290 million people, but also alarm neighbours such as Australia and Singapore, imperil exports of nickel and other commodities, and undo 20 years of economic and political progress in the world's biggest Muslim-majority country. Mr. Prabowo's most obvious departure from Indonesia's recent norms has been in his lavish spending. He has launched two massive populist projects, a free school meals scheme meant to tackle stunting among school children, and a network of 80,000 village-level agricultural cooperatives meant to displace middlemen who bilk farmers. A conservative estimate suggests the two initiatives alone could cost at least 320 trillion rupiah, or $18 billion this year, or 10% of budgeted revenue. That may be understating the drain on Indonesia's finances. Under Mr. Prabowo, budget forecasts have been unduly optimistic. Low prices for exports such as coal, nickel and palm oil have dented tax revenues, which fell by 3% in 2025, defying the assumed 7% rise. That has not stopped Mr. Prabowo, who has paid for his schemes by slashing other spending and allowing the deficit to grow. Last year's fiscal deficit at 2.9% of GDP was Indonesia's largest ever, excluding the pandemic. That puts it alarmingly close to the 3% cap imposed by law since 2003 in an effort to entrench fiscal rectitude. S&P, a ratings agency, may soon give Indonesia government debt its first downgrade since the Asian financial crisis. Aggrieved officials point out the debt-to-GDP ratio at just 40% is quite low. However, debt is repaid from tax revenue, and debt servicing is consuming a growing share of it. Last year, 16% of revenue went on interest, up from 9% a decade ago, according to S&P. It says a sustained rise over 15% could justify a downgrade. The war in Iran is exacerbating the pressure. Although India is a net exporter of energy, largely in the form of coal, it is a net importer of crude oil. The government subsidizes fuel and electricity, a measure it had expected to cost $12 billion this year, nearly 7% of budgeted revenue, before the oil prices shot up. Revenue will rise somewhat thanks to higher coal and nickel prices. The government is planning a windfall tax on exports, but oil and gas prices have risen by much more. So any boosts to revenue will be overwhelmed by a ballooning bill for subsidies. The finance ministry thinks an extra $5.7 billion may be needed. It has forecast that if oil averages $97 a barrel this year, the deficit will rise to 3.5% of GDP, exceeding the 3% cap. Officials in Jakarta, the capital, claim the cap is artificially tight and should be suspended. It was copied somewhat arbitrarily from the EU's debt rules, they note. Other Southeast Asian countries have run bigger deficit without prompting crises. But in March, Mr. Prabowo, who during his campaign suggested the cap might be holding the economy back, told Bloomberg he would not suspend it unless there's a very big emergency like COVID. Mr. Prabowo has trimmed the free meals program from 6 days a week to 5, saving around $1.1 billion. He has also limited purchases of subsidized petrol to 50 litres per vehicle per day. In theory, a cost-cutting drive will save $7.4 billion this year through measures such as having bureaucrats work from home and reducing official travel. But that comes on the heels of a similar push last year, which failed to stop the deficit widening. In all likelihood, Mr. Prabowo will either have to cut fuel subsidies or curtail his spending programs or jettison the 3% cap. Fuel subsidies were last trimmed after oil prices jumped following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. That sparked big street protests, especially for a populist who campaigned on a promise to curb greedy elites and assure the masses benefited more from Indonesia's resources. Another increase in the petrol price is not an appealing option. Instead, the government seems to be in denial. For most of the past 20 years, Sri Mulyani Indrawati, finance minister for all of the past 3 presidents, including Mr. Prabowo, has instilled fiscal discipline. But in September, Mr. Prabowo sacked her, appointing in her stead the little-known and pugnacious Purbaya Yudi Sadewa. Recent targets of his ire have included lazy customs officers, I'll fire them, the IMF, stupid, a local economist for Citigroup, not a real economist, and the Economist, also stupid. Mr. Purbaya insists everything is fine. If oil prices increase to $200 per barrel on average during 2026, the deficit can be pushed down to around 2.3% of GDP through spending cuts and revenue raising, he told The Economist. So we are safe. I told the president, don't worry about developments in the global economy, in the global oil price. The Finance Ministry is not the only institution Mr. Prabowo has overhauled. Management of state-owned enterprises, or SOEs, has been handed to Danantara, a new sovereign wealth fund answering directly to Mr. Prabowo. The big SOEs have increased dividends, generating funds for Mr. Prabowo's pet projects. Indonesia's state-owned banks have gone further, not only raising dividends but also handing preferential loans to politically favoured projects. As of November, 3 of the biggest had lent $8 billion to Agrinas, a state-owned firm managing Mr. Prabowo's Village Cooperatives program. The nominally independent central bank, Bank Indonesia, or BI, has launched a program of burden sharing, meaning that it pays higher interest rates on the government's deposits, with the explicit objective of supporting Mr. Prabowo's cooperative scheme and other projects. In January, Mr. Prabowo installed his nephew, Thomas Jiwandono, high up at the central bank. The appointment of the admittedly capable Mr. Jiwandono has coincided with a debate in Parliament about whether legislators should give themselves the power to dismiss BI's governor. That would compromise the governor's independence. Mr. Prabowo's government also seems to be trying to squeeze more revenue out of the private sector. Tycoons have been tapped to buy $3 billion in Patriot bonds, paying below-market interest rates, to finance a project backed by Danantara to convert waste to energy. The ethnic Chinese bosses who run Indonesia's biggest private conglomerates have snapped them up, eager to signal political loyalty. They may be mindful of the $320 million prosecutors are seeking from Nadiem Makarim, a former education minister and founder of Gojek, Indonesia's biggest tech unicorn, for alleged corruption. He says the case is spurious and that other entrepreneurs are now frightened too. The government has also confiscated millions of hectares of land from alleged rule breakers in the palm oil and mining industries. Few doubt that environmental rules are being flouted, but enforcement appears selective. Fines could yield $8 billion this year, according to the Attorney General. It may be necessary to be a little authoritarian to combat these corruptors, Mr. Prabowo said in February of those pillaging Indonesia's natural resources. To ensure his plans come to fruition, Mr. Prabowo has been centralising political power. He has brought 7 of the 8 parties with members in the lower house of parliament into his coalition, accounting for 91% of seats. The sole holdout is wavering. Last year, Mr. Prabowo gathered the leaders of those parties at his ranch in the hills above Jakarta to suggest making their coalition permanent. Mr. Prabowo depicts this oppositionless politics as an expression of Indonesian values. In a speech shortly before he became president, he declared that Indonesians needed to cooperate, not argue. Opposition, he said, was Western culture, and there was no need to copy it. He did not explain why he himself had been so energetic in opposition to the governments of the day from 2009 to 2019. The president, a former general, is also according the army a bigger role in public life. In 2024, soon after taking office, he flew ministers out to a military training academy, dressed them in fatigues, and put them through marching drills and other team-building exercises. Even the urbane Ms. Sri Mulyani stood to attention. Since then, several thousand civil servants have been sent on similar courses to get a taste of military discipline and join the army's reserves. The armed forces are also playing a big role in Mr. Prabowo's free meals programme, operating at least 552 kitchens, and in building warehouses and shops for his village cooperatives. Last year, Mr. Prabowo's Gerindra party sought to formalise the armed forces' expanded role by revisiting the Armed Forces Law to allow soldiers on active duty to serve in civilian posts. That has brought back memories of the army's dual function under Suharto, Indonesia's dictator from 1967 to 1998, in which it took on a big role running the country and staffing the bureaucracy. Activists challenged the law in court. On March 12th, one of the activists working on the court case, a 28-year-old lawyer named Andrew Yunus, was assaulted as he rode his motorbike home. Assailants threw acid at him, leaving him with excruciating burns. Mr. Prabowo denounced the attack, and a military court on April 30th charged 4 officers in the Military Intelligence Agency with perpetrating it. That episode, in turn, brought back memories of Mr. Prabowo's own checkered past. As a head of a commander unit under Suharto, who was his father-in-law, Mr. Prabowo kidnapped dozens of activists protesting against the regime. After Suharto's downfall in 1998, Mr. Prabowo divorced the ex-dictator's daughter and owned up to his role in the abductions. He said, however, that he had just been following orders and had released unharmed all those whom he had detained, even though about a dozen activists who had disappeared at the time were never heard from again. A military panel convened by the reformist government, which succeeded Suharto's, dismissed Mr. Prabowo from the armed forces, but he avoided further punishment. Critics argue that Mr. Prabowo wants to take Indonesia back to Suharto's new order, reversing the democratic reforms of the past 28 years. They point in particular to Mr. Prabowo's long-standing ambition to abolish direct elections for provincial governors, mayors and regents, the chief administrators of India's 416 counties, allowing local assemblies to elect local leaders instead. Direct elections, he says, are expensive and lead to corruption. His detractors, however, worry that he wants to eventually eliminate direct elections for president, leaving the job to Parliament, as in Suharto's day. That would allow Mr. Prabowo to skate to a second term with a nod from his huge coalition. Mr. Prabowo's defenders insist that he is not a carbon copy of Suharto. Despite coming of age under the new order, he has adapted to the rowdy democracy that Indonesia has become, and the give and take that comes with it. After losing 2 presidential elections to Joko Widodo, his predecessor and bitter rival, he agreed in 2019 to serve as defense minister under Jokowi, as the former president is universally known. When he at last won the presidency in 2024, he did so with Jokowi's son as his running mate. At any rate, Mr. Prabowo has shied away from some authoritarian steps in his 18 months in office. When protests against corruption and police brutality paralysed dozens of cities last year, with some rioting and looting, advisers urged him to declare martial law. Mr. Prabowo refused, relying instead on civilian law enforcement and the courts. Police arrested thousands of protesters, but later released nearly all of them. And the amendments to the Armed Forces Law that have caused so much angst among activists were not nearly as far-reaching as many feared. Evan Laxmana of the International Institute for Strategic Studies, a British think tank, says they were mostly intended to keep the bloated army busy. Some of Mr. Prabowo's policies are perfectly sensible. Natural resource concessions have often been handed out or managed corruptly, reviewing them as a fine idea, as long as it is done impartially. He is also keen to close underperforming SOEs, another long-shirked task. Optimists argue that Mr. Prabowo is driven less by a desire to restore the dictatorship of Suharto than by a quest to redeem his own reputation. In 1998, he was jockeying to succeed his father-in-law as president before his eventual dismissal from the armed forces. He spent years in self-imposed exile in Jordan, licking his wounds, before returning to Indonesia to re-enter politics. His ascent to the presidency crowns a 25-year slog for rehabilitation. He will not want to throw all that away. Mr. Prabowo's admirers said he has less in common with Suharto than with the man whom Suharto supplanted, Indonesia's charismatic founding president, Sukarno. Mr. Prabowo's focus on governing not by diktat, but by cajoling the elite into a consensus is reminiscent of what Sukarno called guided democracy. Mr. Prabowo's cabinet of more than 100 ministers is the biggest since Sukarno's day, and reflects the same intention, to co-opt as many parties as possible. Mr. Prabowo even dresses and speaks like the founding father. It may simply be that Mr. Prabowo's dark past is prompting potential critics to fall in line without any need for Suharto-like coercion. Indonesia had already become a less liberal place under Jokowi. Although his cheery demeanour made him seem more democratic, his administration eroded checks and balances, allowed corruption to flourish, and politicised law enforcement. An acid attack in 2017 on an official from an anti-corruption agency at the hands of 2 police officers bore similarities to the attack against Mr. Andri. Whatever Mr. Prabowo's intentions, dangers loom. One is that fiscal profligacy further undermines confidence among foreign investors. As it is, they have gradually been withdrawing capital throughout Mr. Prabowo's tenure. Mr. Prabowo's tirades against local tycoons might also backfire, prompting them to stash their cash in Singapore rather than invest. The rupiah has sunk by 11% against the dollar during his time in office to a record low. A credit downgrade would push up borrowing costs and pull the rupiah down further. That could instigate a downward spiral of the sort that ultimately cost
United States.
Elections. Discipline and punishment. The president's midterm strategy is to focus on fighting with his own party.
Ask a Republican in Washington behind closed doors what Donald Trump's midterm strategy is, and they will probably give you a shrug. When I hear it, I'll let you know, but there doesn't appear to be one, a prominent party strategist told your correspondent. In the midst of a hugely unpopular war abroad and soaring grocery and petrol prices at home, Republicans have no positive message to take on the road as the summer campaign season heats up, nor have they settled on how to attack the Democrats. To faraway observers in America's heartland, the White House appears to be focused instead on 2 things: bullying state lawmakers into redrawing maps that are more favorable to Republicans, and going after unlucky incumbents. The first is working and could give the party a boost in November. The second, even if it succeeds, will not help them hold Congress. Bill Cassidy, a senator from Louisiana, and Thomas Massie, a congressman from Kentucky, could hardly be more different. One is an old-school institutionalist, the other an anti-establishment populist. Yet on May 16th and 19th, respectively, they each face the toughest primary fights of their careers in some of America's most Republican states. The offence that brought them both here is crossing Mr. Trump, who, even as his approval ratings collapse into the mid-30s, remains fixated on what he does best, exacting revenge. Mr. Cassidy's original sin was voting to impeach Mr. Trump after January the 6th in 2021. At the time, he called storming the Capitol an act of sedition and said that the president clearly got people stirred. Since Mr. Trump was re-elected, an awkward surprise for the senator, presumably, Mr. Cassidy has desperately tried to win back favour. As a doctor who chairs the Health Committee, he has balked at the rise of anti-vaxxers. Yet, in an astonishing nod to the president, he nonetheless voted to confirm Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., their leading crusader, to the cabinet. It was not enough. In January, Mr. Trump propped up a challenger in Julia Letlow, a congresswoman and self-described mama bear who has the profile of an obedient soldier. The two are now locked in a tight three-way race with John Fleming, the more radical state treasurer. Mr. Cassidy and his establishment friends are spending more than $20 million on it. At a campaign event at Drago's Seafood, just north of New Orleans, Mr. Cassidy pitched himself to locals, gulping garlicky charbroiled oysters. They are focused on something in the past, and I'm focused on our present and our future, he said, leading the room through a call-and-response chant of past and future, like a little league coach firing up his team. His flyers boast that he is Louisiana first, not America first, and that he now votes with Mr. Trump 100% of the time. Asked whether he regrets the impeachment vote, Mr. Cassidy is equivocal. People think he sits around like Lady Macbeth, washing her hands because she can't rid herself of a stain, he says. That's not life. You make a decision based on facts, and you move on. 2 years ago, Louisiana's legislature changed the rules so that voters can only take part in their own party's primary. Then, a fortnight before Election Day, the governor suspended the other congressional races on the May ballot to redraw the map after a new Supreme Court ruling. Both moves will shrink turnout and make the electorate more hardline. That hurts Mr. Cassidy, who has limited appeal beyond country club Economist reading Republicans, who should count double. His response has been to court Democrats instead, calling on them to switch their registration to no party and vote for him. At an event in St. Mary's Parish in early April, he reportedly claimed that 6,000 people had done so. But Democrats have little reason to rescue a conservative who, in their view, abandoned his principles to become a yes-man, says Robert Mann, a political historian in Louisiana. Liz Cheney tried something similar in Wyoming 4 years ago. It failed. Mr. Massey's predicament is completely different. The northern Kentucky congressman is an MIT-trained engineer who lives off the grid on a cattle farm and has built his political brand around being a maverick. His snubbing of Mr. Trump is both more recent and more persistent. In the president's eyes, his worst offence was leading the charge that forced the government to release a trove of files related to Jeffrey Epstein, a convicted sex offender and former buddy of Mr. Trump's. But Mr. Massey was a thorn in the side of the Republican leadership before that, too, voting against last summer's big, beautiful bill so as not to add to the deficit and introducing a bipartisan war powers resolution to try to block the administration from striking Iran without Congress's approval. What makes him different from his Republican colleagues, he says, is that he reads the fine print and votes against bills he thinks are unconstitutional. Mr. Trump, who has called Mr. Massey both a smart cookie and a third-rate grandstander, responded by recruiting and endorsing Ed Galrine, a failed state Senate candidate and Navy SEAL, to run against him. On March 11th, less than 2 weeks into the war in Iran, Mr. Trump left Washington to campaign against Mr. Massey in Hebron, Kentucky, a town of 6,000 people. Massey is a complete and total disaster as a congressman and, frankly, as a human being, he told loyalists in red, white and blue outfits. So far, the best ad in the race is an AI-generated video that depicts a traitorous Mr. Massey in a throuple with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar, two left-wing Democrats. The president's top donors have poured $14 million into attacks like it to oust the congressman, helping to make it the most expensive House primary on record. Mr. Massey has a clearer message and perhaps a weaker opponent than Mr. Cassidy, giving him better odds of surviving Mr. Trump's ire. At a Boone County Republicans meeting in the town's red brick courthouse 1 week before Election Day, he was received as though he were the party's messiah. But after he had rattled off a list of wonky policy accomplishments, an older man stepped up to the microphone and asked why voters should back him over the one person in the whole United States and maybe the world that understands everything, referring to Mr. Trump. Mr. Massey asked what information the president had that made him reverse course and keep the Epstein files sealed after promising not to during the campaign. The man insisted that Mr. Trump must have had good reasons that he couldn't share. "I don't give anyone but God that kind of trust," the congressman said firmly. The crowd roared. Conservative supporters of both incumbents reckon that Mr. Trump has better things to do than punch down. Sarah Longwell, a political strategist, says that in focus groups, Trump-voting independents are fed up with the president's inattention to prices, something he posts about less than his personal vendettas these days. Although Mr. Trump has not yet tapped into his $330 million MAGA Inc. war chest, party operatives worried that his revenge tour is taking donor money that could be used down the line to help Republicans beat Democrats in actual swing districts. They've piled up $30 million of Republican money and burned it here in northern Kentucky, Mr. Massey says. "I think there's going to be a hangover after this race. Whether I win or lose, there's going to be like, wow, was the bloodletting worth it?" The good news for
United States.
Candidates. Vote Tejano. Lessons for Democrats from a candidate who sings and shoots.
Usually, when a politician speaks to an auditorium full of children, neither party wants to be there. The kids can't vote, and listening to an adult drone on is boring. But when Bobby Pulido, the Democratic nominee for Congress in Texas's 15th district, showed up at Beethoven Elementary, the children cheered and held up his picture. The school's teachers, caretakers and lunch ladies filled out the sides of the auditorium and lined up for selfies after the speech. That was not because they were wonks or ardent Democrats. Before Mr. Pulido entered politics, he won 2 Latin Grammy Awards. In the Rio Grande Valley, or RGV, Texas's southernmost tip, he is so famous that walking with him from a restaurant's front door to a table takes a while because of all the people who stop him. Polling is scant, and Donald Trump won this district by 18 points in 2024. But even if Mr. Pulido loses, as our forecast model strongly suggests he will, a good showing in TX15 would offer lessons for future Democratic candidates. First, candidate and district match well. Mr. Pulido was born, brought up and still lives in Edinburgh, one of the RGV's bigger cities. Like most of his constituents, he is Latino and bilingual, and lacks a college degree. Like many of them, he does not have health insurance and must cross the border to see a doctor. His 2 uncles were long-serving local elected officials. This biography affords him an advantage in a region where politics is less partisan than personal. People already know him. His opponent, Monica de la Cruz, tried to dismiss him for it, saying in March that the race isn't about who you want performing at your niece's quinceañero. Since then, in a nifty bit of political jiu-jitsu, Mr. Pulido has performed at dozens of quinceañeras, girls' 15th birthday parties, in his district, taking payment in earned media. Hundreds of family members have live-streamed and posted his performances. Mr. Pulido's moderation also helps. He is an avid hunter and competitive long-distance shooter who has lost count of the number of guns he owns. He believes Democrats' focus on social issues rather than economics cost them the district. Down here, he says, people don't consider themselves poor, they consider themselves broke. They think, I'm going to make it tomorrow. I don't think people here want charity, they just want an opportunity. This echoes the leading Latino presidential hopeful, Ruben Gallego, Arizona's senior senator, who says that Latinos want a troquita, or big-ass truck. They want a pathway to material success. The RGV may be ancestrally democratic, but it is also conservative. Gun ownership is common and church attendance is strong. Barbecues feel like parties anywhere else in rural Texas, with lots of beer, boots and guns, except that everyone speaks both English and Spanish. Mr. Pulido says the most effective political ad in 2024 was the one claiming, Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for you. The message worked. In 2024, Mr. Trump won all 4 of the RGV's main counties. Some of his voters have buyer's remorse. Mario Guerrero, who owns a construction firm and heads the South Texas Builders Association, voted for Mr. Trump 3 times. But today, tariffs have increased his input costs, ICE raids have reduced his labour force, petrol prices have eaten into his budget, and all this, combined with rising costs, means that fewer people can afford the homes he builds. Under Joe Biden, the border, just half an hour's drive from Edinburgh, was chaotic, and Mr. Guerrero welcomed Mr. Trump's vow to control it and get the bad guys out. But, he says, when I would hear that the rapists and the murderers were going to be taken out, I never thought that you were going to go and pick up Juan, that does cabinets, that has a family here, that has 2 sons in the Air Force. An improved showing for Democrats in the RGV would not mean Latinos are coming home, argues Mike Madrid, a political strategist and author of The Latino Century. They are moving away from both parties, and the same reasons these voters turned against the Democratic Party is why they're now moving away from Republicans. Yet there are, he suggests, lessons for the party here. First, he says, start moving toward the Latino working class base instead of holding on to false hopes of recapturing the white working class in the Rust Belt. The future relevance
United States.
Housing. Abundant progress. New York looks set to lower a big barrier to building more housing.
Getting a new building project through New York's state environmental approvals can feel like a bureaucratic game of snakes and ladders. Even though projects are also signed off locally, the state process requires an analysis of their effects. After about 2 years of study, if a builder is lucky, he can hop up a ladder towards the end of the game, Others must go through a more exacting report, moving one square for a public hearing and then another for each of the 20 technical analyses that must be done in New York City. This takes closer to 3 years. If the plan changes in that time, the builder lands on a snake, or a chute in the American version, and goes back to the start. A lawsuit can create a whole second round. Now New York is on the brink of throwing away the game. The state is set to pass the first big reform of its environmental reviews for housing in 50 years. Even though many developments are found to have little environmental impact, the convoluted process slows building and becomes a blocking tool for would-be neighbors. Scrapping it is going to be a real transformational moment, boasts Kathy Hochul, New York's governor. But the Empire State is not alone. In an effort to get building, democratic states across the country are rethinking their environmental reviews. In 2024, New York State ranked 5th in the nation for its cost burdens for housing, with more than a third of residents spending more than 30% of their household income on it. The state's population has fallen, and it is projected to lose 1 or 2 congressional seats in the next reapportionment in 2030. For Ms. Hochul, this is a crisis. We are losing residents to neighbouring states that have more ambition and willingness to not be thwarted by the NIMBY culture, she says, referring to not in my backyard campaigners. Her solution is to reform the 1975 law that governs environmental review in the state. Although theoretically it is just a fact-finding exercise, any project requiring a special permit or a zoning change must go through the painstaking process. The state reckons it costs $82,000 per unit of housing in New York City and has little environmental benefit. A change to the state budget would scrap the reviews for projects of up to 500 units in the busiest parts of New York City and 300 units in other urban areas in the state, as long as they are on a plot of previously developed land. Although the final language is yet to be seen, wonks are jubilant. This is a major step forward, says Josh Berman of the Regional Plan Association, a local think tank. It allows municipalities that want to build to go forward and actually build. It's a big deal, echoes Stephen Fulop, the head of the Partnership for NYC, a business group. If the final legislation is as expected, there should be more permits issued by the end of the year, says Carlo Chisura of the NY Building Congress. There are hitches. Local governments would keep their say over development, so places that are not keen on new housing would not have to embrace it. Ms. Hochul attempted to nudge building in 2023 and was shut down. But advocates cheer how warm the reception for environmental reform was. It is really notable that we are finally seeing just everyone sing the same tune that we need to build more housing, says Anne-Marie Gray of Open New York, a YIMBY, the antithesis of NIMBY, group. Plenty in New York attribute this to Ms. Hochul's vigour. But Democrats across the country have embraced the idea that the party needs to be more friendly to growth. In recent years, California, Massachusetts, and Washington have all made efforts to reduce the burden of climate reviews. State legislators are all definitely trading notes, says Charlie Anderson at Arnold Ventures, a research and advocacy group. They're also competitive. This is a better game than snakes and ladders.
United States.
Bad guys. Counter-terror era. America's new counter-terrorism strategy is a partisan polemic.
Sebastian Gorka, America's counter-terrorism czar, is abrasive. Critics of the Iran war are testicularly challenged. Journalists are scumbags or punks. As for terrorists, they must be vaporized into red mist and their bodies stacked like cordwood. Mr. Gorka takes pride in his work. I pinch myself every day, he enthused on a podcast last year. I've been waiting about 25 years for this job. It should therefore come as little surprise that America's new counter-terrorism strategy, hailed by Mr. Gawker as his life's work, is more polemic than policy. For a magnum opus, it is short, just 16 pages, including covers and pictures. It is also light on detail. The strategy identifies 3 major types of terror groups: narco-terrorists and transnational gangs, Islamist terrorists, and violent left-wing extremists. It says nothing about threats stemming from the war in Iran or the long-standing menace from right-wing extremists. Described as apolitical, the document is anything but. Donald Trump's name appears dozens of times in a nominally non-partisan memo. It's not a strategy, says Matthew Levitt of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. It's an ideological political document that fails to analytically assess the counter-terrorism threat. There is little new inside. The document largely spells out what the Trump administration has already been doing. The priority, it says, is going after drug cartels. For 8 months, America's armed forces have struck alleged narco-terrorist boats in the Caribbean and Pacific. To date, it has carried out 57 confirmed strikes, which have killed at least 192 people. The document boasts that seaborne drug trafficking has decreased by 90%. The campaign's dubious legality aside, experts say the document betrays a lack of focus. If every criminal group is also a terrorist group, there's no distinction anymore, warns Colin Clark of the Soufan Centre, a non-profit. It takes finite resources away from fighting actual terrorist organisations, he says. The government also vows to keep tabs on legacy Islamist terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS. It boasts of loosening rules of engagement, which has led to a surge in airstrikes. In Somalia, for example, strikes since the start of 2025 have risen to 190, a nearly 4-fold increase on the Biden years. Some of the strategy's sharpest barbs are reserved for Europe. The old world has become an incubator of terrorism stemming from its open borders. It warns the continent must act now and halt its willful decline. Strikingly, the document does not mention the impact of the Iran war. A spate of attacks in recent months, some of which appear to have been inspired by the conflict, have raised questions about America's counter-terror apparatus. Thousands of federal agents have been dragooned into immigration duty. And in the days before the Iran war began, the FBI fired a dozen staff, including agents who worked in a unit monitoring threats from Iran. The Iran war is a gaping hole in this document, points out Mr. Clark. The strategy's focus on left-wing extremism is similarly hazy. Political killings by left-wing types, such as the murders of Charlie Kirk or Brian Thompson, the CEO of United
United States.
Immigration. Order on the border. Will Donald Trump's asylum restrictions stick?
When Tom Homan, Donald Trump's border czar, addressed the Border Security Expo in Phoenix on May 5th, he had an upbeat message. "We have the most secure border in the history of the nation," he crowed. The audience was filled with besuited industry types who were hoping to sell the federal government tech and tools to deter migrants and smugglers. Besides the men and women of Border Patrol, Mr. Homan had one person to thank. God bless President Trump. Mr. Trump has been promising to close America's southern border for more than a decade. In his second term, his method for doing that has been muscular, multifaceted, and ultimately successful. His border security posture includes finally building his big, beautiful wall, hiring more Border Patrol agents, and detaining and deporting migrants with showy cruelty in order to convince others to stay away. But underpinning all of that are his administration's restrictions on asylum, which are being litigated in the courts. The president is testing how much he can restrict asylum without violating America's laws and its treaty obligations. If he succeeds, it will be partly because the legislation that governs asylum is vague and outdated. The Refugee Act of 1980 borrowed heavily from the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 extension. America signed the latter. Most of the statute was devoted to creating a program for resettling refugees who demonstrate a well-founded fear of persecution. Lawmakers were reacting to the Cold War and were focused on Eastern Europeans and Vietnamese fleeing communism. Territorial asylum, claims made by people already in America or at the border, was an afterthought. Our immigration experience was one of people who needed protection coming from far away, explains Doris Meissner, who oversaw immigration policy at the Justice Department, the DOJ, at the time. It didn't take long for policymakers to realize they had a problem. Weeks after the bill was signed, more than 100,000 Cubans set sail for Florida during the Mariel boat lift. You couldn't just release all those people, recalls Ms. Meissner. All of a sudden, America had to decide what to do when needy people arrived at its borders. It wasn't until the 1990s that the Clinton administration finally standardized the asylum application process and hired more asylum officers and immigration judges to shrink a mounting backlog of cases. That worked for a while, but the pressure on America's asylum system increased until, under Joe Biden, Customs and Border Protection recorded roughly 300,000 migrant encounters at the southern border in 1 month alone. Some migrants were fleeing persecution, others were escaping gang violence or troubled economies. Asylum wasn't assured, but applying was a way to come to America and work for a while. It was a loophole. The backlash to border disorder powered Mr. Trump's second coming. Now his asylum restrictions are the key deterrent discouraging migrants, argues Andrew Arthur, a former immigration judge and Capitol Hill staffer who supports the administration. 2 pending court cases will either reinforce or weaken the president's policies. In Mullin v. Alotro Lado, the Supreme Court will soon decide whether metering, or turning away migrants at the border, violates America's asylum commitments. Barack Obama was the first president to try this, but the practice was standardized by the first Trump administration. Any migrant who is physically present or arrives in the country can apply for asylum under the law. During oral arguments, the justices seemed inclined to agree with the Trump administration that a non-citizen hasn't arrived until they have fully crossed the border. That interpretation would allow metering. The more important case is Raices versus Mullin, which seems destined to wind up at the Supreme Court. On his first day in office, Mr. Trump declared that border chaos amounted to an invasion, which allegedly allowed him to suspend the entry of all aliens, including asylum seekers. In April, a federal appeals court in Washington, D.C. struck down Mr. Trump's proclamation, arguing that Congress did not intend to grant the executive the expansive removal authority it asserts. The Supreme Court, if and when it takes up the case, has been deferential to the president when he has claimed that a certain immigration policy is a matter of national security. If the courts find that Mr. Trump has overreached, it will damage but not destroy his asylum blockade. Migrants who cross the border to seek asylum would still end up in immigration courts filled with judges doing Mr. Trump's bidding. America's immigration court system is run by an arm of the DOJ, not an independent judiciary. Just 5% of asylum applications were approved in March, down from 31% when Mr. Trump took office. Depending on where those migrants come from, their applications could also be frozen indefinitely. In the meantime, they will wait in overcrowded detention centres where at least 18 people have died this year. Asylum seekers may try to wait Mr. Trump out. Yet there is no guarantee that a future administration would be lenient. Democrats are scarred by Mr. Biden's failures on immigration and have
United States.
Lexington. The first rules of Fight Club. Donald Trump has a lot to learn from the UFC fighters he has invited to the White House.
And so it has come to pass here in the End Times for Satire that on his birthday, June 14th, Donald Trump plans to preside over the brutal hand-to-hand combat of the Ultimate Fighting Championship on the South Lawn of the White House. Those aghast at the prospect of such a gladiatorial spectacle at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue have reason to be upset. Yet they are wrong about whose image is in danger. The White House and America will be okay. It is the UFC that risks being dragged down. After all, who can argue with a straight face that this president lives up to the standards the UFC demands of its fighters, let alone the qualities the fighters respect in each other? Yes, Mr. Trump has repeatedly shown he can take a political punch. He has displayed admirable resilience. But true UFC champions are supposed to stand for much more than that. In advance of a much-hyped middleweight championship fight in Newark, New Jersey on May the 9th, Sean Strickland, a challenger and an infamous trash talker, dumped abuse on the undefeated champion Khamzat Chimaev. The harshest thing Mr. Strickland said, or at least the accusation that the UFC, with its acute sense of its fans' sensitivities, chose to emphasize in its marketing, was that Mr. Chimaev was a bully who loved to train by fighting the smallest, lowest-level pro he could find. As president, Mr. Trump has shown he is willing to use all the power at his disposal, including some the Constitution does not allow him, to crush perceived adversaries. Yet the weaker the adversary, the more aggressive this president has proved to be. When Mr. Trump has been surprised to find himself picking on someone approximating his own size, he has quickly backed down. Mr. Trump's 145% tariffs on China did not survive China's reciprocal rates and its embargo on the export of rare earths, and he fell mute about seizing Greenland after it turned out the Europeans he so disdained could band together against him. Even in the case of Iran, when a feeble opponent managed to trap Mr. Trump in the kind of smothering fighter's clinch that Mr. Chimaev has perfected, the president's response has been, so far, to suspend what the UFC would call high-volume striking, Mr. Strickland's stock in trade, and instead sue for peace. And is there anyone who thinks Mr. Trump, like the UFC, believes in a fair fight? It is true that in its early days, in the 1990s, the league was so permissive that fighters had to reach a gentleman's agreement not to pull each other's hair. That was back when Senator John McCain, a Republican from Arizona, crusaded against the sport as human cockfighting. It was banned in some 36 states, and even on pay-per-view television, unlike pornography. But as the league cleaned up its act, it forbade not just hair-pulling, but eye-gouging, head-butting, groin attacks of any kind, and stomping a grounded opponent. You might cavil that it is only at the level of metaphor, that for this president these are all classic moves. But he has a real-world record of other UFC violations, such as disregarding a referee's instructions and using abusive language in the fighting area. So great is his contempt for rules that he kept trying to overturn the citizens' electoral decision in 2020, even after dozens of courts concluded the contest was fair. Mr. Trump is a true fan of combat sports. He played an important role in legitimizing the UFC, hosting fights at his Taj Mahal casino in 2001 as the league was struggling for regulatory approval. The UFC also enhances what has always been Mr. Trump's own most effective mixed martial arts move, borrowed from judo, turning the weight of the establishment against itself. To the extent elite tastemakers disgorge their piety upon his White House fights, they will serve his populist politics. The League's president, Dana White, has campaigned for Mr. Trump and embraced his transgressive politics. The UFC Code of Conduct bans insulting language, including with regard to religion and gender, and in 2013 the League suspended a fighter for transphobic remarks. But Mr. White now calls hate speech probably the most important free speech to protect. He did not penalize Mr. Strickland for any of his trash talk, such as disparaging Mr. Chimaev, a Muslim from Chechnya, as a terrorist. Some have noted that, as with Mr. Trump, Mr. White's celebration of free speech does not extend to criticism of his own enterprise. But the League's alignment with Mr. Trump can only go so far. The audience for the UFC is mostly male, and compared with other American sports, enviably young. Yet, like the fighters, the fans are diverse in other respects, and that pluralist reality sits uneasily with lockstep devotion to any politics. So does the ethos of the sport, which places real weight in the end on character. Mr. Chimaev and Mr. Strickland battered each other for the full 5 rounds, but when the fight was done, before the decision was announced, the two exhausted, blooded men embraced. "Hey, Chimaev," Mr. Strickland gasped as their foreheads rested together. "Whatever happens, I want to apologize." When the narrow, split decision went the challenger's way, Mr. Chimaev did not denounce the judges or claim the fight was rigged. He kissed Mr. Strickland's shaved head and then fastened the championship
The Americas.
Brazilian politics. Bolsonaro and the banker. A bombshell leak threatens Flavio Bolsonaro's election bid.
On May 13th, Intercept Brazil, a left-leaning investigative outlet, published messages exchanged between Flavio Bolsonaro, the leading presidential candidate of the Brazilian right going into the general election in October, and Daniel Vocaro, a disgraced banker at the centre of Brazil's largest ever bank fraud. The messages show Flavio asking Mr. Vocaro to complete payments related to the financing of a film about his father, Jair Bolsonaro, Brazil's right-wing populist former president, who is serving a 27-year prison sentence for attempting to mount a coup in 2022. Right-wing parties immediately started talking about fielding an alternative candidate. On betting markets, where Flavio had been favourite to win the presidency, he plunged into second place by 10 points. The Brazilian real and main stock index both fell by 2%, as the prospect of victory rose for President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, the spendthrift left-wing incumbent. Mr. Vocaro has become radioactive in the past year. Trouble began when he tried to sell his bank, Banco Master. He couldn't find a buyer. Banco de Brasilia, or BRB, a lender owned by the local government of the capital district, offered to step in. Yet when the regulator studied the merger, it found that Banco Master was essentially a Ponzi scheme. Mr. Vocaro was arrested in November as he tried to board a private jet to Dubai. The former president of BRB was also detained after evidence emerged that he had received bribes worth $30 million from Mr. Vocaro. The central bank has liquidated Banco Master. Brazil's Deposit Insurance Fund is reimbursing investor losses of $11 billion, about half of the fund's total assets. As investigations into Mr. Vocaro have deepened, few in Brasilia have been spared. Mr. Vocaro is more focused on running an influence peddling scheme than a bank, building close ties with Supreme Court justices, politicians of all stripes, and some officials at the central bank. He bought favours for years by splashing out on parties for politicians, flying in prostitutes from Russia, Ukraine, and Venezuela on private jets. In one text message to his former girlfriend, Mr. Vocaro explained that he had hosted parties with 300 sex workers because it was part of business. As his fortunes turned, he prodded underlings to spy on government officials and smear adversaries. Brazil's voters hate it. As the scandal unfurls, corruption has become their primary concern. For months, Flavio has publicly denied any links to Mr. Vocaro. In March, he was questioned about the fact that the largest private donor to his father's re-election campaign in 2022 had been Fabiano Zettel, Mr. Vocaro's brother-in-law, and financial frontman. Flavio told reporters that the donation was made without strings attached, without quid pro quo, and without any personal contact whatsoever between the Bolsonaros and Mr. Vocaro. As late as the morning of May 13th, Flavio denied links to the banker. The messages were published a few hours later. In one message sent in September last year, Flavio says to Mr. Vocaro, "I feel bad about constantly nagging you, but this is a very critical moment in the film, and since we're so far behind schedule, everyone is worried." In another text, sent the day before Mr. Vocaro was arrested, Flavio wrote, "Brother, I am and will always be with you. There's no beating around the bush between us. I just need you to give me a heads up. Hugs." By that point, Banco Master's dealings were well known. Flavio denies any wrongdoing. In a statement after the leak, he finally acknowledged his ties to Mr. Vocaro, but said that what happened in our case was the son seeking private sponsorship for a private film about his own father's life. This did not appease his supporters. On Instagram, many Bolsonaristas fumed. "Fuck, man, go home. Everything's fucked now, damn it," exclaimed one. Other right-wing candidates could hardly believe their luck. Romeu Zema, a technocratic former governor of Minas Gerais who intends to run for president, released a video scolding Flavio. "Hearing you ask for money from Vocaro is unforgivable. It's a slap in the face of all decent Brazilians." According to the documents published by Intercept, Mr. Vocaro had agreed to pay $24 million to finance the production of Dark Horse, a biopic about Mr. Bolsonaro due to be released weeks before the general election. Around $10.6 million had been paid out before Mr. Vocaro's troubles began. Some of the money flowed through accounts owned by a lawyer for Eduardo Bolsonaro, Flavio's brother, who moved to the United States last year to lobby Donald Trump to block his father's criminal case. Flavio's allies hope continuing Banco Master investigations will ensnare more politicians from the ruling Workers' Party. The bad news has been piling up for the right. On May 7th, Lula, as Brazil's president is known, met with Mr. Trump at the White House for 3 hours. Afterwards, Lula talked up their chemistry and said their relationship was like love at first sight. On a phone call before the meeting, Mr. Trump reportedly told Lula, "I love you." This sits uneasily with the Bolsonaros, who have boasted of being pals with Mr. Trump. While Lula was at the White House, police in Brazil raided properties owned by Ciro Nogueira, a powerful senator and Jair Bolsonaro's former chief of staff. Mr. Nogueira had introduced an amendment in Congress that would have helped Banco Master's business. Mr. Volcaro paid him a monthly allowance of up to $100,000. Mr. Nogueira denies wrongdoing. Mr. Volcaro had described him as a great friend in text messages. In texts to Flavio, he preferred the term Big Brother.
The Americas.
Public health. Going backwards. Slipping vaccination rates are letting measles back into the Americas.
The elimination of measles from the Americas in 2016 was spectacular. No other region of the world had ever managed to go a year without sustained transmission of the disease, the UN World Health Organization's bar for elimination. But it did not last long. In 2017, cases flared in patchily vaccinated Venezuela. Migrants fleeing hyperinflation and regime brutality carried measles over the border to Brazil. It tore through the deprived Amazon area before finding its way to the densely populated state of São Paulo. By the time COVID-19 arrived 3 years later, with lockdowns and masks curbing transmission, measles had infected at least 30,000 people and killed more than 100, mostly young children or infants. It was the worst period for measles in the Americas for 22 years. The current outbreak is set to be worse. By April 25th, the Pan American Health Organization, or PAHO, an arm of the WHO, had recorded 18,352 confirmed cases across the Americas in 2026. The virus is spreading, having infected 14,503 people last year. At least 45 people have died in the outbreak so far, mostly children. The majority of cases are in Mexico and Guatemala, but the virus has got a foothold in Bolivia and Peru too. Measles is still nowhere near as prevalent in the Americas as it was in the 20th century before vaccination efforts began. 200,000 cases a year was the norm. Hantavirus, a pathogen found in rodents that is prevalent in South America, is the disease in the news recently after it infected people on a cruise in South America. But measles is far more infectious and far more dangerous, if not contained with vaccination programs. Rolling outbreaks suggest efforts to do so are faltering. Most vulnerable are babies before their first jab, who risk brain damage, blindness, or death. The latest outbreak started at a wedding in Canada in October 2024, attended by Mennonites, a close-knit Christian group who often eschew vaccination. One guest travelled from Thailand carrying measles. Others were infected and carried the disease back to their homes and communities. By early 2025, the virus had spread to Mennonites in Texas and Mexico. It is unprecedented how its spread has been related to a socially isolated group with connections throughout the hemisphere, from Argentina up through Canada, says John Andrus of PAHO. In Canada and the United States, the outbreak has been largely confined to Mennonites. But in Mexico and other poorer places in the Americas, slipping vaccination programs have exposed the general population to infection. In 2014, some 96% of Mexican children received a second dose of measles vaccine, above the 95% required for a population to benefit from herd immunity. By 2024, that number was less than 70%. Many other Latin American countries moved in the same direction over that period. Latin America has gone from having one of the world's highest rates of childhood vaccination to one of the lowest. The outbreak prompted Mexico's government to start an emergency immunization drive. Between January 2025 and March 2026, it gave out some 30 million doses. Nurses have been going door to door, offering the jab, and setting up vaccine centres in shops and at bus stations. Cases appear to have peaked for now, says Dr. Andrus, but a new challenge looms. On June 11th, Mexico will begin hosting the Football World Cup, together with the United States and Canada. FIFA projects that some 5.5 million fans will attend the tournament. PAO is urging host countries to start actively looking for measles infections so as to detect any new cases promptly and curb the spread of the disease. While cases may have peaked in Mexico, they are still rising in Guatemala. Some 5,399 people have been infected, with at least 4 children killed. The outbreak began late last year at a religious gathering of more than 2,000 people, which drew visitors from the United States, Mexico, and Central America. More large religious events are planned. The Health Ministry is concerned. It is organising workshops to educate people about vaccines. The backsliding, which is allowing measles to spread through the Americas once more, has several causes. COVID-19 damaged healthcare services across the region, pulling staff off vaccination programs. Populist leaders in Mexico, Argentina and Brazil have all cut their budgets for vaccinating children in recent years. Rising vaccine hesitancy, driven in part by unfounded concerns spread on social media about the safety of jabs, plays a larger role in rich countries. In Canada, the childhood vaccination rate has dropped from 86% to 79% over the past decade. I am terribly worried, says Dr. Andrus. Against this weakening wall of immunity, the virus arrives constantly from places where measles is still rife, creating the risk of an outbreak. The lower the vaccination rate, the more likely the virus is to spread. When rates in the Americas were high, groups like Mennonites enjoyed the protection of the herd. As overall rates have fallen, groups with particularly low rates endanger themselves and others. What can be done? In the midst of an outbreak, contact tracing can prevent further spread, while vaccination drives often get a high uptake from worried parents. In the longer run, Danielle Salas of PAO says modernizing immunization infrastructure is important. Today, only 19 of the 35 countries PAO covers have some form of electronic immunization registry that can alert parents when their children are due for vaccines. Outreach, using culturally sensitive and faith-based vaccination instructors, may prove most effective. Political will is critical. The Americas' role model is Uruguay, the first country in Latin America that had a vaccine register. They have good surveillance, and they have a political commitment that has never wavered from prioritizing prevention of preventable diseases, says Dr. Andrus. Argentina, where vaccination rates have dropped precipitously under the austerity policies of Javier Milei, risks an explosive outbreak without a timely and determined effort. Measles, says Dr. Andrus, does not allow countries to drop their guard.
The Americas.
Corruption in Latin America. Too little, too late. Guatemala, a once rule of law beacon, gets a new Attorney General.
A decade ago, the Mariscal Zavala prison in Guatemala City was a symbol of Latin America's fight against corruption. Dozens of politicians and businessmen caught taking bribes or laundering cash awaited trial in austere cells. The most notorious inmate was Otto Perez Molina, Guatemala's president until 2015, when a UN-backed anti-corruption commission exposed his role as the mastermind of a massive kickback scheme. Protests forced him out of office and into the courts, which for the first time in the country's history was showing an independent streak. Guatemalans idolized the commission, known as CICIG, along with the judges and prosecutors who dared to put powerful people behind bars. Guatemala became a beacon for the rule of law in a region known for impunity. But progress was short-lived. Mr. Molina's successor, Jimmy Morales, who was also accused of corruption, kicked the UN Commission out of the country in 2019. He appointed a new Attorney General, Maria Consuelo Porras, who proceeded to dismantle many of CICIG's cases. Ms. Porras has since continued to assail prosecutors, judges, civil society leaders and journalists who had led the fight against graft. Some were imprisoned, others forced into exile. There was little anyone could do to stop her. A law passed in 2016 to protect her predecessor made it practically impossible for a president to get rid of an attorney general. In 2022, the United States put Ms. Porras under sanctions for corruption. Her spokesperson calls accusations against her of political persecution totally false. Now Mariscal Zavala is half empty. Among its remaining inmates are Luis Pacheco and Hector Chaclan, indigenous Guatemalans who led protests in 2023 against Ms. Porras' extraordinary efforts to prevent Bernardo Arevalo, the winner of the presidential election, from taking office. Mr. Arevalo, the leader of a centre-left party, Semilla, ran on an anti-corruption platform. Ms. Porras and her allies raided polling stations, accused him of fraudulent voter registration, and tried to press the Electoral Court into annulling his victory. Mr. Arevalo took office, but Ms. Porras charged the protest leaders with sedition and terrorism. Their case, which is sealed, has yet to be heard before a judge. Now her term is over. Her efforts to cling on failed. A new Attorney General, Gabriel Garcia Luna, will take office on May 17th. By all accounts, he is more independent. But relief at Ms. Porras' departure is mixed with trepidation. Her allies remain entrenched in the justice system, and her 8-year reign laid bare the depth of the rot in Guatemala. Mr. Garcia Luna's appointment is Mr. Arevalo's long-awaited chance to move the country on. It follows a struggle earlier this year for control of Guatemala's top courts. They ended up split between respected jurists and figures denounced for their ties to organised crime and corruption. The president has avoided confrontation with Ms. Porras, insisting instead on obeying the law that empowered her, and every other law. This drew criticism from his allies. Diplomacy is for developed countries, says Mr. Chaclan, the indigenous leader. You have to use the instruments of power, and he decided not to, laments Samuel Perez, a congressman who left the president's party in 2025. The new Attorney General has had a quiet career as a judge and law professor. In his testimony to the nominating commission, he spoke of restoring confidence in the Attorney General's office and avoiding arbitrary decisions and groundless persecutions. Some want him to go after the powerful people Ms. Porras protected. He will probably start with less divisive tasks, like strengthening prosecutors' responses to organised crime and extortion. The quip going around Guatemala is that he is Mr. Arevalo in the form of an Attorney General. Many doubt he will have the backbone for prominent corruption cases or controversial reforms, such as a new system for choosing High Court judges. Anti-corruption work is getting harder, in part because its advocates can no longer count on support from the United States. Previous administrations in Washington viewed democracy
Asia.
Geopolitics. The Gulf War will change Asia for good. Countries battered by the energy shock are determined never to be hostage again.
What Narendra Modi asks of Indians he usually gets. During the pandemic, India's Prime Minister exhorted them to stay inside and to bang pots and pans in support of health workers. The country obliged. On May 10th, he asked Indians to replicate some of that COVID-era discipline. He urged them to work from home where possible and to cut back on foreign travel. Mr. Modi's plea comes amid a worsening energy shock caused by the war in Iran. For weeks, the Indian government has kept fuel prices constant, forcing state-owned oil firms to absorb a surge in the cost of imported crude. And India is just the latest of many Asian countries asking people to tighten their belts. But even those that moved early to control energy use, such as Thailand and the Philippines, are now entering dangerous territory. The effects of war are threatening to upend the region's economies and its politics. In places without fuel price caps, such as Pakistan and the Philippines, prices have soared. But the rising concern, especially in developing Asia, is that supplies could simply run out. Indonesia is reported to have a buffer of 3 weeks' fuel. Vietnam has less than a month. People in Pakistan and Bangladesh, reliant on natural gas from the Gulf, have endured long blackouts. Petrol pumps in rural areas are running dry. We wake up at 2 a.m. and often wait 24 hours just to get 2 litres of diesel, says Mizanur Rahman, a farmer in Bangladesh. Mr. Rahman's plight points to the pain being suffered by agriculture in particular. As well as diesel, farmers are running short of fertilizers. The price of urea, much of which is made in the Gulf, is up 50% since the start of the war. Millions of rice farmers in Asia have begun planting paddy, but are now scaling back plans because of the cost. Right now, rice is a profitability problem, says Dr. Alisher Mirzabayev of the International Rice Research Institute in the Philippines. But if the war continues, it becomes a food security one. Manufacturers are panicking too. Textile factories in Bangladesh account for around 13% of GDP. Bosses say input costs are up by 10 to 15% because of costlier diesel and petrochemical-based dyes. The country's overall factory output is down by around 30 to 40%, says an industry body. Calbee, a snack maker in Japan, has rolled out black and white packaging to offset the rising cost of naphtha, a petrochemical feedstock largely sourced from the Gulf. The scarcity of naphtha has already forced several Asian plastics producers to declare force majeure on their contracts. Inflation in the Philippines jumped to 7.2% in the year to April. GDP growth in the first quarter of 2026 slowed to 2.8%, the lowest since the pandemic. It is a harbinger. The UN thinks a prolonged war could shave up to 3.6% from GDP in South Asia. Food price inflation in India, Pakistan and Sri Lanka this year could exceed 10%, says the Kiel Institute, a German think tank. All this is battering government finances. It is costing India roughly $150 million a day to keep fuel prices steady. The government may also spend around $4.3 billion on subsidies for fertilizer during planting season. Indonesia is spending around $60 million a day on energy subsidies. Holding pump prices flat with crude at $100 a barrel would cost Asian governments around 1% of GDP a year, according to the Center for Global Development, a think tank in Washington. Few Asian countries can keep this up, but letting prices rise is fraught. Farmers in India expect the government to keep subsidizing fertilizers, despite Mr. Modi's plea to cut usage in half. Previous attempts by Mr. Modi to reform agriculture have been thwarted by mass protests. Across Asia, officials worry that rising prices will trigger disorder of the sort that toppled Sri Lanka's government in 2022. Since the war in Iran began, dozens of protests have erupted in Pakistan, Bangladesh, the Philippines, and even in South Korea, according to ACLED, a monitor based in America. As well as encouraging less use of fuel and other consumables, governments are hunting out alternative supplies. That could have consequences that last long after the war has ended. Thailand has been buying more oil from places such as Brazil and Libya. Asian countries are making more use of biofuels. Some, such as Singapore, are investing in renewables. Some Asian countries are benefiting from this scramble. Australia, a big coal and natural gas exporter, is stepping up purchases of refined fuels in exchange for shipping more of its natural resources. It has secured new deals with Brunei, Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, and South Korea. Another relative winner could be China. It not only stands to sell more solar panels and wind turbines, but is also wielding influence through its fossil fuels. Despite being the world's biggest importer of crude, the country sits on vast oil reserves, giving it big buffers and diplomatic clout. This month, China allowed refiners to ship some petrol, diesel and jet fuel cargoes abroad, easing a ban imposed earlier in the war. Reports suggest the first shipments will head to Vietnam and Laos, which have friendly relations with their northern neighbour. But even American allies have come calling. On April 29th, Penny Wong, Australia's foreign minister, secured a deal for jet fuel on a trip to Beijing. Indeed, plenty of Asian countries now see opportunity in drawing closer to one another. At a recent summit in the Philippines, Southeast Asian leaders talked of creating a shared fuel stockpile. And on May 3rd, the Asian Development Bank pledged to mobilize $50 billion.
Asia.
Japanese politics. Debugging democracy. Japan's hottest new party says it will revamp politics with AI.
Continuous Integration, a prize-winning science fiction story published in 2019, is about a figure skater who applies software development methods and AI to optimize athletic performance. Its author, Ano Takahiro, a software engineer and serial AI entrepreneur, has since founded the hottest political startup in Japan. Team Future, Mirai, a techno-optimist outfit that broke through in recent lower house elections. Mr. Ano hopes to bring the same engineering mindset to government. Mr. Ano entered politics in 2024 with a quixotic campaign for governor of Tokyo. He finished fifth, but drew attention with his use of AI and social media to solicit feedback from voters. Last year, he founded Mirai and won a seat in the upper house. Earlier this year, Mirai picked up 11 seats in the lower house. While still small, the ruling Liberal Democratic Party holds 316 seats in the lower chamber. Mirai has become a new force in Japanese politics. It is also one of the first political parties anywhere to run successfully on an explicitly AI-friendly agenda. For Mr. Ano, AI offers the solution to Japan's demographic challenges. With a shrinking, aging population, the thinking goes, Japan needs to automate more, faster. Mr. Anno believes Japan has several advantages. Fears of an AI jobs apocalypse are less acute than elsewhere, given labour shortages. Attitudes towards AI are relatively positive. When Japanese think of AI, many see it as a partner, Mr. Anno says. They think not of the Terminator, a rogue robot, but of Doraemon, a friendly robot helper in a Japanese anime series. Mirai also wants to apply principles of software engineering to improve government itself. Drawing inspiration from Audrey Tang, a pioneering former digital minister in Taiwan, Mr. Anno speaks of using technology to create a new form of democracy. One element is digitization to reduce paperwork and improve efficiency. But the party is also experimenting with novel forms of participatory democracy. Mirai has launched a broad listening effort which involves using AI tools to gather and process large volumes of citizen input. Mr. Anno asks for feedback using his social media accounts, which direct followers to an AI-based interview platform. The party uses AI tools to analyze the results. We've started to gather feedback at a speed, breadth and depth never seen before, he says. The party's appeal lies in its blend of future-oriented techno-optimism and pragmatic technocracy. Mr. Anno calls himself neither right nor left. Mirai looks and feels younger than competitors. The average age of its candidates this year was just 40. The average age of Japanese lower house members is 55. Mirai was the only party to oppose cutting the consumption tax, saying it would undermine Japan's future fiscal position. Where populist upstarts can be combative, Mr. Anno is a gentler kind of insurgent. He promises to upgrade the operating system rather than tear it down. Such messaging has so far resonated mostly with a base of younger, urban professionals. The politicians I've seen up to now have inevitably pitted us against them, but with Mirai, the only thing they really value is the facts, says Aizawa Seiko, a 32-year-old in Tokyo. To continue growing, Mirai will need to reach a broader constituency. The party plans to field candidates in local elections in early 2027, hoping to expand its base. Ultimately, it will need to demonstrate that its new form of democracy can deliver better results than the old one. Debugging politics may prove harder than writing sci-fi or software code.
Asia.
Indian tourism and the environment. Going downhill, literally. Legendary hill towns are sinking.
When the temperature rises, Indians head upwards. In the scorching month of May, many venture to famous hill towns, none better known than Shimla, a resort in the foothills of the Himalayas, which British colonial rulers used as their summer capital. Urbanites chase fairy tale scenes of pine forest, snow-capped peaks, and mischievous macaque monkeys. That is only part of what they find. On a recent visit to Shimla, your correspondent sat in a high-altitude traffic jam all the way into the centre. These days, the city's Tudor-style town hall looks onto a branch of Domino's Pizza. Punters watch the sunset over the mountains from the terraces of bars that blare songs by Lady Gaga. Under the British, Shimla housed around 25,000 people. Now it welcomes roughly 2.7 million visitors each year. Much of its expansion was unplanned. The skyline is a maze of modest homestays, their sun-faded signs promising views that are often blocked by the building next door. Houses cling to 75-degree slopes, flouting both gravity and bylaws. Shimla's carrying capacity, the population that its drains, roads and waste management can sustain, has been exceeded many times over. Lanes designed for horse-drawn carriages host up to 26,000 cars a day. Entire neighbourhoods have started sinking. Locals watch for newly uncovered tree roots and cracked walls, signs that the earth might give way. Such problems are shared by many of India's other hill towns. Their troubles attest to overdevelopment that has occurred across all the Himalayan states, say worried observers. In recent years, places including Himachal Pradesh, of which Shimla is the capital, Uttarakhand and Sikkim, have benefited from big centrally funded projects, such as hydropower stations and new roads. At the same time, environmental matters have not just gone downhill, it's been an avalanche in all the Himalayan states, says Eve Shukla, a former official in Himachal Pradesh. Weather across the Indian Himalayan region is growing less predictable. Springtime seems to be shortening, dry winters become scorching summers. Environmental damage is increasing the harm that extreme weather events may cause. In the past decade, disasters such as landslides, flash floods and forest fires have killed 10,543 people in Himachal Pradesh alone. In August, India's Supreme Court said that, if developers keep cutting into mountains, the state could vanish into thin air. In Shimla, experts in conservation and disaster preparedness want fewer tourists to come. They want authorities to impose a tourist tax and withhold new hotel licenses. They want steps to curb a building spree, including fresh efforts to enforce existing rules about construction. Yet that would be at odds with the state government's goal of tripling the number of tourists who visit Himachal Pradesh each year. Workers are expanding the main roads into Shimla. The Shimla Development Plan 2041, the town's first master plan in 4 decades, overrides earlier construction bans. Tikender Singh Panwar, a former deputy mayor, is worried. He calls it a disaster in the offing.
Asia.
Higher education. Smart money. India's pricey private universities want to take on the Ivy League.
90 types of tree sway in the arboretum at the heart of Ahmedabad University in the western state of Gujarat. Always be in beta, say motivational signs that hang in the institution's wide halls. The university's 4,000 or so learners toil in smarter surroundings than the average Indian student, and that is not surprising. Each year of undergraduate study at this private non-profit costs around 500,000 rupees, that's $5,300, well above a typical Indian's annual wage. Ahmedabad is one in a crop of young, elite private universities promising they can put Indian higher education on the map. The country's massive college and university system has quadrupled in size since 2001. It now has 45 million students, the most in the world after China. Yet across India, teaching and research can be dire. Even at the creamy end, Indian outfits lag foreign peers. Not one Indian institution features in the top 100 of any of the most respected global rankings. Posh private outfits bent on changing this began setting up around 15 years ago. They take inspiration from their famous American counterparts, including when it comes to costs. Annual fees at some can rise above 1 million rupees. Already a handful rank right up there with the very best institutions in India for some subjects, reckons Pushkar, an author and academic in Goa, who goes by only one name. This trend owes much to Indian billionaires, who have come to see higher education as a cause worthy of their philanthropy. O.P. Jindal Global University was set up near Delhi in 2009, using funds provided by Naveen Jindal, a steel tycoon. A few years later came Shiv Nadar University, named after its chairman, the founder of HCL, a technology firm, and Ashoka, opened in 2014 with support from a coalition of some 200 big donors. Boosters make somewhat grand comparisons with America in the 19th century, when filthy rich industrialists set up places such as Cornell, Johns Hopkins and Stanford. The new crop of private universities set themselves apart in several ways. From the beginning, they have sought to excel in research, not just in teaching. Many emphasize humanities and social sciences, says Eldo Matthews. an education researcher in Kerala, which in other Indian institutions are often considered secondary to science-based subjects and also to training for the professions. Too many elite Indian institutions produce automatons with a limited view of the world, says Pankaj Chandra, Vice-Chancellor at Ahmedabad. His university encourages students to learn across disciplines, to combine, say, a main degree in physics with a minor one in history. They must also complete a practical project to show they can tackle real-world problems and do voluntary work. 10 years ago, his holistic approach might have scared Indian parents. Not today, he reckons. Lately, some big global trends have begun to work in these universities' favour. English-speaking countries that attract a lot of well-off Indian students have started narrowing the gates for foreigners. Donald Trump's bashing of American universities is making it slightly easier for Indian ones to attract and retain staff. Indian academics who have well-established careers in America are not fleeing in great number. But those who are just completing their doctorates are becoming more open to moving home. Yet, to take full advantage, the elite private universities will need to swerve homegrown obstacles. Though they are somewhat less trussed up in red tape than India's public institutions, regulation remains onerous. Just like America's posh colleges, they are under pressure to become more inclusive, though they lack endowments quite as bottomless as those American outfits can draw on to pay for scholarships. They are also about to face more competition from foreign universities recently granted the right to set up campuses in India. British ones, including Bristol, Liverpool, York and Southampton, are among those already operating in India, or about to enrol their first cohorts. A big worry is the Indian government's intolerance for research or opinion that it finds irksome. Self-censorship is rife in the social sciences in particular, says one academic. Publishing an inconvenient finding can easily blow up in your face. Sensitive topics include religious freedom,
Asia.
Politics in Southeast Asia. Clash of clans. Drama in the Philippines after the vice president is impeached.
The impeachment of the Vice President of the Philippines, Sara Duterte, on May 11th marked the start of a dramatic week in Manila. The spectacle ramped up on May 13th when pro-Duterte senators holed up in the Senate building, claiming to be under violent siege by government law enforcers. Their chaotic scenes, unusual even by the notorious standards of Philippine politics, speak to what is currently on the line, the kind of leadership that will take over the country from 2028. Ms. Duterte, the daughter of Rodrigo Duterte, a former strongman president, represents one of the country's two most powerful political clans. In 2022, she hitched her fortunes to the leader of the other one, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, whose own father was a corrupt, violent dictator. Bongbong rode to the presidency on their combined ticket. Then the two fell out spectacularly. For Mr. Marcos's backers with a solid majority in the House, the impeachment is a chance to finish off Ms. Duterte and her clan, whose power in politics is rooted in the gun-ridden Mindanao in the south, where feuding starts before breakfast. The Senate must now put Ms. Duterte on trial. Conviction requires a 2/3 majority and would prevent her standing for president in 2028. Yet the president's sway in the Senate is tenuous. For now, Ms. Duterte is still the favourite to take the Philippines' top job in 2 years' time. In 2024, Ms. Duterte boasted that, should anything befall her, she had booked an assassin to kill Mr. Marcos, his wife, and the Speaker of the House at the time. Yet insiders think that is the weakest of 4 articles of impeachment. The strongest, they say, are charges of corruption and unexplained wealth. The Anti-Money Laundering Council says it has uncovered at least 6.8 billion Philippine pesos, or $110 million, in suspicious transactions tied to Ms. Duterte's and her husband's accounts. Ms. Duterte's allies are now attempting to prevail in the 24-member Senate. Just before the impeachment, Alan Peter Cayetano, a Duterte ally, secured the votes necessary to unseat the Senate president. He swiftly granted protective custody to Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, who was Rodrigo Duterte's police chief and overseer of his extrajudicial war on drugs, in which thousands died. Mr. Duterte is now in The Hague, awaiting trial before the International Criminal Court, or ICC, on charges of murder, torture and rape. In the Senate chamber on May 11th, Mr. de la Rosa appeared from hiding to help vote Mr. Cayetano president. Federal agents attempted, but failed, to serve an ICC warrant on him. Then, in the evening of May 13th, gunshots were heard inside the Senate building. Pro-Duterte senators inside claimed to be under siege by government agents. On television, Mr. Marcos denied any government operations. It smells of a manufactured crisis. The Senate's own forces, now reporting to Mr. Cayetano, may have fired the shots. At whom, if anybody, remains unclear. In the chaos, Mr. de la Rosa appears to have slipped away. When it begins, Ms. Duterte's Senate trial will be all about politics, not legal guilt. Conviction is not assured. Some senators are under the cloud of a huge corruption scandal involving funds for flood control projects and may throw their weight behind Ms. Duterte as a way to stay out of prison. Others will weigh the tides of public opinion.
China.
Trump and Xi. Dim symmetry. Business deals mask divisions on Iran, Ukraine and AI at a summit in Beijing.
The Temple of Heaven in Beijing has long been a symbol of cosmological order and imperial authority. The complex, built in the 15th century, was designed to represent the relationship between the human and divine worlds, and the special role played in that by the Chinese emperor as the Son of Heaven. At least once a year, emperors would process from the Forbidden City to the temple with a vast entourage to perform ceremonies praying for a good harvest, benevolent weather, and harmony across the realm. Stability and fruitful returns were also on the minds of Xi Jinping and Donald Trump when they toured the temple on the first day of a summit in Beijing on May 14th. China's leader greeted his American counterpart with a ceremony on Tiananmen Square, followed by talks in the Great Hall of the People. But then, unusually for a visiting leader, Mr. Xi escorted Mr. Trump around the Temple of Heaven in the afternoon, before proceeding to a state banquet. Mr. Trump was scheduled to leave China on May 15th, following more talks over tea and a working lunch. The temple tour served both leaders' interests at the summit. It is their first in China since 2017 and is expected to focus on issues including trade, Taiwan, and artificial intelligence. Mr. Trump will no doubt portray the visit to the temple as a sign of respect. He had said he wanted China to outdo his last visit to Beijing, which featured an unprecedented private dinner with Mr. Xi in the Forbidden City. Overall, this visit falls a bit short, but the temple excursion, the first by an American president since 1975, will help Mr. Trump sell it as a success back home. He hopes to prop up approval ratings weighed down by his war against Iran. For Mr. Xi, meanwhile, it was a glowing opportunity to project an image of personal authority and civilizational grandeur. That will play well with many Chinese who, despite an economic slowdown, see their country growing in international stature as Mr. Trump embroils America in military adventures abroad. "I don't welcome him here, to be honest. He likes to make trouble," says Gu Yaming, who works in a photography studio near the temple. But at the very least, the two countries should be able to talk and help make the world more peaceful. The summit's choreography also helps compensate for an expected shortfall in progress on the big structural differences between the two sides. In public, both leaders sought to play down those differences as their talks began. "We're going to have a fantastic future together," said Mr. Trump, calling Mr. Xi a great leader. The American delegation also included Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary. Mr. Xi suggested that common interests outweighed differences and that stability in relations benefited the world. "We should be partners, not rivals," said Mr. Xi, who was flanked by his Chief of Staff, Cai Qi. The two leaders' main goal, according to people involved, was to prolong the year-long truce in a trade war that was agreed when they last shook hands in South Korea in October. That is critical given that at their height last year, Mr. Trump's tariffs on some Chinese goods reached 145%. Scott Bessent, America's Treasury Secretary, who has been leading negotiations with China, held preparatory talks with He Lifeng, China's vice premier, in Seoul on May 13th. One hoped-for outcome is a deal to establish new mechanisms which will better facilitate bilateral commerce, including a Board of Trade and Board of Investment, though details are fuzzy. Other pacts are expected too, particularly around China buying more American beef, soybeans, and Boeing airliners. Accompanying Mr. Trump are more than a dozen American business leaders, including Elon Musk of Tesla, Tim Cook of Apple, Larry Fink of BlackRock, and Kelly Ortberg of Boeing. Jason Huang of NVIDIA was a late addition, boarding Air Force One during a stopover in Alaska. That raised expectations of talks about China getting more NVIDIA chips, craved by Chinese AI developers. On his way to the summit, Mr. Trump said his first request to Mr. Xi would be for him to open up China to American business. Mr. Xi's top priority is Taiwan, the self-governed island that China claims. He warned Mr. Trump in their meeting that mishandling the issue could bring China and America into conflict. China has been lobbying hard for Mr. Trump to delay or reduce arms sales to Taiwan, and to declare that America opposes the island's independence. Mr. Trump alarmed Taiwan's government this week by saying, again, that he planned to discuss the question of arms sales with Mr. Xi, in apparent violation of long-standing American assurances to the island. White House officials have played down the prospects for a formal change in America's position, however, even if Mr. Trump deviates from it in off-the-cuff remarks. And Chinese government advisers say they are hoping for progress over the course of the year, with 3 more Trump-Xi meetings expected, rather than just at the summit. The two leaders may also struggle to find common ground over the wars in Europe and the Middle East. China has consistently rebuffed American appeals for it to stop providing economic and dual-use assistance for Russia's war in Ukraine. American officials had said in the run-up to the summit that Mr. Trump would urge Mr. Xi to curb Chinese purchases of Iranian oil, avoid providing military technology to the Islamic Republic, and pressure it to open up the Strait of Hormuz. But as Mr. Trump departed for Beijing, he suggested that Iran would not actually feature much in the discussions. On AI, American officials want to establish a regular dialogue with China, and potentially a hotline, at the summit. A similar dialogue started under Mr. Trump's predecessor.
China.
Bubble tea abroad. Boba boom. Chinese tea brands want to expand in America.
Back in China, Emily Chang's job was to promote Starbucks. "We were nurturing coffee culture in a country that knows centuries of tea," says the former chief marketing officer of the American firm in the People's Republic. Now Ms. Chang works for Chaji, a tea chain little known outside of China, and is doing the opposite. Her task is to champion the Chinese brand and tea drinking habit in coffee-centric America, and to resist a tendency to mispronounce Chaji. The letter G is soft. Last year, the chain became one of many firms trying to gain a foothold in America. Their outlets offer bubble tea, fruit tea, and fresh Chinese tea, sometimes capped with milky foam. The Chinese newcomers are taking on the long-established competition from Taiwan, which helped spread the word boba in the first place. It was originally a Chinese slang term meaning busty, as a synonym in English for bubble tea with its pearl-sized balls made of tapioca starch. In America, the coffee market is 28 times bigger than that of freshly made tea, reckons Huachuang Securities, a brokerage. This, it says, theoretically creates vast substitution potential. The Chinese firm's presence is still small. Hey-Tea, an upmarket brand, has led the way, opening more than 40 American shops since 2023. Just 9 of Chaji's 7,500-odd global outlets are in the States. Mixue, a giant bubble tea and ice cream seller, is the world's largest food and beverage chain, but just 5 of its 60,000 outlets are in America. By comparison, Gongcha, a Taiwanese brand, runs 2,200 outlets globally and more than 240 in America. Coco, another chain from Taiwan, has more than 5,000 franchises globally and dozens in America. The Chinese contingent wants to overtake them. Partly this is because there is too much bubble tea brewing at home. The firms making it in China are eager to find new customers.
China.
Tech Bros. Xpeng's boss speaks. Can a Chinese EV maker reinvent itself as a robot firm?
At the annual tech showcase of Xpeng, a maker of electric vehicles or EVs, the assembled crowd was surprised to see a female humanoid robot saunter along the catwalk. Speculation blew up online that the robot, known as Iron, was so lifelike that there must be a human inside. The head of Xpeng, He Xiaopeng, decided, to the dismay of his robot team, to cut open its synthetic skin on stage the next day to reveal the mechanical components underneath. People don't dare to believe that such an advanced robot came from a Chinese startup, Mr. He told the crowd. It's like 10 years ago, when many doubted that Chinese electric vehicles could be made well and go global. It turned out that Chinese firms could make EVs well and too cheaply for the comfort of foreign governments, which slapped tariffs on them. Now Mr. He is revving up for the mass production of humanoid robots, flying cars and self-driving taxis after years of development. He is bullish that he can achieve the same success. By the time you and everyone else can see a trend, it's already no longer your opportunity, the baby-faced 48-year-old billionaire told The Economist at his headquarters in the southern city of Guangzhou. On April 1st, Xpeng Motors changed its name to Xpeng Group to reflect its broader ambitions. Think about Apple Computer when they changed their name to Apple Inc., says Tula of Sino Auto Insights, a consultancy. Can the darling of the EV industry really succeed with humanoids and flying cars? Mr. He is not the best known of China's tech bros, but he is one to watch. His early bet on giving EVs tech features that now define the Chinese market, including a highly capable autonomous driving system, paid off. His polymath projects have drawn parallels with Elon Musk's. Mr. He studied computer science in Guangzhou in the 1990s and says his first goal was to make money, which he did after co-founding UC Web, a mobile internet browser, in 2004. By 2012, UC Web had 500 million users. Alibaba, a tech giant, bought him out, making him a billionaire. Then he began fusing hardware and software in cars, convinced that they should be electric and smart. It was a blind spot and an open window, says Mr. He, who co-founded Xpeng in 2014 and has run it since 2017. His tech obsession led Volkswagen, the biggest foreign car maker in China, to buy a 5% stake in Xpeng in 2023 for $700 million. VW now uses XPeng's AI chips and driver assistance systems in some of its Chinese models. Appearances of the diminutive Mr. He beside the towering boss of VW China, Ralph Brandstätter, aptly contrast the nimble Chinese upstart with the giant legacy car maker. We are quite confident that he will come out as one of the winners, says Mr. Brandstätter. Continuing to succeed in the cutthroat Chinese car industry will be hard enough. Winning in the next round of innovation will be tougher still. Mr. He will have to do 3 things. First, survive the bloodbath that he's long warned of in China's EV market, which still has some 100 sizable brands. Few EV firms make money as they undercut rivals for market share. XPeng turned a profit for the first time only in the 4th quarter of 2025. While others cut R&D spending, Mr. He says XPeng plans to invest $1 billion in AI this year. He wants to win by creating the best technology and then charging more for it. For reliable profits, XPeng needs to sell more than the 429,000 EVs it did last year and hopes to do so through boosting higher margin exports. The second issue will be technical. Advancing from EVs to flying cars and robots represents a screeching change. Many Chinese car makers are moving in the same direction, but flying cars and robots are still early in their development. Mr. He knows already how to bring ideas from one industry into another, and there is overlap in what is needed by EVs and humanoids, for instance in motors, batteries, sensors, and other components. Chinese EV suppliers already build parts for humanoids, including Tesla's Optimus. But the overlap should not be overstated, argues Po Zhao, author of Hello China Tech, a newsletter. There is a substantial difference between building an EV and building a robot in areas such as balance and safety, he says. A humanoid robot is not simply a car with legs. Third, the company must clear substantial commercial and regulatory hurdles. Mr. He's humanoids will enter mass production later this year and flying cars in 2027. XPeng already has 7,000 orders for its flying cars, but they still need more regulatory approval, supporting infrastructure, and a viable business model. Boosters predict humanoids will be transformative. Morgan Stanley, a bank, reckons the market could be worth $5 trillion by 2050. But there are plenty of skeptics asking who will buy them and how firms will make money. Turning cars electric and making them smarter is built on an established and growing market. There is no pre-existing demand for humanoids to build on. In China, the state is the biggest buyer. Robot makers want humanoids to do laundry and cook and care for the elderly, but that still requires
China.
Chagwan. The Kalinga Lychee Dilemma. Governing new tech can be harder than inventing it.
The Drone Training Centre has everything a budding pilot needs: an open field for mastering the basics, an obstacle course for refining precision, and computers for learning to program distant flights. But its most important feature is where it is. This month, Beijing banned drone sales within the city because of security concerns. The Shanghang Centre is across the border in Hebei province, where restrictions are looser. Activity is beginning to move out here, says Bai Tiantong, its director. Looser, though, does not mean loose. Every morning the school checks with air traffic control whether its drones can fly. Its permitted airspace extends upwards exactly 50 metres, and its students must train for nearly 3 months and pass a tough test before receiving certification. China's effort to corral its drones mirrors a debate now consuming officials the world over: how tightly to grip a technology before it runs wild. The dilemma: enough freedom for innovation, enough control to prevent disaster, is the central regulatory challenge of the age, repeated across autonomous driving, artificial intelligence, and much else. China's approach matters because in many of these fields it is at or near the frontier. Confusingly, two opposing narratives dominate discussions about China's tech regulations. One is that it is unusually permissive. An underdeveloped legal system means companies are not bound by red tape. Local governments vie for investment by letting entrepreneurs experiment, and the country as a whole has an authoritarian advantage in that it need not be troubled by inconveniences such as ethics or privacy. The other narrative is that China cannot help but strangle its own tech champions because it is unwilling to let private companies get too powerful and wants guardrails around disruptive technology. Each narrative has some truth. The tension between them is captured by 包容生产, a term that Chinese officials use to describe their overarching goal in tech regulation, inclusiveness and prudence. In principle, that means an openness to all manner of new inventions, dovetailed with caution about applications. In practice, China persistently struggles to meet both objectives. Take autonomous driving. China looks like a natural candidate to lead it. It already makes about 70% of the world's electric vehicles, and churns out the centres needed for robocars. But in draft rules that go into effect next year, regulators are tapping the brakes. Level 3 cars, in which technology controls everything but drivers must remain alert, will be required to come to a safe stop if drivers fail to respond promptly to warnings. The rules emerged after 2 notorious accidents involving self-driving cars. Historically, prudence often triumphs in China. It was once the Wild West for cryptocurrencies. Now they are banned. Regulators cracked down on internet giants when they muscled in on bank-style lending. And they enforced time limits to prevent children from becoming addicted to online games. The pattern is clear. When in doubt, China embraces caution, even nannying. The latest area in which China is trying to get the balance right is artificial intelligence. Many observers used to think the government was so determined to lead the world in AI that it would even tolerate mass job losses caused by the technology. But China is now showing a more conservative streak. Last month, a court ruled that companies cannot fire employees in order to replace them with AI. After a brief frenzy of people downloading AI agents, models that can make decisions themselves, the government announced in recent weeks that these agents will require human oversight, and that it will create a national registration system for them. Whether that reflects wisdom or timidity may depend on how fast foreign rivals move. Chinese scholars have turned to a somewhat obscure concept to make sense of the stop-start pattern. The Collingridge dilemma, named after David Collingridge, a late professor at Aston University in Birmingham, England. In the 1980s, he observed that when technologies are young, it is impossible to foresee how they will develop, so they cannot be well regulated. But as technologies spread, they can quickly reach a point where it is extremely difficult to regulate them. Although the Collingridge dilemma pops up in Western discussions every now and then, its fame is now greater in China. Since the rise of generative AI, scores of academic papers have asked whether it is possible to escape the dilemma. In March, Fudan University, one of China's leading universities, hosted a forum devoted to the dilemma in AI governance, which put Collingridge, or 可怜个利器, in news headlines. Credit to the Chinese academics for highlighting such a pithy way to think about regulation of new technologies, but identifying the dilemma is not the same as solving it. At the Fudan conference, scholars reached something of a consensus. Regulation was bound to lag behind the technology. That certainly has been the experience of China in multiple domains, and when officials do belatedly wade in, they tend to overcorrect for previous laxity.
Middle East and Africa.
Congo. Rebels with minerals. A year after sweeping through eastern Congo, M23 is building a state within a state and wants to make deals with America.
Before you interview the leaders of M23, the Congolese rebel group that has taken over swathes of Africa's second largest country, prepare for some unusual preliminaries. Men with machine guns frisk you for weapons. A secretary flicks through your notebook page by page in case there is poison. Devices and watches must be left outside the meeting room, lest they prove to be trackable or explosive. Once inside, however, M23 wants to project a business-like approach. A social media team takes photos. There is corporate merch, flags, banners, and desk calendars. The Economist is given exclusively a slide deck about why America should cut a deal with the group over the rare earths and 3 T metals, tin, tungsten, and tantalum, under its control. Corneille Nangaa, leader of M23's political arm, says, "Those minerals are in our region. Come, let's discuss." Mr. Nangaa's chutzpah reflects M23's hold on much of South and North Kivu provinces in eastern Congo, that together hold 15 million people and span an area the size of Greece or Mississippi. Diplomatic talks have failed to stop the front line of its war with the Democratic Republic of Congo from lengthening. From Goma, North Kivu's capital, M23 is building a parallel administration. Yet the pleas are also a sign of concern that the Trump administration is increasingly siding with M23's enemy. In December, America signed a strategic partnership with Congo. In March, it imposed sanctions on the army of Rwanda, the neighbouring country that supports M23. On April 30th, the target was Joseph Kabila, Congo's president from 2001 to 2019, whom America accuses of aiding the rebels. There have been talks between America and Congo over military training and intelligence sharing. Eric Prince, an American military contractor hired by Congo, helped its army retake a city in South Kivu earlier this year, according to Reuters. Exactly how the war will end is unclear. A military victory for one side is unlikely. A comprehensive political agreement will take huge effort. The longer the conflict goes on, the more likely it is that the Kivus will become, like rebel-held parts of Yemen, Sudan, or Libya, a state within a state. Think of the conflict as both a civil war and a proxy war. It is a civil war because M23, led by Congolese Tutsis, is fighting a Congolese state that it says discriminates against minorities. It is a proxy war in that Rwanda, itself led by a Tutsi elite, sees M23 as a way to project power. It says it is threatened by the Congolese army and the FDLR, a group of ethnic Hutus whose presence in the Kivus dates back to the Congo wars fought in the aftermath of the Rwandan genocide of 1994. Abundant mineral resources provide extra reasons to fight. 2 main initiatives are intended to curb the violence. The first, led by America, is between Congo and Rwanda. Mr. Trump often cites ending war in Congo as a reason why he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, but the fighting continues. The second, mediated by Qatar, is between Congo and M23. There are concerns that the conflict will spread to Katanga, the copper-rich region to the south. M23 has ramped up recruitment and cut deals with allied militias. It may have 38,000 fighters, notes a report by the Congo Research Group, or CRG, an institute at New York University. Congo is hiring more mercenaries and using more drones. In March, a drone strike killed a UNICEF worker in Goma. The blast was next to a Kabila family house. M23 is also creating its own de facto government. We are activating a new administration, says Mr. Nonga. Since late 2021, when the group began its latest assault on the Kivus, it has replaced hundreds of civil servants. Chiefs who wield influence in rural areas, especially over land, have been swapped. Officials received training in M23 ideology. Goma is undergoing what might be called, after the Rwandan capital, Kigalification. Every Saturday, residents participate in Salongo, a forced city beautification exercise. Motorbike taxi riders have been made to wear helmets and join a new association. A new police force has a near-identical uniform to its Rwandan counterpart. People on the streets reckon petty crime is down. Women selling vegetables say they stay open later. At a mosque, Muslims say they feel safer attending the last prayer of the day. But there is still fear. Several women say their sons or nephews have been forcibly recruited by M23. NGOs are understood to be under pressure to minimize reporting of sexual violence. Amnesty International has documented gang rape by all sides in the conflict. The economic situation is dire. Banks remain closed, leaving locals without access to credit or savings. The airport, a source of cash and imports, is shut, which makes it hard for aid workers to reach remote areas. Fewer expats and tourists means fewer shoppers. Fighting in the Kivu hinterland has left people unable to farm or to reach markets. We are selling in a cleaner city, but we don't sell as much, says a market trader. There is no money in Goma anymore because we are isolated, adds an electrical shops manager, who says her average daily revenues have fallen from $800 to $150. More tax, less money, is a money exchanger's pithy summary. Regarding security, life is good, a motorbike taxi driver says. Economically, life is not good. Freddie Kaniki, deputy coordinator of M23's political wing, agrees that local people face a medieval situation. But he says that Felix Tshisekedi, Congo's president, is engaging in collective punishment by refusing to reopen banks. He claims that M23 has eliminated dozens of taxes imposed by the Congolese government while better enforcing the remaining ones. The group is also trying to build an alternative financial system. A small building next to a laundrette on a side street is, in effect, the central bank of the Kivus. Inside, Cédric Fiemar Punduyange, a dapper man with high-waisted black trousers and books by Joseph Schumpeter on his desk, presents two formula-filled papers with plans to manage exchange rates and boost the money supply. Sometimes financial regulation here can be more complex than military strategy, he says. He claims new lenders, one called IMF Kivu, no relation to the one in Washington, D.C., show some are willing to upset Congo's government in Kinshasa, its capital, by setting up financial institutions. Mr. Fiemar Punduyange declines to say who these entrepreneurs are. But the business elite in Goma has changed. Trade with Rwanda, always robust, seems to have strengthened. Supermarkets stock more Rwandan cheese and less of the Gouda-like Congolese stuff. One Rwandan tycoon says he has a huge interest in seeing M23 succeed from a DNA perspective, but also from a business perspective. The militia has seized around 45 mining assets, according to the CRG report. The most important is Rubeya, a town northwest of Goma, with deposits amounting to 15% of current global tantalum supply. Congo has put the mine on a list of assets for potential American investment, even though it is under M23 control. Ever since they, Congo and the Trump administration, signed the mineral deal, we don't feel the same reception, says Mr. Kaniki. We realise the game has changed. It's now transactional. So he hands out the pitch deck, listing the 5 main mining assets under M23 control that he wants to discuss with America. In a line that is more MBA than M23, the deck says the group's plan represents a more deliverable pathway to the same US supply chain objectives than Congo's. Mr. Kaniki adds that some assets Congo is offering away from the Kivus are privately owned or under litigation. America is making the same mistake they are making in Iran, he says, going in without an endgame strategy. There are problems. M23's leaders, though not Mr. Kaniki, are under American sanctions. It does not run a sovereign state. Congo thinks it can retake Rubeya with the help of mercenaries. What happens in the war will depend in part on whether American pressure exacerbates tensions within M23. Military leaders are not always aligned. Generals compete over business as well as strategy. The military and political wings diverge too. The latter cares more about gaining power in Kinshasa, the former about control of the Kivus. America hopes its sanctions on the Rwanda Defence Force will prompt Rwanda to distance itself from M23. Westerners have already cancelled or paused investments in firms owned by the Ministry of Defence. Paul Kagame, Rwanda's president, may struggle to pitch his country as Africa's Singapore when his army joins North Korea on America's naughty list. After M23 previously took Goma in 2012, Rwanda eventually withdrew support under Western pressure. Mr. Kagame has also in the past cut deals with Congo over the heads of M23. Yet there is still genuine concern in Kigali that, with Mr. Tshisekedi emboldened, Congo and the FDLR represent an enduring threat. Eventually there will have to be a political deal. For all their flaws, the two diplomatic tracks are keeping the sides talking. While that goes on, M23 will become more embedded in the Kivus. This is home, says Mr. Kaniki. If it takes 20 years, we will wait.
Middle East and Africa.
France and Africa. Hello and au revoir. France bets on business to shake off its colonial baggage.
He cooked with a Kenyan influencer and ran with Eliud Kipchoge, a long-distance runner. He even danced to a live performance of Jerusalema, a South African hit. Emmanuel Macron's trip to Kenya from May 10th to May 12th certainly felt different. Indeed, it was the first time France has held an Africa summit in an English-speaking country. After bruising recent setbacks in Francophone Africa, the French president is trying to shape a different link between France and the continent. The English-speaking African leaders present seemed happy to join the club. For Kenya, the summit offered a chance for William Ruto, the president, to play regional leader. He pushed, as usual, for a permanent seat for Africans on the UN's Security Council and for credit reforms to encourage investment in Africa. Mr. Macron has invited him to the G7 summit next month in Evian. Instead of focusing on aid, the summit put business at the centre of what Mr. Macron and Mr. Rutte called a partnership of equals. They signed over $1 billion in bilateral deals, including an $820 million joint venture to revamp a port terminal in Mombasa on the Kenyan coast. Accor, a French hotel chain, is backing 10 Nigerian hotels. Eutelsat, a French satellite company, is expanding broadband in 20 African countries. Other African leaders also went to talk business. Bola Tinubu, Nigeria's president, who has visited France 12 times in the past 3 years, brought along leading entrepreneurs. Aliko Dangote, Africa's richest man, hinted at plans for a giant oil refinery in Kenya. In total, 14 billion euros, that's $16.5 billion, of French public and private investment, and 9 billion euros of African investment were signed off. That includes pledges that may not come to pass and plans that were already public. But it is still significant. The UN puts foreign direct investment inflows to Africa at just $59 billion in 2025, despite increasing interest from China and the Gulf. Since he was elected in 2017, Mr. Macron has tried to move away from an Africa policy weighed down by post-colonial baggage and widely criticised by a younger African generation. On his watch, France has returned cultural artefacts from museums to Senegal and Benin, reset relations with post-genocide Rwanda, and reformed its role in running a currency shared by West African countries. Anglophone alliances seem to be paying off. A new Ipsos poll suggests that 93% of Kenyans and 90% of Nigerians have a good image of France, far more than in French-speaking countries. Yet the shift has been halting and at times a fiasco. Mr. Macron has presided over a forced retreat from the Sahel, where France used to conduct a long-running counter-terrorism operation. After coups had installed hostile regimes that turned to Russia for security instead, France was kicked out of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, all of which ignored the summit. In Nairobi, Mr. Macron claimed that France had felt no offence, but that Mali's coup leaders had not taken the best decision for their country. Jihadists recently took control of swathes of the north from Malian and Russian forces. Yet few seem to regret France's departure. It's not because
Middle East and Africa.
Iran and the Gulf. No war, no peace. Gulf states face irreversible economic harm unless a deal is reached soon.
What began as a temporary ceasefire has now lasted almost as long as the fighting that preceded it. America and Iran are in the 6th week of a truce announced on April 8th. Many in the Gulf had hoped it would bring a swift end to the war and to the economic disruption it has caused. Instead, they find themselves in limbo. The war is paused despite skirmishes in the Strait of Hormuz and Iranian attacks on the United Arab Emirates, or UAE, but there is no lasting peace and thus almost no traffic through the strait. As the talks continue, some Gulf residents are starting to ask the unthinkable. What if this drags on for months? The Gulf Cooperation Council, or GCC, a club of 6 petro-monarchies, has managed the crisis well, spending tens of billions of dollars to support their economies. Officials sound confident that they can weather a bit more disruption and bounce back quickly when it ends. As weeks turn into months, though, the risk of lasting damage grows. On May 10th, Iran offered its latest proposal for a permanent ceasefire. The text is not public, but diplomats in the region say key issues remain unresolved. The parties have yet to agree on the duration of a moratorium for uranium enrichment, what to do with Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium, and whether Iran will have to dismantle some nuclear facilities, among other things. Donald Trump called the proposal totally unacceptable. It is easy to see the consequences of a prolonged stalemate for America and Iran. Motorists in America are now paying an average of $4.52 a gallon for petrol, up 52% from before the war. In Iran, one official estimates that more than 1 million people have lost their jobs. Quantifying the damage in Gulf states is harder, given that they are desperate to project an image of normality. The clearest hit is on the oil and gas industry, which accounts for roughly a quarter of the region's GDP and most of its export revenue. Saudi Arabia's oil exports have fallen by around a third since the war began, and the UAE's by half. Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar have exported almost nothing. If trade and shipping remain curtailed by more than a few weeks from today, we anticipate the market to normalize only in 2027. Amin Nasser, the boss of Saudi Aramco, the kingdom's state-run oil giant, said on May the 10th. A tanker loaded with Qatari liquefied natural gas, or LNG, did manage to pass through the Strait of Hormuz on May the 10th, the first Qatari one to do so since the war began. The vessel, bound for Pakistan, took a route through Iran's territorial waters, where the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, has tried to levy tolls. A source familiar with the arrangement denied that any such fees were paid, however. They described a deal between Iran and Pakistan, which has been the central mediator between America and Iran, and is also desperate for gas. Yet Iran is unlikely to allow many more such transits. The energy sector is not the only one desperate for a lasting deal. Take travel and tourism, which accounted for more than 11% of pre-war Gulf GDP and an even larger share in the UAE. Though few tourists are arriving in the Gulf, transit traffic has kept airlines in business. Emirates, the largest of the bunch, moved a total of 4.7 million passengers in March and April. That is only around 50% of the Dubai-based carrier's usual load, but still better than one would expect from an airline whose hub has been repeatedly bombed. On recent flights to Doha, Dubai, and Riyadh, your correspondent found cabins nearly full. Step outside the airport, however, and things look bleak. Hotels are empty enough to let receptionists greet arriving guests by name because no one else is checking in that day. In Bahrain, the value of credit card spending at hotels was 64% lower in March than in February. Moody's, a ratings agency, estimates that hotel occupancy in Dubai will be just 10% this quarter, down from 80% in February. Tens of thousands of workers have been furloughed or fired from service sector jobs. Shops are still well stocked. Despite the closure of Hormuz, Saudi Arabia has emerged as a lifeline, with goods delivered by ship to its Red Sea ports and then hauled over land to neighbouring countries. Wartime shortages seem trivial. Restaurants apologise for running out of Australian Wagyu beef or Italian burrata. The lone liquor store in Riyadh has periodically exhausted its stocks of white wine. But the cost has been eye-watering, both for governments and retailers. Gulf countries have varying abilities to cope. The Qataris say they can manage for a few more months, despite the near-total loss of export revenue from LNG, helium and other commodities. Banks in the UAE still look well capitalized. They have deferred loan payments and waived fees for thousands of businesses, part of a relief package worth more than 6 billion dirhams or $1.6 billion.
Middle East and Africa.
Human rights in Syria. Rough justice. The government rushes to put Assad-era officials on trial for abuses.
15 years ago, Atef Najib, then the security chief of Daraa, a city in southern Syria, epitomized the cruelty of the regime of Bashar al-Assad, the dictator who was toppled in 2024. When the parents of children arrested in protests in the city in 2011 came to Mr. Najib to beg for mercy, he told them to forget about their sons, go home and make new ones. The brutality in Daraa morphed into nearly 14 years of nationwide repression and bloodshed. Now Mr. Najib sits in a cage in a court in Damascus, the capital, wearing a black and white prison uniform. He is on trial for murder, torture, and orchestrating massacres. We have been waiting for this moment since the beginning of the revolution, says Maram Abazaid, who in 2011 was a teenager in Daraa, forced to watch her friend's arrests. Now she is one of the lawyers representing Mr. Najib's victims in Syria's first trial of Assad-era officials. As his name was read out alongside those of his victims during a hearing on April 26th, she scrutinized his features. He knew exactly who he was facing, she says. He knew which children he had arrested. On May 10th, Mr. Najib denied all charges against him and blamed the repression in Daraa on Syria's other security agencies. A first cousin of Mr. Assad, he was captured in a raid in January 2025. He is the most prominent figure in the old regime in the custody of the government of Ahmad al-Sharaa, the rebel leader who overthrew Mr. Assad and is now Syria's president. Mr. Najib's case illustrates the difficulties that the new government and the lawyers sympathetic to it have been having in holding people like him to account. Last year, Mr. Sharaa announced a transitional justice commission to some fanfare. Yet many Syrians feel its performance so far has been lacking. Some had hoped justice would be applied to all sides, including to rebels who perpetrated atrocities. That would have included holding to account some of Mr. Sharaa's comrades. The government's approach has been more selective. Apart from not looking too closely at its own ranks, it has, on occasion, found it expedient to recruit some of those implicated in Mr. Assad's crimes. As the Commission has founded, the pressure on the government to achieve accountability has grown. Sectarian violence and lethal reprisals have been spreading in rural areas outside Damascus that are home to Mr. Assad's acolytes. People feel the government has no interest in transitional justice, so they take matters into their own hands, says a lawyer. The trial of Mr. Najib is an attempt by the government to stem such trends by doling out swift justice. It was brought by the Ministry of Justice, using the pre-existing legal system in Damascus, rather than a new transitional justice law being prepared by the Commission. Yet it is unclear what sort of justice the trial will bring, if any. 5 decades of the Assad's rule ruined Syria's justice system. Its statute book has no provision for crimes against humanity, or for assigning command responsibility or indirect responsibility for crimes. Judges say they will be able to draw on treaties that Syria has signed, notably the Geneva Conventions and the Convention Against Torture. Even so, convicting the likes of Mr. Najib will not be straightforward. Some lawyers are troubled that the trial has started before the legal framework has been publicly debated and agreed upon. such haste risks undermining the legitimacy of the trial, says Nusha Kabawat, a specialist in transitional justice who attended the first hearing. Because of the rush to get the process over with, not enough time is spent ensuring that investigations, prosecutions, and eventually these trials must be consistent with due process and meet the standards of a fair trial. Given Syria's recent history, achieving justice was always going to be complicated. For Ms. Abazaid, it is important that the trials are happening, regardless of legal imperfections. These trials represent a historic moment, not just legally but humanly, she says. It acknowledges the victims' suffering and sends a clear message that Syrian blood is not cheap.
Europe.
Russia's war. Dead in its tracks. Vladimir Putin faces stalemate in Ukraine and stagnation at home.
This year's Victory Day parade in Moscow on May 9th involved nothing triumphal. For the first time in 2 decades, tanks did not rumble through Red Square in celebration of the Soviet Union's role in defeating Nazi Germany. Russia's authorities deemed it too great a risk to cram armoured vehicles and missile carriers into nearby staging areas. They would have made too juicy a target for Ukraine's drones. In the run-up, mobile internet services in Moscow and St. Petersburg were cut off for security reasons. Large numbers of air defence systems were redeployed from remote parts of the country. Rubbing in the insult, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky issued a decree to permit the parade to proceed, saying that Red Square would not be attacked. Ukraine and Russia agreed to a 3-day ceasefire brokered by America, though by May 10th, both sides were accusing the other of having violated it. After the parade, Vladimir Putin, Russia's president, said he thought the war was coming to an end. The symbolism is hard to overstate. A day that was meant to epitomize the military might of Mr. Putin's Russia instead signalled its weakness. In this, at least, it was an accurate reflection of Russia's battlefield setbacks and fear of Ukraine's long-range hits. For the first time in nearly 3 years, the initiative in the war appears to have shifted in favour of Ukraine. Having got through a winter when its cities and energy grid were pummeled almost nightly, Ukraine is now, by almost every measure, imposing increasing costs on Russia. Not only has Russia's expected spring offensive been a flop, but in April Russian forces suffered a net loss of territory for the first time since August 2024. The Institute for the Study of War, or ISW, a think tank in Washington, recently listed contributing factors to Ukraine's successes: ground counterattacks and mid-range strikes by Ukraine's forces, the end of Russia's illicit use of Starlink terminals in Ukraine, and the Kremlin's throttling of the Telegram messaging app at home. Based on ISW maps, Russia has lost control of 113 square kilometres over the past 30 days. Overall, it feels like an inflection point in the war, says Sir Lawrence Freedman, an emeritus professor of war studies at King's College London. Losses of soldiers running at 35,000 a month exceed the pace at which Russia can recruit replacements. Nearly 1.4 million have been killed or seriously wounded since the invasion. Until last year, the ratio of killed to wounded may have been between 1 to 2 and 1 to 3, poor by modern standards, but roughly in line with past conflicts. In March, Mr. Zelensky said that Russia was suffering almost 2 dead soldiers for every 1 wounded. The ratio appears to be rising because so many casualties, perhaps 80%, are now caused by first-person view drones. These imperil attempts at medical evacuation, which has never been a high priority for the Russians. They simply leave their wounded on the battlefield, says Seth Jones of the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. Russian soldiers complain that Ukraine's new drones are inaudible until they dive. They use AI and are controlled with fibre optic cables to thwart jammers. Alexei Chadaev, the director of a drone development facility in the Russian city of Veliki Novgorod, wrote on April 7th that Russia had lost leadership to Ukraine and was struggling to move units close to the front. Russia has restricted the size of convoys in Donetsk to 2 lorries at a time to make them harder to detect. A drone kill zone of some 20 kilometres between the front lines is being extended far to the Russian rear, Sir Lawrence argues. This hurts Russian operations more than Ukrainian ones because the Russians are trying to advance. For Ukraine, it is far more effective to take out the supporting infrastructure for an offensive than to kill the few troops who now lead attacks. Farther back, Russia is suffering mounting losses to Ukraine's mid-range drones, with ranges of 50 kilometres to 300 kilometres. Mr. Zelensky claims procurement of such systems this year is 5 times greater than in all of 2025. Targets include ammunition depots, drone warehouses, command posts, missile launchers, radars, and points where vehicles and troops concentrate. Added to the battlefield setbacks is the increase in Ukraine's deep strike operations. In March, for the first time, Ukraine surpassed Russia in the number of long-range drone attacks it launched. Economic and military targets, almost 2,000 kilometres from the Ukrainian border, are regularly being hit. An oil refinery at Perm in the Urals was set ablaze in early May. Oil infrastructure is being struck with increasing frequency. Overall, Russian oil exports fell by only 7% in April, and revenues nearly doubled thanks to the Iran war. But on May 12th, the government cut its growth forecast for 2026 from 1.3% to 0.4%. Russia's size and Ukraine's success at damaging its air defence systems
Europe.
Hungary's new government. Big promises. Péter Magyar takes office pledging to restore the rule of law.
May 9th was a day of symbolism in Budapest. In the morning, Péter Magyar was sworn in as Prime Minister in Hungary's majestic neo-Gothic parliament. For his inauguration, he had picked Europe Day, which the European Union celebrates as its notional anniversary, to mark Hungary's renewed commitment to the bloc. Members of Parliament sang along to 4 anthems: the Hungarian one, the Székely anthem of the Hungarian minority in Romania, Ode to Joy, the anthem of the EU, and the unofficial anthem of the Roma, performed by children in white shirts and bow ties. In the afternoon, tens of thousands gathered for a regime change party on Kossuth Square. Mr. Magyar thanked the crowd for delivering a Hungary that is democratic once again, and promised a system change after 16 years of Viktor Orbán's illiberal rule. It is a hugely ambitious project. Mr. Magyar must re-establish the rule of law, hold Mr. Orbán and his corrupt cronies accountable for their deeds, and, perhaps most important, repair Hungary's relationship with the EU. Rebuilding ties with Brussels is particularly urgent. Because of Mr. Orbán's violations of the rule of law, the EU has blocked the dispersal of funds amounting to around 18 billion euros, that's $21 billion, nearly 10% of Hungary's GDP. The biggest pot of aid is from the Union's post-COVID recovery plan, which will expire at the end of August. Magyar is prioritising the two conditions for the receipt of those funds, putting in place an anti-corruption programme and a plan to restore judicial independence, says Kim Lane Shepperly, an expert on Hungarian law at Princeton University. Mr. Magyar made a start by announcing that Hungary will create a programme to recover misappropriated assets and will join the European Public Prosecutor's Office, which prosecutes crimes involving the EU's budget. Judicial independence can be achieved by simply enforcing the laws that Mr. Orbán refused to, says Ms. Lane Shepperly. For example, the Supreme Court must allocate cases randomly. Under Mr. Orbán, cases involving the government were assigned to friendly judges. Mr. Orbán liked to concentrate power in a few big ministries. Mr. Magyar's cabinet, by contrast, has grown to 16 ministers, mainly experienced outsiders who have not served in government. Anita Orbán, no relation of Viktor, a diplomat and energy expert, is the foreign minister. The economy minister is István Kapitányi, a former executive at Shell. Romus Rusinsendi, the armed forces chief of staff until Mr. Orbán ousted him,
Europe.
Armenia's election. Patron quest. The incumbent hopes voters will endorse his pivot to the West.
In 2023, Armenia finally lost a decades-long intermittent war against its neighbouring Azerbaijan over a bit of territory known as Nagorno-Karabakh. Since then, Nikol Pashinyan, Armenia's Prime Minister, has been trying to wrest a diplomatic victory from the jaws of military defeat. Let down by Russia, Armenia's longtime patron, he is pivoting to America and Europe and working on a peace treaty with Azerbaijan. On June 7th, voters will give their verdict on his efforts in a general election. Opinion polls suggest he will probably win. European leaders have lent their support. On May 4th, Yerevan, Armenia's capital, hosted a meeting of the European Political Community, or EPC, a group of countries in and around the European Union. The next day, the EU held its first bilateral summit with Armenia. The bloc is offering Armenia up to €2.5 billion, that's $2.9 billion, in infrastructure funding, more than 10% of its annual GDP. Armenia hopes to become a member one day. Plenty of Armenians dislike Mr. Pashinyan. Murals of fallen soldiers dot Yerevan, reminders of his failures during the war. Outside the EPC summit, protesters waved the flag of Artsakh, the erstwhile ethnic Armenian statelet in Nagorno-Karabakh. Some refugees from the territory wanted their relatives' bodies to be transported to Armenia. Others called for Azerbaijan to free prisoners of war. Several demonstrators predicted that the pro-Western pivot would backfire. He is turning Armenia into a playground for geopolitical games, says one young man who fled Nagorno-Karabakh in 2023. Nationalist politicians are stoking discontent. Samvel Karapetyan, a Russian-Armenian oligarch who leads the most popular opposition group, is under house arrest for calling the government to be overthrown. He denies the charge. When your correspondent visited him in his swanky mansion, Mr. Karapetyan accused the government of kowtowing to Azerbaijani demands. Mr. Pashinyan, he says, is attempting to trigger a war with Russia. Such views are not uncommon in Yerevan, a stronghold of the old elite, but they are rarer in the countryside, where the government has built roads and schools. Residents of border regions might benefit most from peace. Mr. Pashinyan's Civil Contract Party polls at around 30%, well ahead of Mr. Karapetyan's outfit. Mr. Pashinyan has flaws. The anti-corruption drive of his first term has waned, and he has a populist streak that riles his opponents. You get a lot more monologue than dialogue from Pashinyan, says Thomas Duval of Carnegie Europe, a think tank. In March, the Prime Minister was filmed arguing with a Karabakh refugee who refused to accept a civil contract campaign badge. He later apologised. The Kremlin could meddle too. Russia provides 85% of Armenia's gas and maintains an army base there.
Europe.
Bunker mentality. Raving on the Rhineland. Why the world's best DJs are flocking to an obscure town in West Germany.
As you approach the dance floor, you feel the bass before you hear it. Enter the throng and you're bathed in a sound so clean it seems to reorganize the air around you. Since opening in late 2023, Open Ground, based in a reconstructed wartime bunker in the West German town of Wuppertal, has earned a reputation as one of the best-sounding nightclubs in the world. It is another universe from the lavish flesh pots of Las Vegas or Ibiza. But for a certain sort of nightlife connoisseur, this post-industrial town has become an essential stop. Open Ground is the brainchild of Marcus Riedel, a local who set up the club with financing from his brother, an entrepreneur. Sick of clubs with terrible sound, Mr. Riedel and his business partner, Mark Ernestus, veterans of the Berlin music scene, recruited acousticians to turn their concrete shell into an aural delight. Polyester-lined panels absorb auditory reflections, leaving a crystalline sound that brings out details lost in muddier spaces. This wizardry is complemented by speaker technology custom-made for the space. It's a temple for music, enthuses Darren White, aka D-Bridge, a DJ who performs at the club. An eclectic approach to genre expands the appeal. Mr. White says his circles are abuzz with talks of Open Ground. As word spread, DJs approach the club seeking bookings. Everyone who has played wants to play again, and everyone who hasn't wants to, chuckles Arthur Rieger, its programming chief. Open Ground has helped nudge Wuppertal, Germany's 17th biggest town, onto the map. Some youngsters studying
Europe.
Europe's housing shortage. No direction home. Rent controls are exacerbating housing shortages and feeding populist anger.
When Bourgeois Fincas, a property agency in Barcelona, lists a flat for rent on the internet, it gets 200 inquiries within an hour or so, and it is let within a day. It's been like this since last year, says Jaume Cortés, who works there. The change is brutal. The agency is based in the Eixample, a leafy grid of elegant 19th-century streets that stretches north from the city's historic Gothic heart. In many cases, the new tenants are digital nomads or other foreigners seeking a second home in the sun. But at the bottom of the market, the competition is just as fierce. In poor suburbs of Barcelona and Madrid, agents report individual rooms being fought over, some rented by the hour by shift workers who take turns sleeping there. All across Europe, cities face housing shortages. Average house prices in the EU surged by 60% between 2015 and 2025, well ahead of household incomes. In many places, rents take up much more than 40% of average salaries, a threshold that can imply financial difficulty. Housing is an urgent political issue. Some link the populist right's rise to the difficulty of finding a home, especially for the young. In Spain and the Netherlands, polls find it is the top public concern. The EU talks of a housing crisis. Its 27 national leaders are due to discuss this at a summit this year. In 2024, the European Commission appointed a housing commissioner for the first time, shared with energy. It plans to tweak rules to allow more public investment and let governments limit tourist flats. Housing markets vary from country to country. Germans tend to rent their homes, while Southern and Eastern Europeans prefer to buy. Public and social housing, that is those subsidized or run by non-profit organizations, makes up 30% or more of the stock in the Netherlands and in Vienna. By contrast, in Spain, public housing accounts for just 3.4%. The EU average is 8%. Yet the surge in rents and house prices is taking place across the continent, a symptom of a growing mismatch between supply and demand. Nowhere is the shortage more acute than in Spain. The Bank of Spain reckons there is a shortfall of 700,000 homes. There are 1.2 million more households now than in 2021, mainly because of massive immigration. But Spain builds fewer than 90,000 homes per year. On top of that, sun-seeking foreigners account for up to a fifth of buyers. There are shortages elsewhere too. Germany is building only around half the 400,000 new housing units economists say it needs each year. France will start around 300,000 new homes this year, according to its Building Federation. But that is some 220,000 fewer than it needs. Immigration is one factor, but so is the steady dribble of people from countryside to city. A census in Spain in 2021 found 3.8 million empty homes, 14% of the total, mostly in poor repair or in small towns or villages where few want to live. Much the same applies in Italy. One response to the crisis is rent controls. These are long-standing in Germany. In the Netherlands, where the waiting list for social housing in Amsterdam is almost 11 years, a centrist government greatly expanded them for private rentals in 2024. In Spain in 2023, the socialist-led administration of Pedro Sánchez, under pressure from its far-left allies, approved a housing law that allows regional and local governments to cap rent increases. The way to fix a disastrous situation isn't not to protect anyone, says an official at Spain's housing ministry. Yet the rent control approach has perverse consequences. Jorge Galindo of ESADE, a business school in Madrid, compares it to ordering the queue rather than trying to reduce it. It favours insiders, those who are already renting, at the expense of outsiders who are unable to find a home. Take Catalonia, whose regional government has applied rent caps for most of the period since 2020 and has imposed additional regulations on landlords. The result in the first 2 years was a 5% fall in rents for existing tenants, but a 10% fall in the number of new rental contracts, according to a study led by José García Montalvo of Pompeu Fabra University in Barcelona. Regulation has created uncertainty, he says. Landlords don't know what to do. Dutch controls have had a similar outcome. Landlords barred from charging market-rate rents often sell their apartments, reducing the supply of rental housing. Those who suffer are the people at the bottom with limited budgets or recent arrivals, says Matthijs Kurevaar at Erasmus University in Rotterdam. Rather than bludgeoning landlords, it may be better to coax them with tax cuts on rental income. Portugal has cut income tax on rent for moderately priced homes from 25% to 10%. Mr. Sanchez has offered a tax break for landlords who don't raise rents. The imperative is to build more homes, but that is harder than it sounds. Mr. Sanchez has launched a €7 billion, that's $8.2 billion, 4-year plan, focusing on public housing. The Catalan regional and Barcelona city administrations have similar plans, but mayors and regional governments control most development land, and many practice NIMBYism. The bottleneck is administrative, says Said Ehal Kronos, a firm that builds mainly mid-market housing in Spain and Portugal. In Catalonia, it can take 12 years to get the permits to build. A draft land law, which would cut red tape, fell foul of the bad blood between Mr. Sanchez and his conservative opponents. Europe faces a shortage of construction workers. Spain has only enough to build 100,000 homes a year, says Mr. Ehal. After the bursting of a housing bubble in 2008, when the country was building an excessive 560,000 houses a year, many immigrant building workers went home. Many others switched to less demanding jobs in tourism. The continent's construction industry is inefficient, with many small and backward firms. The Iran war has driven up the costs of building materials. Governments have only just started to tackle this bottleneck. To cut costs, a public housing project in Stockholm features standardized elements such as kitchens. Mr. Sanchez's plan includes spending €1.3 billion in European funds to ramp up industrial production of modules for housing.
Europe.
Charlemagne. How socialism got left behind. The workers' parties aren't working.
Anyone despairing at the trajectory of their career should spare a thought for Europe's socialist politicians. At the turn of the century, over 2/3 of citizens in the European Union lived in countries run by leaders from the centre-left. The continent's future looked red, or at least rose-tinted. Granted, the likes of Gerhard Schröder in Germany and Tony Blair in Britain were hardly dyed-in-the-wool pinkos. They aimed not to overthrow capitalism, but to temper its excesses. Yet their trick of pinching the right's best ideas and mixing them with lefty shibboleths soon lost its lustre. By 2016, the number of Europeans living in countries run by Social Democrats had slumped to just 1/3. Those who assumed the pendulum would soon swing back leftward have had their hopes dashed, then dashed again. Today, only 3 of the EU's 27 national leaders are progressives: Pedro Sánchez in Spain, Mette Frederiksen in Denmark, and Robert Abela in tiny Malta. They represent just 1/10 of the Union's population. It could soon be less. On May the 8th, it was announced that Ms. Frederiksen had failed in her initial bid to form a coalition government following elections in March. Her deputy as Prime Minister, Truls Lund Poulsen, has been asked by the King to see if his centrist outfit can cobble together an alliance, thus booting Ms. Frederiksen into opposition. The canny incumbent may yet find a way to cling to office despite having led the Social Democrats to their worst electoral score in well over a century. But even a Danish reprieve would be a scant consolation for her fellow European socialists. Ms. Frederiksen is the black sheep of the continental left, having thrived in part by being ostentatiously tough on migrants, a formula that many in her camp feel betrays the humanist roots of their creed. They are much happier with her willingness to stand up to Donald Trump, who inadvertently gave Ms. Frederiksen a boost in the polls by threatening to invade Greenland. Once the party of Labour, Europe's centre-left now spends much of its time searching for gainful employment. Could the continent become a socialist-free zone, at least at the top of national politics? Mr. Sánchez is the left's last great hope, yet he will face voters within a year or so, and his party is lagging behind the centre-right. It is not clear who would replace him as a figurehead for the defenders of the Euro-proletariat. The Netherlands is the only one of the EU's biggest 10 countries in which socialists, after having merged with an erstwhile green rival, have eked out a narrow lead in the polls, and the Dutch are not due to hold national elections for 4 years. A few smaller countries may deliver left-leaning governments, for example Sweden or Finland. In Germany and Poland, the centre-left is a junior partner in governing coalitions. In Romania, it recently brought one down. But it is harder than ever to imagine the left running the show in a country with real sway in EU affairs. The German SPD has been battered in recent regional elections and languishes at 13% in nationwide polling, behind the centre-right, the xenophobic AfD and the Greens. In France, no socialist is polling well ahead of next year's presidential election. The candidate in 2022 got just 1.8% of the vote. In many parts of Central Europe, there is barely a socialist party to contest elections, let alone win them. Beyond a few town halls, the only modicum of power socialists still hold is at EU level, and even that is much weakened. The centre-right holds most of the big jobs in Brussels and is busy implementing a deregulatory agenda over the progressives' objections. What went wrong? Endless academic tracts attribute the left's decline to the gradual disappearance of the factories, docks and mines that once provided socialism's natural habitat. For a while, the centre-left seemed to have done a good job replacing blue-collar workers with graduate types, out with metal bashers, in with school teachers. Fair enough. Still, the challenge of adapting to the times should have been yet more acute for the socialists' historical rivals, the Christian Democrats. They faced a continent where churches were emptying even faster than trade union halls. Somehow the centre-right managed, while the left did not. More acute has been the effect of political fragmentation. Social Democrats used to be one of two main options on Europeans' ballot papers. Even in the wake of election losses, the political cycle could be trusted to send power back their way given time, as it continues to do, for example, in America, where Democrats will make gains in the midterm elections in November. The splintering of European polities into many parties has also affected the centre-right. But socialists have seen their share of the vote nibbled on three sides. Other parties of the left, both Greens and hardened Marxist types, have made inroads. Some leftists ditched the party for a lurch into the political centre, notably in France under Emmanuel Macron, once a minister in a socialist government. Many left behind post-industrial areas that once voted for progressives flocked to populists on the right. One optimistic interpretation of the left's woes is that its faded prospects reflect its past achievements. Who in Europe now calls into question the importance of pensions, paid holidays, soaking the rich and other
Europe.
The Telegram. Stumbling into an EU-China trade war. Swamped by Chinese exports, Europe nears a point of no return.
The chances of a trade war between the European Union and China are far higher than most Europeans realise. In the corridors of Brussels, insiders have theories to explain this calm. One involves a Trump effect. Political and business leaders spend too much time reacting to provocations from Donald Trump and his team. Chinese bullying is discreet. If Xi Jinping shared his darkest thoughts on social media, more leaders might realize that, compared with America, China is a more urgent threat. There is complacency on China's side, too. To prosper, Chinese exporters need the EU's 450 million consumers, especially as America walls itself off. Yet Chinese officials shrug off European pleas to tackle trade imbalances. Those now run at €1 billion, that's $1.18 billion a day, in China's favour, amid surging Chinese exports to Europe and slumping EU sales to China. A stream of visiting European leaders have warned Mr. Xi that China's state-backed manufacturing juggernaut poses an intolerable threat to industries in their home countries. Unless China changes course, Europe too will have to close itself off, is their coordinated message. So far, China's reaction involves more cynicism than fear. Party high-ups are connoisseurs of power and coercion. That is how they become party bosses, at least until the next purge. It is why they respect and resent America, the one country with the financial, technological, and military might to slow China's rise. By contrast, they see Europe as an economic giant with puny geopolitical leverage, hobbled by its need for consensus among 27 members. On a visit to Beijing and Shanghai, this columnist heard Europe discussed with scorn. A senior figure described Chinese leaders as exasperated by decades of European lectures about values, most recently over China's support for Russia over Ukraine. What about Mr. Trump's contempt for values? Chinese bigwigs ask. Europe is missing a chance to embrace China as a partner. Updating their divide-and-rule formula, Chinese officials and trade negotiators heap praise on selected national governments. Spain is a current favourite. National leaders are called refreshingly pragmatic by focusing on attracting Chinese high-tech investments. Conversely, EU officials in Brussels are scolded for being ideological and obsessed with achieving perfect economic security. Europeans should be realists as they negotiate, as Americans now are, is a frequent Chinese line of attack. Brussels policy chiefs are not ready to back down. Fears of a looming China shock are leading EU officials to prepare stronger trade defences, including the more frequent use of safeguard measures involving high tariffs to shield whole industries. A Get Tough package is set for debate by the European Commission, the EU's executive, this month, and by national leaders in June. The Industrial Accelerator Act, a draft law, would oblige foreign investors with dominant positions in batteries, electric cars, and other strategic industries, hello China, to hire more European workers, buy lots of locally made components, and transfer technologies to European partners as the price of access to the EU market. Another proposal would add Buy European conditions to big public contracts. The EU has moved to tighten customs rules on low-value imports after Europe's online shopping addicts ordered almost 6 billion small packages last year, mainly from China. Chinese officials and industrialists recognize a copy when they see one. They know that European proposals aim to reproduce technological and value extraction techniques that China used with success on Western multinationals a generation ago. Instead of finding this imitation flattering, Chinese high-ups deride Europeans as lazy and chronically unwilling to invest in innovation. China's Commerce Ministry last month threatened unspecified countermeasures if the Industrial Accelerator Act becomes law. A Chinese business executive asks why Europeans suppose that his country's high-tech investments might create lots of jobs. Recalling a European factory visit, he describes seeing photographs of long-serving employees proudly hung on a wall. In our plants, those pictures would show a line of robots, he scoffs. It is a sharp joke, but bad politics. If China is blamed for destroying European steel or car-making jobs, say, any German chancellor or French president will face demands to intervene. Maroš Šefčovič, an EU commissioner from Slovakia, who now holds the trade portfolio, making him the chief trade negotiator for 27 countries, is dubbed an unflappable Mr. Fix-It in Brussels. Still, in an interview for Inside Geopolitics, a video show produced by The Economist, he is blunt. He compares Europe's dependency on rare earths and other critical minerals from China to its former reliance on Russian energy. Then there are surging exports driven by Chinese industrial overcapacity. If the EU does not defend itself and China fails to rebalance its economy, he avers, Europe risks losing whole sectors of industry within a couple of years. Against that, he has a mandate to avoid costly fights. Not a single business leader is urging him to start trade conflicts, he says. It's very easy to start a trade war, but it's difficult to stop one. Even interventionists seek to pick their battles. Stéphane Séjourné is France's EU commissioner, holding the
Britain.
Local losers. Who can save the Labour Party? Britain's Social Democrats are down, but not out.
My granddad grew up a miner's son, said Alan Strickland, a Labour MP, in a campaign video before the 2024 general election. The mind-twisting line is meaningless, but as a wannabe Labour candidate, his hat tip or flat cap tip to working-class history was de rigueur. Never mind that the last colliery in Mr Strickland's patch was 30 years ago. The Labour Party is steeped in sentimentality. On May 7th, Sir Keir Starmer's centre-left party was trounced in local and devolved elections. Its losses were particularly heavy in historical heartlands in the north of England, West Midlands and Wales. Along with the political cost, Labour MPs suffered the emotional toll of seeing their party reduced to dust in areas it had held for more than a century. In the aftermath, nearly 100 of them publicly called for Sir Keir to resign, including 4 government ministers. Even if the Prime Minister limps on for months, few believe he will lead Labour into the next election. Despite the gloom, his successor still has a good chance of winning over the country. The drubbing had long been expected. Labour has sunk around 20 percentage points in polls since 2022, when most of the council seats were last contested. But expectation management did little to ease the shock as results trickled in. The party lost 58% of its councillors up for election in England. It lost Barnsley and Sunderland, 2 northern strongholds, for the first time since those councils were established in 1974. In Wales, it fell from a century-long winning streak to 3rd place, with just 9 seats in the country's 96-member devolved parliament, the Senedd. The party went backwards in Scotland, another former heartland, just 2 years after soundly defeating the Scottish National Party, or SNP, in the general election. As the electorate has fragmented and opinion of the government soured, voters have abandoned the party in all directions. According to polling by More in Common, around 14% of those who voted Labour in 2024 now say they would vote for the populist left Green Party, 11% for the populist right Reform UK, 8% Liberal Democrat and 5% Conservative. This played out on May 7th, when Labour lost seats on all fronts. In council elections between 2021 and 2024, the party won areas with a majority of younger or working-class voters. This year, Reform and the Greens acted like a pincer. Reform took older working-class areas, while the Greens won younger urban ones. Reform was the resounding winner of the local elections. The party gained more than 1,450 councillors and control of 14 councils, slowed only by the fact that many of them elected merely a third of their councillors this year. Nigel Farage's party defeated Labour in northern councils and ravaged the Tories in their rural county councils. The party won majorities in Essex and Suffolk and became the largest in Norfolk and East Sussex. Even so, this was not a landslide. Political scientists estimate that if the local elections were held nationwide, Reform would win 26 to 27% of the vote, down from 30 to 31% last year. Indeed, the party fell short in its own terms. Earlier this year, Mr Farage said the locals were an opportunity to destroy the Conservative Party. Instead, the Tory share of the vote rose compared with last year. Reform fell short in 3 of the 4 London boroughs it was targeting, and was defeated in Wales, which Mr Farage previously called Reform's top priority. The Green Party also made big gains. It won its first elected mayors in the vibrant inner London boroughs of Hackney and Lewisham. and took dozens of seats off Labour in studenty city centres in Leeds, Manchester, Norwich, Oxford and Sheffield. The Greens are now the largest party in 5 of London's 32 boroughs. The results reveal little not already known from opinion polls, but the reality of losing this many seats has spurred jittery Labour MPs into action. The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, is said to be collecting names to nominate him and trigger a leadership election. Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester and another potential contender, claims to have a seat in Parliament ready for his return. The risk is that the contest to succeed Sir Keir becomes a race to the bottom, spurred by the party's left-wing membership and misguided sentimentalism about its historical heartlands. Angela Rayner, another potential challenger and former deputy leader, on May 10th issued a statement calling on the party to double down on left-wing policies, raising the minimum wage, extending workers' rights, and soaking the rich. The Tribune group of soft-left MPs published a pamphlet calling for wealth taxes and increased borrowing. In reality, Labour has not been rewarded for its left-wing initiatives. Abolishing the 2-child limit on benefits was the right thing to do, but there is no evidence that this or continuing to raise the minimum wage has helped Labour among low-income voters, who are leaving the party faster than high earners. The government's Renters' Rights Act has not stopped private renters switching to the Greens. Expansive workers' rights legislation has not prevented unions from mulling disaffiliation, and the government's recognition of Palestine has not swayed those who believe it is aiding a genocide. This paints a bleak picture for the party, but there is case for optimism. It starts with taking a clear-eyed view of who Labour's voters are. They tend to be young, Remain voting and educated. The fictionalised version of Labour's core voters, old, leave voting, white working-class men in the north of England, left the party years ago. They won't be won back by redistributive class politics, nor by acting tough on immigration. Indeed, they won't be won back any time soon. Acknowledging that can be freeing. Labour's new base will reward it for governing competently, tackling the housing crunch, reforming the tax system, and improving relations with the EU, creating the conditions for growth. Though the government is unpopular, it is not far from a vote share which would make it competitive in Britain's fragmented system. When pollsters at Ipsos separated Sir Keir from his party, 34% of Britons said they liked Labour, more than any other party. Its opponents are beatable. This week it was revealed that Zach Polanski, the Greens leader, failed to pay council tax on a property. 2 weeks ago, a reckless repost prompted a rebuke by the Metropolitan Police, and he'll continue to be dogged by the story of his hypnotherapy breast enlargement scheme. The Greens are here to stay, but are unlikely to displace Labour in the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, Reform may fall victim to hubris. Votes had scarcely been counted when the party had to disavow a newly elected
Britain.
Doom Britannia. Britain's worst ambassador. Tommy Robinson's world is closer than you might think.
Live streaming from the passenger seat of a car in San Diego, Stephen Yaxley Lennon, better known as Tommy Robinson, breathlessly described the past year. 12 months ago he was in solitary confinement, having been found in contempt of court for repeatedly libelling a Syrian schoolboy. In September he claimed he brought 1 million people onto the streets of London for a rally, police say it was 150,000, beaming in a speech by the world's richest man, Elon Musk. Despite criminal convictions, he was allowed into America, visiting the State Department, which had given him a waiver, hobnobbing with congressmen, and touring podcasts to warn that radical Islam was changing Britain. On May 16th, he will be back home to hold the biggest patriotic gathering the country has ever seen. Mainstream politicians shun him and commentators dismiss him as marginal. He is too toxic even for Nigel Farage, the right-wing populist who leads Reform UK. A survey for The Economist by More in Common suggested that only 14% of Britons have a positive view of Mr Robinson, although YouGov, another pollster, finds that 29% of British men like him, up from 9% in 2021. He is brazen about his bigotry, posting messages implying that Muslims poison dogs in parks, and is accused of grift. During his libel case, he admitted to losing £100,000 or $136,000 gambling while collecting donations from supporters, though Mr Robinson insists that the money came from a property sale and donations never go to him personally. Yet, in many ways, it is irrelevant what the mainstream thinks. Backed by rich American donors for over a decade, Mr Robinson has sold a distorted vision of Britain that has gone global. The cautionary tale of a nation overrun by Islamic invaders. Muslims are 6.5% of the population in England and Wales, roughly double the 2001 rate. Its people silenced by a woke liberal elite. Efforts to deplatform him have backfired. Steve Bannon, Donald Trump's former strategist, has called him the backbone of Britain. Mr Musk pays his legal fees. At home, Mr Robinson has what politicians would die for, better name recognition than almost any cabinet minister, and the ability to mobilise supporters. His rally in September was the largest organised by the far right in British history. According to More in Common, some 48% of Britons believe the Muslim population is changing society in mostly negative ways, suggesting that even if the public don't like him, many agree with some of his ideas. Mr Robinson is a case study of how political influence is changing. For a long time, the idea of Britain as the place that once stood alone against fascism seemed an insurmountable obstacle to the far right. After the Second World War, protesters heckled Oswald Mosley, who led the British Union of Fascists, as the senile Führer. The British National Party failed to make an electoral dent in the 2010s. In 2009, Mr Robinson co-founded the English Defence League, or EDL, a football hooligan-inspired street movement with the slogan, "Not racist, not violent, just no longer silent," only for it to fail when it was infiltrated by neo-Nazis. Then he found a new way to cut through. In 2017, he got a job making videos for Rebel Media, a far-right Canadian news site, rebranding himself as a citizen journalist. Today, 2/3 of people around the world consume social videos for news. His dispatches soon went viral. Bellicose broadcasts from the scene of a terrorist attack in London, an anti-migrant protest in East Germany, a scuffle with a migrant in Rome. One of his early backers was Robert Schulman, a right-wing American tech mogul whose other beneficiaries include Laura Loomer, a conspiracy theorist close to Mr Trump, Geert Wilders, a populist right Dutch politician, and Charlie Kirk, a conservative activist who was assassinated last year. Mr Robinson combined his transatlantic connections with a new identity, free speech martyr. Last year, America's Vice President J.D. Vance shocked allies when he suggested that the demise of free speech in Europe, and especially in Britain, was a bigger threat than Russia. Yet the issue had first attracted MAGA attention in 2018, when a judge jailed Mr Robinson for disrupting a trial involving the grooming of white British girls by Asian men. Sam Brownback, then the American ambassador for religious freedom, raised concerns about his case with the British ambassador. Tucker Carlson proclaimed that Britain had become a shadow of the nation that gave us freedom of speech. Some 40% of the millions of tweets bearing the hashtag #FreeTommy came from America. The conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, who funded his libelous documentary about the Syrian schoolboy, would later describe him as one of the world's most famous political prisoners. The biggest amplifier of all arrived when Mr Musk bought Twitter, rebranding it as X in 2023. He restored Mr. Robinson's account and spread his message to a vast new audience. When an immigrant killed a British dog walker, Mr. Musk compared the native English to the hobbits of Tolkien's shires and warned that they would surely all die without hard men like Mr. Robinson to defend them. Over the new year in 2024 to 25, Mr. Musk posted nearly 200 times about grooming gangs, claiming that Mr. Robinson had been jailed for telling the truth about them. The establishment is partly to blame for Mr. Robinson's success. Surveys by Ipsos show that out of a list of issues, people in England and Wales feel most obliged to self-censor on transgender issues, race, religious extremism, and immigration. Authorities have ignored evidence of systematic child abuse in several English towns out of fear of appearing racist and continue to dodge questions about perpetrators' ethnicity by failing to record it in crime statistics. Research by the Reuters Institute at the University of Oxford found that working-class Brits often feel misrepresented by the news. Only 12% of journalists are from a working-class background like Mr. Robinson's. Trust in the government and the media are at or near record lows, creating a vacuum for Mr. Robinson to fill. Like reform, he has benefited from other considerable unforced errors by politicians, notes Daniel Trilling, author of If We Tolerate This, a book about the far right. Net migration peaked after Britons had voted for Brexit. The economy remains stagnant. According to Gallup, no other Western European country saw a greater fall in satisfaction with public services and infrastructure between 2011 and 2023. Into this fertile ground, enter social media. Olivia Brown of the University of Bath notes that around 10% of users create about 97% of political content on social media platforms, a funhouse mirror of public opinion, reflecting real attitudes in exaggerated, contorted form. In a recent paper, Dr. Brown and Ed Harrison show how reform, which dismissed mass deportations as a political impossibility in 2024, shifted its position within a year. An argument first made by far-right accounts travelled through adjacent networks and into the accounts of more moderate conservative influencers. X functioned as an engine for pushing the Overton window of acceptable policy. Mr. Robinson's influence is greatest when his audience is already primed for outrage. After an attacker stabbed and killed girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class in Southport, Mr. Robinson tweeted incessantly from Cyprus, stoking race riots from his sunbed, as a Daily Mail front page put it. While Mr. Farage mostly kept quiet, in one weekend 268 posts from Mr. Robinson racked up 160 million views. On Telegram, another social media app, he posted messages like, "What will it take for you to be angry enough to do something about this?" Though he denies inciting the riots and says he called for them to stop, protesters marched through the streets singing his name. There are limits to Mr. Robinson's reach. The MAGA media ecosystem which nourishes him is fracturing. And though Mr. Farage and Mr. Robinson need one another, the former to make his views look moderate, the latter to mainstream his, there are signs that Mr. Robinson's indirect influence over reform harms it. He has a positive approval rating with people who voted reform in 2024, but a negative one with new voters who have put the party top of the polls. He remains electoral poison. Mr. Robinson knows this. Instead of standing for office, he speaks of using culture and identity
Britain.
Machinations. Anatomy of a coup against Keir. Labour's lefty members could soon be the most important voters in the country.
The Labour Party rule book is required reading for political journalists. At times of turmoil, the PDF racks up thousands of clicks. As nearly 100 of Sir Keir Starmer's MPs turn against him, the manual is being pored over again. The document explains that any potential challenger to Sir Keir needs to secure the nominations of 81 MPs, 1/5 of the parliamentary party, to trigger a leadership election. If the Prime Minister chose to fight, he would automatically be nominated. If he resigns, potential candidates would additionally require the backing of 5% of local Labour Party branches or 3 affiliated organisations, including 2 trade unions. If only one candidate is nominated, they would become leader by default, like Gordon Brown in 2007. The nomination process makes it impossible for the hard-left Corbynite wing of the party to field a candidate. The Socialist Campaign Group, which represents it in Parliament, has just 24 MPs. Instead, leadership candidates would probably come from the party's soft left, including figures such as Angela Rayner and Ed Miliband, centre-left Yvette Cooper, John Healey, or centrist factions Wes Streeting, Pat McFadden. The process makes it hard for more than 3 candidates to get on the ballot. If an election is triggered, Labour members, fewer than 250,000 of them, would be able to pick the next Prime Minister. Recent leadership contests have taken months, but none has taken place while Labour is in government. So who are those Labour members? Polling published after the general election of 2024 suggests they are disproportionately male, 57%, old, 72% over the age of 50, and middle class, 72%. They are eye-wateringly left-wing, though the left, most members may have departed. Almost 9 in 10 say taxes and public spending should be increased, compared with 6 in 10 Labour.
Britain.
Government borrowing. Guilt trip. Bond market lessons for Labour's leadership hopefuls.
Labour's drubbing in the local elections on May 7th has started 2 crucial contests. The first, to replace Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, is already getting messy. The second, between leadership hopefuls and the bond market, could get ugly. Andy Burnham, one would-be Prime Minister, has moaned about Britain being in hock to the bond markets. One MP supporting Mr Burnham said the bond markets would have to fall in line if he were elected. Investors in gilts, British government bonds, have hit back. For 10-year gilts, the yield, the rate the government pays to borrow, rose by nearly 0.2 percentage points on May 11th to 12th alone. Many Labour politicians see the gilt market as a bully that will back down if you stand up to it. In reality, the government spends more than it taxes and must persuade investors to fund the gap. Those investors ask 2 questions. How risky is British government debt? And, adjusting for that risk, can they get a better return elsewhere? The answers are largely determined by global forces or structural problems with the British economy that cannot be magicked away. No leadership hopeful can fully shake off the gilt market's whims. But fiscal incontinence makes matters worse. Avoiding it is the best way to escape the market's wrath. Since the Iran war began, yields on 10-year gilts have leapt from 4.2% to a high of 5.2% in late April. This trajectory is a global phenomenon. sharply rising energy prices are increasing inflation everywhere. Markets expect central banks will need to raise interest rates to bring price rises back to target. But Britain is unusual in how badly it has been damaged. The country's yields, already the highest in the G7 group of large rich countries, have seen the biggest jump since the Iran war began, double that of Germany. Britain's expensive debt is partly caused by exposure to inflation and high energy costs. In the years before the Iran conflict, high prices had proved stickier in Britain than elsewhere. As late as February, annual inflation was 3% against 1.9% in the Eurozone. Combine this with Britain's over-reliance on gas imports, and investors have been persuaded that Britain faces a uniquely virulent bout of inflation. Then there is the term premium, the extra compensation that investors demand for holding longer-dated debt. Analysis by Goldman Sachs, a bank, suggests that the 10-year term premium in Britain has risen by over 2 percentage points since 2022, compared with around 1 point for the European Union over the same period. Poor fiscal choices by consecutive governments contributed to this. Under the Tories, Liz Truss's unfunded tax cuts in 2022 gave bond traders the jitters. So did Labour's promises at the last general election not to raise taxes on working people. Even today, the government's plan to get the deficit down to 2% of GDP by 2029 to 2030 relies on future tax rises that few expect it to enact. Still, Britain's higher term premium cannot be explained by government profligacy alone. France and America both have worse government deficits and debt levels, yet can borrow at cheaper rates. An alternative explanation rests on the changing structure of the gilt market. Sturdy domestic pension funds, once the bedrock of gilt demand, have bought fewer bonds in recent years. Their place has been taken by overseas investors, who are quicker to flee when risk rises. The Bank of England has added to the pressure by continuing to sell off the gilts it accumulated during years of quantitative easing. The Federal Reserve has paused its equivalent programme. With a glut of sellers and fickle buyers, the gilt market has become particularly quick to price in risk. David Aikman, the head of NIESR, an economic think tank, suggests a further reason. Britain is unusual among rich countries in paying a true market-clearing rate for its debt. Investors in Spanish and Italian bonds accept lower yields, expecting that the European Central Bank, or ECB, will cap them if they rise too far, as it did in 2022. By suppressing price signals, the ECB is storing up problems down the line. But this points to a wider truth. The ECB and its German backers provide protection to Eurozone bond markets in troubled times. America can rely on vast demand for treasuries as the world's safe asset. Britain, by contrast, stands alone. That warrants a higher risk premium. A Prime Minister cannot fix most of Britain's gilt market woes in the short term. They cannot quickly halve Britain's debt or end its dependence on energy imports. Erasing perceptions of Britain as inflation-prone will take years. And short of joining the euro, Britain will never benefit from belonging to a currency bloc. But the government can provide some relief by demonstrating fiscal credibility. Uncertainty about the identity and policies of Britain's next Prime Minister have already pushed yields higher in recent days. If candidates go further by suggesting large increases to borrowing, Mr. Burnham has intimated support for carving defence spending out of any fiscal rules, investors will take fright. A jumpy bond market is not some abstract risk. The Institute for Fiscal Studies
Britain.
Budget. The real uni-party. Sir Keir Starmer's Labour Party has morphed into the Conservative Party.
Sir Keir Starmer was elected in exasperation. After 14 years of Conservative rule, which ended in chaotic incompetence, he was able to win a jaw-dropping majority simply by setting himself as the antithesis of what went before. Sir Keir huffed for Britain. He tutted for the nation. He was not much, but, crucially, he was not the Conservatives. Now, alas, it appears he is. If Sir Keir's government resembles anything, it is recent Conservative ones, which were marked by feral MPs, an inability to distinguish between narrow interest and the national interest, and a carousel of prime ministers that turned both them and the country into a joke. Under Sir Keir, Labour has morphed into what he once deplored. It was Conservative MPs who began the trend of dumping prime ministers in a fit of pique. They romped through 3 in 2 months in 2022. Of their 5 prime ministers since 2010, only 1 lasted much longer than 3 years. Not one converted a majority at a general election into a whole term in office. Labour MPs have followed this Tory fashion. Just under 100 have called on Sir Keir to go. Barely 2 years after Sir Keir won a stonking majority at a general election, over half of the House of Commons wants him out. Only a mixture of tactical ineptitude and cowardice by his potential successors keeps Sir Keir in place. For now. Is this good for Britain? No, but party interest comes first in this era. Such selfishness was once a Tory trait. David Cameron embarked on the Brexit referendum not because it was good for Britain, but because it was a useful way to appease rebellious backbenchers and protect his right flank. Tories knew Boris Johnson was not up to the job, but gave it to him because it would help their immediate electoral prospects, rather than the country. It was, as Sir Keir called it, party first, country second. The Tory vice has become a Labour one. In the Labour Party, questions of state are now viewed entirely through the prism of the party. Why not rejoin the EU to help our chances of retaking Lambeth Council? Would a break with Donald Trump reassure wavering voters in Gorton and Denton? How would members think about, say, Wes Streeting as leader? But then, why wouldn't MPs consider party members? Under the Tories, a strange revolution took place in British politics, whereby party members directly picked the Prime Minister, turning the job into a de facto presidency, with an electorate made up of only those who paid the £25, or $34, it cost to join the Conservative and Unionist Party. The first was Mr Johnson, the next was Liz Truss. When Sir Keir leaves, the third British president will come from Labour's ranks. The only thing that has changed under Labour is the price. Picking a president now costs £74. And so Labour will turn further inward, as the Tories did. Questions of competence come second to whether a leader can swing the membership. The retired librarians and trade unionists who make up the party's rank and file. What should be a national debate becomes a family affair. Small differences between Labour factions turn into ideological schisms. milquetoast policy is dressed up as bond market-defying radicalism to placate people who own all 11 volumes of Tony Benn's diaries. Elected representatives end up guessing what fee-paying members would bear, shifting Britain from a democracy to a selectocracy. Even if this coup fails, Sir Keir's authority is shot. The sight of a lame duck Prime Minister limping on became familiar in the Tory years. Prime Ministers always take longer to die than people think, said one former Conservative Cabinet Minister. Ms Truss's swift execution was an exception rather than a rule. During her 3 years in power, Theresa May spent more time dead than alive. Mr Johnson endured the best part of 6 months in a terminal condition, staving off a confidence vote a month before his demise. Good governance goes out the window in that period. The opportunity cost is immense. Of all the sins of the Conservatives, it was their tendency to ignore problems for years that most angered Sir Keir. He even had a forgettable phrase for it, sticking plaster politics. It aptly describes Sir Keir's own efforts. Social care has been hoofed into touch, the subject of another interminable review. Welfare reform has been similarly ignored. Such problems will not be solved if Labour engages in an internal blood feud. Labour MPs were feral enough before they brought their contempt for their leader into the open. However they dress it up, their motivation is simple. Why wouldn't the MP for North West Cambridgeshire try to boot the Prime Minister out when the party is polling at 19% and on track to win as few as 18 seats? They're always up for the fight to save their own skin, said Sir Keir in 2023 of Tory MPs. So it is in Labour in 2026. Those on the right like to dub the Conservatives and Labour the Uni-Party, suggesting there is little between them in policy. That is wrong, but when it comes to their manner, Labour and the Conservatives are now alike. Compared with the wild promises of fringe parties, all the centre can offer is competence, that voting for a
Essay.
America at 250. The architects of the Vietnam War knew it was doomed. Kennedy, Johnson, and McNamara were private realists but chose the path of least resistance, writes Frederick Logevall. Frederick Logevall is a professor of international affairs and history at Harvard University.
In his sprawling, captivating 1972 masterpiece, The Best and the Brightest, the journalist David Halberstam asked the central question about America's war in Vietnam. What was it about? The men, their attitudes, the country, its institutions, and above all the era which had allowed this tragedy to take place. They were the best and the brightest, after all. Why did it happen? Halberstam's answer, repeated by countless authors since, contained two parts: hubris and ignorance. American planners, presiding over the greatest military and economic power in the history of the world, believed that with the resources at their disposal, as well as their intellectual prowess and deep experience, they could wage and win the conflict. They were swept forward by faith in their own and their country's invincibility. But they lacked a sense of history, as well as an understanding of their adversary and the obstacles that stood in the way of victory. Robert McNamara, who was Secretary of Defense, was one of the architects of the war, later offered substantial endorsement of Halberstam's thesis. Writing in his 1995 memoir In Retrospect, he lamented that he and other leaders were ignorant of Vietnamese history and of Ho Chi Minh's nationalist motivations. They saw a monolithic communist threat where none existed, and in their arrogance failed to fully examine the stakes of the struggle and whether success was truly achievable at a reasonable cost. If only we had known became a kind of mantra for the latter-day McNamara. It is a tantalizing notion, but one that is not supported by the evidence now accessible to historians. Even Halberstam's and McNamara's own accounts reveal a more complex picture than their overarching claims suggest. A picture pointing not to an overweening confidence on officials' part, but to a bleak realism. America's decision-makers were hardly experts on Vietnam and its history, but among themselves and behind closed doors, they acknowledged that they were entering a deeply challenging environment in which triumph was far from assured. The extensive internal record is clear on this score. It shows the private misgivings of senior Washington officials throughout the years of heavy escalation. The skeptics included McNamara himself and the two presidents he served, John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson. From the time then Congressman Kennedy visited Vietnam in 1951 during the height of the French Indochina War until his death in Dallas in 1963, he expressed doubts that Ho Chi Minh's revolutionary nationalist cause could be subdued by military means. Johnson, who ordered the Americanization of the conflict in 1965, involving the commitment of major ground forces and sustained air power in order to preserve a non-communist South Vietnam, regularly wondered if the struggle could be won, and indeed whether the outcome really mattered. "I don't think it's worth fighting for, and I don't think we can get out," Johnson confided to McGeorge Bundy, the National Security Advisor, in a phone call in May 1964. "What in the hell is Vietnam worth to me?" In February 1965, at the start of Operation Rolling Thunder, which in due course would drop more bombs on North Vietnam than were dropped on Europe in the Second World War, Johnson was downbeat. "Now we're off bombing these people," he told McNamara. "I don't think anything is going to be as bad as losing, and I don't see any way of winning." A few days later, as the first American ground forces were set to disembark, a morose Johnson told Senator Richard Russell of Georgia, "A man can fight if he can see daylight down the road somewhere, but there ain't no daylight in Vietnam. There's not a bit." To be sure, master politician that he was, Johnson could say different things to different people. He did not always use such despairing tones. But overall, it can fairly be said that Johnson's position on Vietnam from day one to the end was one of doubt. And McNamara? In July 1965, as the American military effort in South Vietnam ramped up, the Defense Secretary acknowledged to a senior British official that none of us at the center of things talk about winning a victory. This brings us back to Halberstam's question. Why did these men allow the tragedy to take place? Why did Kennedy, though he drew the line on ground troops, expand American military involvement in Vietnam substantially during his 1,000 days in the White House? Why did Johnson, when he could temporize no longer, take the plunge into a large-scale war? A key part of the answer is that for both men, maintaining the course, through escalation if necessary, offered the path of least immediate resistance. They and their advisers had offered repeated public affirmations of South Vietnam's importance to American security and of the certainty of ultimate success. It made sense that they would be tempted to hang on in the hope that the new military measures would work. It was about credibility, their nations, their parties, their own. Though this posture speaks poorly for their political courage, it has a certain logic behind it. Then again, so did the skeptics reply. The credibility would face greater damage if, as seemed likely, America became entangled in a long conflict of questionable geostrategic value in far-off Southeast Asia. And so it would be, as more and more ground forces around
Business.
Reliance Industries. Ambani's gamble. The boss of Reliance wants to transform his conglomerate into a tech giant.
In the coming months, Reliance Industries, an Indian corporate colossus, will spin off Jio Platforms, its telecoms arm, in what is set to be the largest initial public offering in its country's history. The flotation, expected to value Jio at $130 billion to $150 billion and raise around $3.5 billion, comes after a decade of huge, capital-intensive bets that have turned Reliance from an oil and chemicals company into a business empire woven into much of life in India. Even by the standards of the country's sprawling conglomerates, it is immense. Only the Tata Group, made up of a network of 26 listed businesses, is more valuable. Reliance, which is worth some $200 billion, runs the world's biggest oil refinery with roughly 1.5% of global processing capacity. It also accounts for around a third of India's natural gas production. Jio, in which it will maintain a majority stake, is the world's second biggest mobile operator, measured by number of users, and runs the second biggest streaming platform as well. Reliance's retail business, which spans formats from neighbourhood grocery shops to large stores peddling clothes and gadgets, is among the world's 5 biggest by store count and the largest in its home country. But Mukesh Ambani, the conglomerate's boss, is not done yet. Already he is on to his next big gamble, this time on artificial intelligence, with enormous investments planned both in infrastructure and software. Meanwhile, investors are beginning to ask what happens after Mr. Ambani, who is 69, steps aside. Whether he pulls off the next transformation of Reliance will matter not just to the company's shareholders, but to India's economy too. It would not be Reliance's first reinvention. Founded in Mumbai in the 1950s by Dhirubhai Ambani, Mukesh's father, it began as a small commodities trader, dealing first in spices and polyester yarn before opening a textile mill. Over the following decades, it moved into petrochemicals, refining, and oil and gas production. Mr. Ambani, who took over in 2002 after his father's sudden death, has developed his own distinctive method for entering new markets. Spend lavishly to build first-rate infrastructure, subsidize costs to acquire customers, and sit on losses while rivals bleed. When it launched Jio in 2016, India's mobile industry was fragmented with more than 10 operators. Smartphones were not yet widespread, data was expensive, and most users relied on voice services. Jio upended the market by offering free data for months and sharply lower prices thereafter. It also bundled in live television, films, music, and cloud storage at little or no extra cost. The result was a bloodbath. Bernstein, a broker, estimates that mobile data prices in India fell by 95% between 2016 and 2019. By then, the industry had shrunk to 3 main providers, and Jio's subscriber base had surged from nothing to more than 370 million. Since Jio's launch, Reliance has poured more than $50 billion into telecoms infrastructure. It now commands over 45% of the market. Mr. Ambani took a similar approach to retail. Although the conglomerate began dabbling in the industry in 2006, its efforts began in earnest in the years after its entry into the telecoms business. Since March 2017, Reliance has spent more than $21 billion building a nationwide network of stores, increasing their number roughly 6-fold to over 19,000. In 2020, it sold a stake in the retail division to investors, including General Atlantic, an American venture capital firm, and Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, a sovereign wealth vehicle. Since 2021, Reliance has also been building a renewable energy business. In Jamnagar, a city in the western state of Gujarat, the group is building gigafactories to make solar panels, batteries, green hydrogen equipment, and more. The output will supply a solar park in an arid tract north of Jamnagar that stretches over 550,000 acres, roughly 3 times the size of Singapore. Reliance has already pledged to invest around $10 billion of capital in clean energy. That may prove to be only the start. India remains hungry for power and is reliant on fossil fuels. Mr. Ambani's willingness to place capital-intensive bets has reshaped the group. A decade ago, oil and gas production, refining, and petrochemicals accounted for nearly all Reliance's operating profit. They now make up less than half. Huge investments mean that the group's return on capital is modest, at less than 8% a year over the past decade, well below its cost of capital. Yet investors have been indulgent. As one fund manager puts it, most would rather see Mr. Ambani reinvest the cash than return it. Their confidence is now being tested by Reliance's biggest bet yet, this time on AI. Mr. Ambani's conglomerate has been edging into the field over the past few years. In September 2023, for example, it unveiled a partnership with NVIDIA, a chip titan, to build an AI model trained on Indian languages. But the effort has been gathering pace since last August with the launch of Reliance Intelligence, an AI-focused subsidiary. Meta, an American social media giant, took a stake of roughly 1/3 in the business in December. In February, Reliance announced that it would splurge $110 billion on data centers over the next 7 years. In Jamnagar, it is already in the process of building one that it says will eventually have a capacity of several gigawatts. 120 megawatts are due to come online later this year. Reliance's ambition is to make AI cheap and accessible for India's masses, just as Jio did with mobile data. A partnership with Google gives eligible Jio subscribers 18 months of the American search giant's premium AI plan at no cost. Reliance also hopes to sell AI tools to Indian businesses. As before, it is betting that scale comes first and profits later. This time, however, may be harder. One reason is timing. The surge in oil prices caused by the war in the Gulf is a problem for Reliance's refining and petrochemicals businesses, which depend on imports of the fuel and remain important sources of cash flow for the group. The deeper question is whether the conglomerate can become more than just an infrastructure provider in AI. Retail offers a cautionary tale. The group has been far more successful at rapidly building a store network than it has at developing shopping apps to compete with rivals, including India's booming quick commerce industry. Jio's success has likewise rested mostly on Reliance's ability to erect telecoms infrastructure quickly. Its streaming operation owes its scale to a merger with Hotstar, previously owned by Disney, an American entertainment firm. Mr. Ambani talks of transforming his conglomerate into a technology company. That vision is a long way off. A venture capitalist in Bangalore reckons it will struggle to attract top developers to its AI venture. The hierarchical management that suits refineries, retail chains, and telecoms operations may be less suitable for activities that depend on scarce talent and a tolerance for failure. The longer-term worry is what happens after Mr. Ambani retires. His father's death resulted in a public feud between Mukesh and his brother Anil, which split the empire in two. Anil's half, including a power utility, a financial services business, and an earlier telecoms operation, has floundered. This time Mukesh Ambani has been more careful. In 2023, he handed each of his children a domain. Akash was given telecoms, Isha retail, and Anant renewable energy. Sugata Ray, a professor at the Indian School of Business, says that although a clear structure is in place, the real test will come only when Mr. Ambani's children have to operate independently without guidance from their father. Despite its size, insiders say that Reliance's big decisions still pass through Mr. Ambani. Whether his children share his knack for pulling off big bets remains unclear. Mr. Ambani has also cultivated strong ties with India's politicians, a vital asset and one that may not transfer to his offspring. For now, though, Mr. Ambani is still in charge, and as long as he is, investors seem willing to believe that one more giant wager will pay off.
Business.
The consequences of war. Fed up. America is headed for another grocery price shock.
Americans are not famous for their love of vegetables. The staples of American cuisine are starchy, cheesy, and heavy on meat. One exception, though, sneaks into everything: the tomato. Slices are tucked into burgers, canned ones become pizza sauce, further processing turns them into ketchup. After potatoes, Americans eat more tomatoes than any other vegetable. Yet shoppers reaching for one at their grocery store may be experiencing a sense of déjà vu. Tomato prices are almost 25% higher than they were a year ago. It is eggs all over again. Tomato prices are rising partly for idiosyncratic reasons. Some 90% of America's imports of tomatoes come from Mexico. In the middle of 2025, President Donald Trump withdrew from the Tomato Suspension Agreement, a bilateral arrangement managing imports of Mexican tomatoes, and imposed a 17% levy on them. But prices may keep climbing. Tomatoes, like other fresh produce, require fertilizer, the price of which has rocketed since the war with Iran broke out. Fuel costs are also starting to bite. How bad could the rise in grocery prices get? To understand how the energy shock will affect grocery bills, consider each step of the supply chain. Begin with farmers who rely on fossil fuels. Fertilizers, which typically use natural gas as a feedstock, account for as much as 40% of their input costs. Add to that the diesel needed to fuel their tractors. Producers of commodities like wheat and maize, however, have little control over their prices, which are determined by the balance of global supply and demand. Much of the expense for this year's growing season, rent, equipment, seeds, and even some fertilizer purchases, would have already been incurred by the time the war began. The energy shock might force some farmers into the red this year, but many will still make more money by planting what seed they have, rather than letting it go to waste. That means crop supply may not change much this season. The effect on farm prices might therefore not be felt in full until next season, by when growers who suffered big losses this year may have packed it in. Next in the grocery supply chain is processing, at least for products like maize destined for cereal or cattle fated to become minced meat. Here markets tend to be more concentrated. There are just 4 major meat-packing firms and a handful of processed food giants, among them Kraft and General Mills. Yet there are 2 reasons not to expect the energy shock to lead these companies to raise prices significantly. The first is that they rely less on oil for energy and more on electricity and natural gas, the prices for which have risen much more slowly in America. The second is that processed food producers jacked up prices during the post-pandemic wave of inflation, resulting in a loss of customers to new entrants and retailers' in-house brands. Meat packers have also already had to pass on higher beef prices, the result of a cattle shortage following a drought. At least for now, the biggest pressure on American grocery prices as a consequence of the Iran war may come from the next two stages of the supply chain, packaging and transport. A good deal of food packaging is made from plastic, which in turn is made from oil. Petrochemical feedstocks are now around 2/5 higher in price. Here the greatest impact will be seen not on the food shelves, but in the home care and beauty aisles, stacked with products packaged in thick plastic. Grocery store shampoo prices were up by about 10% year-on-year at the end of March, according to Nielsen IQ, a data provider. Then there is transport, which accounts for 1/6 of the food supply chain's total energy consumption, but perhaps as much as half of its requirement for oil. According to the Department of Agriculture, 80 to 90% of America's produce is transported on lorries. Costs are highest for foods like meat and dairy that must be kept refrigerated. With the price of diesel having soared, simply getting food onto store shelves has become materially more expensive. Supermarkets, which tend to add only a small markup, usually pass on higher costs to shoppers. The result, then, is likely to be rising grocery bills, perhaps for some time. On May 12th, data were released for April's Consumer Price Index. The prices of fruit and vegetables climbed by 6% year-on-year, though mercifully those of dairy products and eggs did not rise any further. Still, as consumers are painfully aware, food prices are already a
Business.
Cyber security. Mythos and reality. The war between businesses and hackers enters a dangerous new phase.
Cybersecurity in the age of artificial intelligence in some ways resembles modern warfare. It is asymmetric. Small bands of attackers armed with the latest technology can penetrate the most powerful defenses. And the weaponry is increasingly autonomous. As Nikesh Arora, boss of Palo Alto Networks, or PAN, a big cybersecurity firm, puts it, AI has to fight AI. The good guys do not always win. In recent weeks, Anthropic and OpenAI have unveiled AI models, Mythos Preview and 5.5 Cyber respectively, so capable of penetrating weak spots in cyber defenses that the AI labs have released them only to trusted firms. But that is no guarantee of safety. New models are emerging all the time, and hackers already use earlier varieties. Moreover, as Mr. Arora says, it is not a fair fight. With AI, lone wolves can carry out attacks that used to require whole teams, and they have to be right just once to succeed. Defenders, by contrast, have to be right every time. That is why cybersecurity firms, as well as businesses at large, are scrambling to prepare for a wave of AI-powered cybercrime. Within the industry, PAN and leading rivals such as CrowdStrike have formed alliances to try to make deployment of the latest models safer. Among their customers, the immediate reaction to models like Mythos and 5.5 Cyber was one of panic and freakout, says Adam Myers of CrowdStrike. But the model's appearance was also a wake-up call. Assessments of cyber readiness are moving from IT departments to C-suites and boardrooms. For the time being, these are more likely to be pessimistic than optimistic. The worst news is that however tightly AI labs limit access to the most hazardous creations, criminals will catch up. Soon after Anthropic unveiled Mythos, OpenAI produced its own 5.5 series that, according to the British government's AI Security Institute, may be even stronger. Many expect other model makers, such as open source or Chinese outfits, to quickly develop the long-term reasoning and other capabilities that make Mythos and 5.5 Cyber so effective. The genie is out of the bottle. Even before the new models were released, older ones were enabling hackers to intrude faster and more frequently. CrowdStrike has said that AI-enhanced attacks rose by 89% in 2025 from the year before. Pan found that, equipped with AI, the fastest quartile of attackers were able to steal data from a software system they had broken into in just over an hour last year, down from almost 5 in 2024. A typical firm may take days to detect a breach. The rise of autonomous AI agents that can handle multiple tasks on their own further increases the risks. As Mr. Aurora says, hackers can use agentic tools to be even more menacing. And the more firms adopt agents for coding, customer service, and so on, the bigger the area for hackers to attack. In anticipation of this, late last month, Pan said it would acquire Portkey, a firm that helps manage and protect AI agents. Firms are building more software than ever, so we are exposing ourselves more, says Jeremy Dewan of Gartner, an IT consultancy. Already companies are overstretched as they try to patch the bugs that AI tools are helping to reveal. Security flaws are tagged as common vulnerabilities and exposures, or CVEs, which are made known either to the firms that make the software or to specialized organizations. The number of CVEs reported has been surging recently. Mr. Myers of CrowdStrike says some speculate that the annual figure could soon increase tenfold to 480,000 as more powerful AI models detect even more bugs. The assumption is that AI will find vulnerabilities faster than patches can be written, says Eric Nost of Forrester, another consultancy. The good news is that though AI is arming attackers, it is also aiding the defenders. Some businesses considered especially critical to the infrastructure of the internet, such as hyperscalers and cybersecurity firms, have gained access to the limited release Mythos and 5.5 models of Anthropic and OpenAI, respectively, to test their own systems. The two AI labs also have lower tiers, whose members are given access to models that are slightly less permissive than Mythos and 5.5 Cyber, but have more cyber capabilities than those on general release. The recipients are akin to pandemic-era key workers receiving early doses of vaccines. Mozilla, creator of Firefox, a web browser, recently offered an optimistic example. An early version of Mythos helped to identify 271 vulnerabilities in a new iteration of Firefox. It said the model was capable of identifying every bug that a human could, which was not possible only a few months ago. This helped level the playing field against attackers. Defenders finally have a chance to win, decisively, it said in a blog post. But it is not just the enhanced capabilities of the cutting-edge models that are assisting defenders. Cybersecurity firms are also developing their own tools, which they call harnesses, to make all models more effective. On May 12th, Cisco, an IT giant with access to both Mythos and 5.5 Cyber, said it
Business.
Samsung Electronics. Up memory lane. South Korea's most valuable company has staged a stunning comeback.
Not long ago, Samsung Electronics was in the doldrums. In 2024, the South Korean giant apologized for failing to maintain technological competitiveness and falling short of the market's expectations. It has no need for contrition these days. This month, its market value, which has soared by 400% in the past year, hit $1 trillion for the first time, propelled by furious spending on artificial intelligence infrastructure. In the first quarter of 2026, its operating profit rose to 57 trillion won. That's $38 billion, more than 8 times as much as a year before. Analysts expect profits to keep rising at a blistering pace, thanks in particular to the seemingly insatiable demand for its advanced memory chips. Samsung Electronics manages a wide portfolio of products, making everything from fridges to phones. Increasingly, however, its business centres on chip making. Semiconductors accounted for 61% of sales and 94% of operating profits in the first quarter. It is one of just 3 firms capable of making at scale the memory chips needed for AI, alongside SK Hynix, a South Korean rival, and Micron, an American one. The number of memory chips Samsung sold in the first quarter was up by about 20% on the preceding 3 months, but the average selling price rose by 90%. The firm boasts that memory-starved buyers are approaching them to demand long-term purchase agreements. It foresees a shortage lasting well into next year. Samsung is expanding capacity, but relatively slowly. A new facility will start mass-producing chips for sale later this year, and the firm will begin building another, which will cost it some $55 billion in July. Yet that factory, known as P5 Fab 2, will not be ready until 2030, and although capital expenditure is set to rise by 55% this year, according to Daniel Kim of Macquarie, a bank, it is falling as a share of revenue. Samsung's management, perhaps unsurprisingly, continues to display caution. Chip-making factories are enormously expensive and take years to complete, resulting in a historical cycle of booms and busts. The company will not want a repeat of the last flash memory boom-bust cycle, when it overbuilt capacity as demand surged, then saw its operating profit fall by half in 2019, notes Jukan Che of Citrini Research, a firm of analysts. Meanwhile, Samsung is also expanding its foundry business, which manufactures chips designed by others. A new fab in Texas, catering to American customers, will open this year. The loss-making division has long trailed TSMC, the Taiwanese industry leader, and suffered in recent years from complaints of inconsistent execution. A larger customer base has allowed TSMC to gain scale and know-how, creating a self-reinforcing advantage. But the AI boom is aiding Samsung's foundry efforts in 2 ways. First is that TSMC is booked to the brim. That has already pushed some customers towards Samsung, including Tesla, a car maker, and Qualcomm, a chip designer. Second is that fat profits in the memory business mean the company has more cash to invest. Yet the success of the memory division has created other problems. Soaring prices have damaged Samsung's once thriving consumer electronics business. Margins are being squeezed in the smartphone division. It may post a loss this year. Political trouble is also brewing. On May 11th, Kim Yong-bom, an advisor to Lee Jae-myung, South Korea's president, proposed a national dividend to redistribute chip-making profits to citizens. Mr. Lee has since said only excess tax revenue from the chip boom is being considered, not a new tax. A coalition of Samsung unions is also demanding that 15% of the memory division's profits be distributed to workers, similar to an arrangement already in place at SK Hynix. They are threatening a multi-week strike beginning on May 21st, which would cost Samsung some 30 trillion won. Ironically, union members also lambasted Samsung for failing to capitalize on the AI boom during a strike in 2024. The problems of success may feel like a welcome change for Samsung's bosses, but they are problems nonetheless.
Business.
Chip making. Flush with cash. The strange Japanese companies minting money from AI.
Ajinomoto has spent well over a century supplying monosodium glutamate, or MSG, a chemical that gives food an umami kick. Now another of the Japanese seasoning giant's products is whetting investors' appetites. Ajinomoto build-up film, or ABF, is a material used to insulate artificial intelligence processors from circuit boards. It was originally made from byproducts of MSG manufacturing. Ajinomoto controls more than 95% of the market. Booming demand for AI chips has made the film scarce, pushing Ajinomoto's share price up by 65% since the start of the year, around 3 times the gain in Japan's benchmark Nikkei index. Toto, another century-old Japanese firm, has lately enjoyed an equally improbable flush of prosperity. Best known as the world's largest toilet maker, it has found a profitable seat in the semiconductor supply chain. The firm is a leading producer of electrostatic chucks, ceramic plates that hold silicon wafers firmly in place, while memory chips are etched. Toto's operating profit from advanced ceramics now accounts for more than half its total. The AI frenzy has produced obvious winners in semiconductors: American chip designers, South Korean memory makers, Taiwanese foundries. Japan has its equivalents, with giants such as Tokyo Electron and Advantest that make the sophisticated equipment used to fabricate and test chips. But like Ajinomoto and Toto, many of the country's AI winners are in less flashy trades. Hoya, a healthcare company that makes spectacles and contact lenses, is a leading supplier of photomask blanks, transparent plates coated with light-sensitive material that lithography tools use to etch chip designs onto silicon wafers. Sakura, a stationery brand, has adapted technology once used for coloured pencils to spot defects in chip manufacturing processes. Nitto Boseki, or Nitobo, which began life as a textile company in 1923, is today the sole supplier of T-glass, an ultra-thin glass fibre essential for packaging AI chips. 2 factors explain this eclectic industrial cast. The first is history. In the 1980s, Japan was a semiconductor superpower, accounting for more than half of global chip production. 6 of the world's 10 biggest chip firms in 1989 were Japanese. Those champions created demand for local suppliers of all sorts. The country's firms still dominate several niches in the supply chain, particularly for materials and tools. The second factor is culture. David Dye of Bernstein, a broker, argues that Japanese companies keep developing technology even when demand is not yet obvious, and rarely abandon it. That lets them deepen their knowledge over decades. When the opportunity finally appears, they are ready, armed with better technology and more credibility than newer rivals. Ajinomoto began work on ABF in the 1970s, as it looked
Business.
The immigration business. Ice Age. Companies are making big bucks from immigration crackdowns.
The exhibition hall of the annual Border Security Expo, or BSE, held this month in Phoenix, Arizona, looked more like the set of a dystopian science fiction film. Surveillance towers flashed brightly, drones buzzed overhead. One company demonstrated a robotic dog designed to patrol borders. Another showed off a thermal camera that can detect movement kilometers away. On stage, Tom Homan, President Donald Trump's border czar, praised the technology firms in attendance for helping to build the most secure border in history. As the bustling trade fair demonstrated, the business of immigration enforcement is booming. Right-wing populists and incumbents seeking to fend them off are spending more on monitoring borders, tracking down those who've entered the country illegally, than detaining and deporting them. In America, Congress has approved roughly $170 billion in cumulative additional funding for immigration enforcement until 2029. Even the European Union is ratcheting up spending. That is benefiting not only incumbent outsourcers, but also a wave of startups hoping to bring new technologies to the industry. Border control is an area of particular interest for newcomers. Much of that business has tended to flow to large defense contractors and established security firms. Yet agencies across America and Europe have been simplifying procurement rules and running pilot programs to allow new products to be tested and deployed more quickly, luring in startups. As a result, what was once a labour-intensive system of patrol agents, radios and vehicles is turning into a digital surveillance network. Governments increasingly rely on drones, radars, heat-detecting cameras and the like to monitor vast swathes of territory in real time. Such technologies reduce risks for agents and free them up for higher-value work, according to Stephen Willoughby, an official at America's Department of Homeland Security. Instead of relying on agents scouring remote terrain, authorities can now monitor deserts and coastlines from centralized command centers. Much of the new tech being used at borders was originally developed for warfare. Anduril, a drone maker that has recently raised $5 billion at a $61 billion valuation, has a $363 million contract with the US Border Patrol for autonomous surveillance systems. Shield AI, a rival, has won a $198 million contract with the US Coast Guard and is also deploying its drones on European borders. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, the controversial agency that tracks down illegal immigrants already in America, has come to rely on software provided by Palantir, a data analytics firm embedded in the Pentagon. The business of housing detained immigrants has drawn less interest from Silicon Valley, but it is booming nonetheless. Already, ICE has increased detention capacity to around 70,000 beds, up from roughly 40,000 before Mr. Trump returned to office last year, and is aiming for 100,000. This has been good for prison operators such as CoreCivic and Geo.
Business.
Bartleby. Introducing Velocity Pivot. The corporate world's lorem ipsum.
We are pleased to announce a modern alternative to the lorem ipsum text. This much-loved piece of filler text, derived from Cicero's De Finibus Bonorum et Malorum, has been used for layout purposes for centuries, and remains available for anyone to use. But we believe that other, newer forms of meaningless babble are even better at taking up space, which is why we are thrilled to unveil Velocity Pivot. For most forms of corporate communication, it is not necessary to change the text at all before you publish. Velocity Pivot hunger to win relentless execution, insatiable appetite, artificial intelligence, token-maxing, tokenized toe-curling, double-digit growth, transformational volatility, fireside chat, drinking from a fire hose, burning platform, general pyromania, augmentation, not automation. It's not AI that will take your job, but the person using AI, headcount reduction, tough decisions, right-sizing. Innovation powerhouse, 3 horizons, 4 Ps, 5 Ys, 6 is too many. Town hall water cooler conversations, think like an owner, speed up, fast forward, step back, step up, zoom in, zoom out. I'm feeling quite dizzy, helicopter view. Deep dive, top down, bottom up, downside, upside, rotating, turnaround. No, really, I'm going to be sick. Change management, strategic, strategizing, waterfall, agile, sprint, cascade, tentpole, brainstorming, whiteboard, Miro board, board senseless, modernizing, digitization, revolution, not evolution, not revolution, vibe coding, value added, MVP, SVP, CRO, MCP, PRD, BBQ, BAU, KPI, DEI, though we don't talk about the last one much anymore. Data is the new oil, models are the new oil, oil is the new oil, surplus, abundance, multiplier effect, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, oh what the hell, 10,000 times impact, deep impact, really deep impact, supercharged, super excited, superpower, super intelligence, supermarket, superstars, tipping point, inflection point, choke points, 3-point turn, lean, elevate, sharpen, reach out, circle back, converge, spin up, spin down, spin out. Edge cases, use cases, suitcases, frequent flyer lounges, platinum member, air miles, in-flight, dynamic environment, shifting landscape, new industrial revolution, bias for action, actionable traction, tractionable, is that a word? It is now reimagine, reinvent, reinforce, revamp, renew, redefine, resilient, grit, growth, mindset, futuristic, heuristic, holistic, optimistic, systemic, getting the ick. Transforming the value proposition, propositioning, transformational value, delighting customers, strengthening communities, leveraging insights, other verb-noun combinations, end-to-end workflows, deployment, training, inference, stack, full stack, slack, attack, geopolitics, geoeconomics, geotechnology, geography is back. Top right-hand quadrant, total alignment, partial alignment, non-alignment, disagree, and commit together. Unfolding, ever-changing, fresh perspectives, instant, personalized, large-scale, multi-year, multi-service, long-term investment pipelines, embedded, ecosystem leaders, leading through leadership, leaden pros, new normal, new paradigms, paradox, parabola, hockey stick, J-curve, K-shaped, A-game, C-suite, Beyoncé. Improved outcomes, purpose, values, mission, behaviors, customer centricity, customer obsessed, sounds a bit creepy to be honest, bold, audacious, daring, restless ambition, world-class, industry-leading, game-changing, top-line metrics, blueprint, corporate DNA, digital workforce, orchestration, agentic compute, fueling, propelling, driving, accelerating, never-breaking operational platform, analytics, global footprint, local know-how, uniquely positioned, scaling, powering, delivering, achieving, winning, executing, mastering, aggressive, complete passivity. Just kidding. Decision points, gates, milestones, gallstones, durable, sustainable, confident, momentum, sentiment, differentiated, competitive advantage, organic growth, inorganic growth, basically growth, core business, core strength, core blimey, cycles, cycling,
Business.
Schumpeter. Big Tech's income gap. America's hyperscalers are sacrificing their cash flows to prop up the AI boom.
A chart is haunting Silicon Valley. The profits of big cloud computing firms, Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft and Oracle, are rising inexorably. Yet the amount of cash flow they generate after capital spending is falling. Sketched together, these soaring profits and diving free cash flows, which until recently rose in unison, resemble the gasps of the world's investors. In short order, America's biggest companies have gone from printing money to burning it. Amazon, Meta and Microsoft are all expected by analysts to announce negative cash flows in at least one quarter this year. Alphabet, the parent company of Google, will just about keep its head above water. Oracle, the weakest of the bunch, is already drowning. It does not take Poirot to work out what's going on. This year, the 5 firms will spend $800 billion filling warehouses with computers to run artificial intelligence models. These investments barely register on their profit statements, since assets depreciate only once built, and then only slowly. Cash flow statements, though, are less susceptible to obfuscation. At around 40% of their revenues this year, the cloud giant's capital expenditures will surpass those of the oil industry during the shale boom in the 2010s and the telecoms industry during the dot-com bubble in the 1990s. Arguments dismissive of the scale of big tech's transformation have collapsed under the weight of the growing bill. Comparisons to the dot-com bubble are wrong-headed because the big spenders today generate ample cash flows, went one argument. Not anymore. Their cash flow pressures cannot be that great because firms are still buying back bucket loads of their own stock, many said. During the most recent quarter, buybacks collapsed. A third is that big tech trades at only 23 times the firm's forecast earnings. Yes, but when the denominator of this equation captures almost nothing of their spending, is it at all useful? Nowadays, investors judge the success of these firms on the basis of concentrated revenue contracts stretching far into the future, rather than dispersed sales received today. Mostly these contracts involve selling computing capacity to model makers like OpenAI and Anthropic, which are themselves incinerating vast piles of cash. Total future revenue agreements have risen to $2 trillion, from $730 billion last year at Amazon, Google, Microsoft and Oracle. Meta is a buyer rather than a seller of computing capacity. Simple balance sheets with intangible assets and generous cash buffers have been replaced by ones which are complicated, asset-heavy and indebted. Since the start of last year, the Big Five have raised $260 billion from bond markets, a quarter of all such borrowing by listed American non-financial firms. What started as a local affair has become a global bacchanal. Nearly a third of the haul from selling bonds this year is in currencies other than the dollar. Alphabet, Google's parent, will soon issue its first bonds denominated in yen. Much larger obligations lurk off-balance sheet. The biggest are $820 billion of future payments to leased data centers yet to be built, up from $270 billion a year ago. Commitments to spend money on other things, like packing their data centers with chips, have risen as fast. Amazon, Google, Meta and Oracle now disclose $680 billion of such obligations. Other bills are tied to special purpose vehicles, separate entities with their own balance sheets. Last year, one, assembled to build Meta's new data center in Louisiana, issued the biggest single corporate bond in history. Oracle's finance chief recently talked about uncoupling the firm's cash flows from its capex, presumably with similarly advanced financial engineering. This vast nexus of AI contracts combines an absolute faith in technologists with a naive trust in lawyers. Occasionally, the market is discerning about what these contracts really mean. Oracle's shares have been hammered since investors realized how dependent its future revenue is on OpenAI. More often, the market is obtuse. Bankers increasingly whisper about decaying documentation in AI financing agreements. When we ask our lawyers to find ways that a hyperscaler might wriggle away from or renegotiate a lease contract, often they come back with a very long list, says the boss of one big lender that has steered clear of some more esoteric financing structures in the AI boom. So far, the CapEx splurge has been a great act of charity to the rest of America's tech industry. The 5 firms have assumed the role of central planners, attempting to make the complex chain of returns on investment work across the AI economy. Data centers are useless if businesses don't find models worth paying for, which only happens if model makers can raise enough capital to make them. In the process, the hyperscalers have sacrificed their own returns. Only shares in Alphabet have beaten the Nasdaq index during the past year. Big tech has also liberally lent its creditworthiness across capital markets. Many firms that contract with the giants can take those contracts to the bank, literally, and raise more debt. Moreover, the hyperscalers' capex has become someone else's free cash flow. Broadcom, Micron, Nvidia and SanDisk, 4 chip companies, are all minting real fortunes outfitting big tech's data centers.
Finance and Economics.
Techno-Economics Part 1. The Jobs Apocalypse, a very short history. Mass unemployment induced by AI would be unprecedented.
At no time in polling history have Americans been less optimistic about their long-term employment prospects. The average person believes they have a 22% chance of losing their job in the next 5 years, according to one survey, a higher share than even during the global financial crisis of 2007 to 2009. The cause of this gloom is artificial intelligence. Nearly 1 in 5 American workers recently told another pollster that AI or automation is very or somewhat likely to replace them. It isn't just average people who are alarmed, so are the leaders of the very AI companies causing the anxiety. Dario Amodei of Anthropic has warned that AI could push unemployment to 10 to 20%. Bill Gates, co-founder of Microsoft, said that in an AI world, people will not be needed for most things. Sam Altman, boss of OpenAI, has clocked that talking up the technology's disruptive power is provoking a backlash, and now speaks of tools to augment and elevate people, not entities to replace them. But even he could not resist mentioning disruption, significant transition as we switch to new jobs. Economists are, for a change, far less dismal. They are allergic to the lump of labour fallacy, which treats the jobs market as static and zero-sum. If technology displaces workers from some occupations, they argue, it enriches others, who then spend their gains on goods and services that create new employment. The labour market certainly is not cracking yet. The share of the OECD's working-age population with a job keeps breaking records. Unemployment across the club of mostly rich countries is just 5%, and America employs more people than ever in AI-exposed industries like law. American graduates have been struggling since before OpenAI launched ChatGPT in late 2022. Many economists foresee relatively little disruption ahead. Those at America's Bureau of Labor Statistics think the country will add 5.2 million jobs between 2024 and 2034, increasing total employment by 3%. Advances in AI's capabilities could render current data and extrapolations from this obsolete. But if this happened, and AI really were to put millions of people out of work, it would be unprecedented in human history. Never have new technologies spread fast enough to make large numbers of people unemployed for a long time. Understanding why may shed light on how this time is and is not different. Historical data suggest that technological diffusion always proceeds slowly. In a paper published in 2012, Robert Gordon of Northwestern University found that since 1300, growth of GDP per person at whatever was the world's most sophisticated economy of its time has never exceeded about 2.5% a year. When other countries grew faster than this, they did so by catching up with a richer place that, almost by definition, sparked earlier wealth-creating technological progress. And the fact that growth at the frontier of innovation was slower meant that so was the pace of any job destruction. Take farming. Although it has undergone monumental technological upheavals over the past millennium, farm employment has changed only slowly. The share of England's labour force in agriculture has been falling steadily since the 16th century, without ever collapsing suddenly. The recognisably modern tractor was invented in America at the start of the 20th century, and it took generations, rather than years, for the agricultural workforce to decline. Even when job disruption is faster, workers need not suffer. In the middle of the 20th century, the first computers, shipping containers, and other wonders led Harold Wilson, a British Prime Minister, to describe the white heat of technology burning through Western economies. GDP per person in America, which had by then dislodged Britain as the world's frontier economy, grew by 2.5% a year, the fastest ever for a leading economic power. The level of job disruption, as measured by the share of employment shifting between industries or occupations, was at times more than twice as high as it is today. Yet many people look back fondly on that era as a time of rising wages, widening opportunity, and unpolarized politics. One instance of technological change has become notorious: the Industrial Revolution in 19th century Britain. According to some accounts, it was horribly disruptive to workers. James Watt's inventions in the 1760s to 1780s made steam engines efficient enough to power factories. This led to a period of blistering economic growth that appeared to coincide with stagnation in inflation-adjusted wages. Between 1790 and 1840, these barely budged, even as capitalists earned vast profits. Today's thought leaders in Silicon Valley often invoke this pause. It is associated with Friedrich Engels, a capitalist heir-turned-communist, who described it in The Condition of the Working Class in England, his account of Manchester's slums in the 1840s. Recent scholarship, though, casts doubt on whether Engels' pause is a useful blueprint for what AI may have in store for workers. The composition of British employment saw little churn until the 1850s, and then only as much as it does today. Moreover, if technology destroyed jobs, it created plenty more. Between 1760 and 1860, the number of Britons in work ballooned from 4.5 million to 12 million. Unemployment generally remained modest. Wage growth was indeed slow during Engels' pause, but no slower than in the half-century before it. This reflected slow productivity growth in the Industrial Revolution's early years, itself a function of the gradual diffusion of Watt's technological breakthroughs. By 1830, only about 160,000 horsepower was in use in the whole of Britain, equivalent to 1,000 typical modern cars. Given rapid population growth in the period, it is a truly remarkable achievement that workers' purchasing power grew at all, as Sir Tony Wrigley, a late British demographer, put it. It looks even more remarkable if you adjust wages not by the Consumer Price Index, as historians tend to, but by the average price of domestically produced output, the GDP deflator. The gap between the two measures of real wages illustrates a crucial point about the Industrial Revolution. The average employer paid workers reasonably fairly after selling his wares and deducting the cost of materials. He did not profit from exploiting his staff, as Engels supposed. The problem for labourers was less unfair pay than sharp rises in the cost of living. Food prices rose steadily and sometimes soared because of war and high tariffs on grain imports. The villains of the Industrial Revolution were politicians, not machines. This puts a different gloss on the industrial unrest of the period. In the early 19th century, textile workers revolted, destroying the power looms they thought would kill their craft. A few years later, farm labourers smashed threshing machines across southern England. Historians link such unrest to technological disruption, yet strikes and wrecking are as old as time. In England, riots were less frequent in the early 1800s, the middle of Engels' pause, than later in the century, when real wages were growing strongly. The Chartists, who secured suffrage and other rights for working men, did not gain ground until wage growth was unpaused in the 1840s. Nicholas Crafts, an economic historian, summed it up neatly. The Industrial Revolution, he wrote, is not a template for technological change that boosts productivity at the expense of a significant decline in labour's share of national income. In short, those warning of AI-driven mass unemployment are predicting something that has never happened before. That does not mean it can never happen at all. The first signs would be sharply rising productivity combined with weak real wage growth in America, the world's frontier economy. This would show up as an increase in GDP per person above Mr. Gordon's ceiling of 2.5%, and a simultaneous jump in corporate profits, reflecting the gains from higher output flowing to capital, not labour. Another signal would be big job losses in lots of industries. History holds
Finance and Economics.
Techno-Economics Part 2. Rage Against the Machine. Is AI putting graduates out of work already?
There's no sign in the data that AI is costing anybody their job right now. Kevin Hassett, a White House advisor, said on May 11th. Someone should tell America's class of 2026. It's grim, one professor says of the market for graduate jobs. Artificial intelligence is the popular villain. At a recent commencement ceremony in Florida, a speaker was booed for mentioning it, and not without reason. Our analysis suggests AI may indeed be harming some graduates' job prospects. A university degree no longer seems to offer much protection from joblessness. Recent graduates are likelier to be unemployed than the average American. The current cohort feels particularly gloomy. Less than a fifth of them think this is a good time to find a good job, the lowest share in over a decade and well below the figure for Americans overall, at more than a quarter. A slump in on-campus recruiting is not helping. Job postings on Handshake, a search platform for university students, are 50% below their peak of 2022. Many suspect AI is to blame. More than half of employers say they have considered replacing entry-level workers with the technology. A recent poll by the Institute of Politics at Harvard University's Kennedy School found that similarly more than half of young Americans see AI as a threat to their job prospects. Economists are more divided. A paper by Eric Brynjolfsson of Stanford University and colleagues, published in 2025, examined employment among young workers in AI-exposed jobs, such as software development. The authors found it had fallen by 16% relative to less exposed fields. But a paper published this year by Zana Ischenko and Fabian Curto-Millet, two economists at Google, casts doubt on the idea that young workers in particular are being displaced by AI. They found that job postings in AI-exposed occupations have declined just as sharply for senior workers as for junior ones, and that this trend predated the launch of ChatGPT in late 2022. Another study by Morgan Frank of the University of Pittsburgh and colleagues showed that labour market outcomes have deteriorated for AI-exposed employees, but that this trend also began before ChatGPT was released. The Economist has conducted its own analysis, using a largely overlooked source of data, 10 years' worth of surveys of recent college graduates from the National Association of Colleges and Employers. Each year, American universities ask new alumni whether they are working, unemployed, or in graduate school. Using their responses, we compared labour market outcomes in fields with differing levels of exposure to AI before and after the arrival of large language models. We found that graduates in fields more exposed to AI have suffered markedly worse outcomes. Between 2022 and 2024, graduates in the least exposed quintile, studying subjects such as education, philosophy, and civil engineering, saw their average full-time employment rate fall by just 1.5 percentage points. Those in the most exposed quintile, including computer science, computer engineering, and information science, suffered a 6.6 percentage point drop. We updated these figures for the most exposed fields using data from 13 universities and found that the trend continued for the class of 2025. The rate of full-time employment fell from nearly 70% to 55% in 3 years, notably the 3 years following ChatGPT's release in 2022. Prior to that, it had been stable. Students are already changing course. Data from the National Student Clearinghouse, a research group, show that
Finance and Economics.
Techno-Economics Part 3. Robots serve the people. China wants more automation, but not fewer workers.
A year ago, the city of Qingdao had just a handful of autonomous vehicles. Now it has more than almost anywhere else on Earth. One firm, Neolix, has put around 1,200 unmanned delivery vans on local roads. It hopes to have 4,000 by the end of the year. With several other autonomous taxi and food delivery projects underway, Qingdao exemplifies how rapidly artificial intelligence is transforming China. It is also the front line of the clash between unmanned vehicles and drivers. Autonomous cars and drones are being deployed in China at a dizzying pace. About 33,000 short-range delivery vehicles, including the ones in Qingdao, were on Chinese roads at the end of 2025. The number of unmanned cabs is expected to hit 14,000 by the end of 2026. Goldman Sachs, a bank, reckons that more than 700,000 robo-taxis, meaning 12% of all ride-hailing vehicles, will roam Chinese cities within 5 years. Meituan, a delivery super app, believes it could use drones for 10% of the country's instant food deliveries, of which 60 billion were made last year. Though each such delivery is a technological miracle, in the short run it may deprive a human driver of a fare. This puts Chinese leaders in a bind. They want to lead the world in AI and automation, but not destroy jobs. An economic plan for the next 5 years says the country must prevent and resolve large-scale unemployment risks. In April, a cybersecurity watchdog told developers in a draft document that they should not apply AI with the goal of replacing human employment. The first question is whether technology will be able to replace millions of drivers in short order. Projects have been launched in dozens of Chinese cities, but growth has slowed owing to congestion and technical glitches. No company has deployed more than 1,200 vehicles in any one city. The size of Neolix's fleet in Qingdao has fluctuated in response to traffic jams caused by its vans. Although these are permitted to drive at any time, they are allowed to make deliveries only in off-peak daytime hours. Even so, on an April morning near a large wholesale market, bands of Neolix vehicles could be seen clogging up the road to honks and jeers. In the city of Wuhan, home to one of the world's biggest robo-taxi projects, autonomous vehicles have also jammed traffic. Baidu, a tech giant and Wuhan's main operator of driverless taxis, has a fleet of around 1,000 for well over a year. It may not grow for a while. In March, dozens of Baidu's cabs suddenly froze, snarling up traffic and prompting a rescue effort for stranded passengers. Since then, the central government has suspended the issuance of new licenses for robo-taxis. A second question is which jobs are threatened and which are safe in the longer run. Authorities in Qingdao are not worried about unemployment caused by Neolix, says Wang Honglei, a company executive. In fact, senior officials in the wider Shandong province want as many as 15,000 driverless short delivery vehicles on roads by the end of 2027. One reason for the insouciance is the sort of human drivers these might displace. Neolix runs only business-to-business services, such as delivering meat from markets to restaurants. Many people who do this are in their 60s and drive small three-wheeled vehicles that tip over in traffic. Few young people seek to replace them when they retire because this perilous work pays poorly and entails a lot of heavy lifting. This makes machines the obvious choice for the job. Drivers who ferry people to their destinations and packages to consumers are another matter. Tech platforms employ around 22 million such workers. Many more drive city cabs. The platform workers are generally young rural migrants in cities and people who have lost other work. Youth unemployment is already high, and officials do not want to make it worse. Another crucial difference is that taxi and delivery drivers have been better at organising strikes and protests. They did just that in Wuhan in 2024, as Baidu's project was gaining momentum. In response, city officials told Baidu to stop publicising its robo-taxi figures. Authorities, though supportive of the technology, fear social disruption far more than tech glitches. To allay those fears, the biggest automation companies are providing help to the disaffected. Meituan has started training delivery drivers to help operate drone deliveries in Shanghai. Jobs range from loading food onto drones to monitoring flights from a command centre. So far, only 200 people are on this team, compared with millions of drivers, but this will expand, says Mao Yi-Nian of Meituan. Whereas the company previously only trained its own employees for such work, he says, it now trains other workers too. These include staff at hospitals, where drones already deliver some test samples. The point of automation is ultimately to replace workers who need to be paid a regular wage with robots which do not. This will eventually end up being true in China too. In the meantime, a world anxious about an AI jobs apocalypse will be watching the Chinese experiment in human-first automation closely.
Finance and economics.
Productivity growth. The Lazarus effect. Lo, productivity in America is rising, saith the data.
As with many a miracle, onlookers disbelieved their eyes at first. For a decade after the global financial crisis of 2007 to 2009, rich world productivity growth was, by historical standards, deadish. Since prosperity depends on the ability to produce more with the same labour, this consigned even America to eternal stagnation. And don't ask about Europe. The Congressional Budget Office, a fiscal watchdog which consistently overestimated productivity growth in the 2010s, has been consistently glum this decade. Partial data, hinting otherwise, were dismissed as false prophets. But those data kept coming, and now they are indisputable. Over the past 5 years or so, American productivity has been growing at the fastest rate in around 2 decades. Whether you look at output per worker or per hour, it has risen by a lively 2% a year, from a moribund 1% for most of the 2010s. This has led the Federal Reserve to raise its median forecast for America's long-run GDP growth from 1.8% to 2%. Jerome Powell, the outgoing chair, bore witness at a recent press conference. "I never thought I'd see this many years of really high productivity," he marvelled in response to a question from The Economist. It is too early to credit artificial intelligence for the resurrection. Productivity picked up in the early 2020s, whereas large language models have come into real commercial use only in the past year or so. If previous technological revolutions are anything to go by, the AI age will take at least a few years to show up in productivity statistics. Its main macroeconomically discernible impact so far has been on business investment, particularly in data centres. To divine the real causes of the phenomenon, The Economist started by poring over official data on productivity growth by sector since 2000 from America's Bureau of Labour Statistics. Between 2019 and 2024, the information industry, which covers areas from software and telecoms to publishing and filmmaking, came top with an annual rate of around 6%. That was no higher than the annual average in 2000 to 2019, nor is America's recent uptick the consequence of this particularly efficient industry accounting for a bigger slice of the economy. In the past 6 years, the sector's share of total American output has hovered between 5.3% and 5.5%. Instead, some of the biggest jumps in productivity growth have come in professional services and management. These make up 1/10 of the American economy, up a little from 2019. They are the sorts of businesses that do not produce new technology, but are keen users of it. In the past few years, America's suits have at last taken full advantage of the signature innovations of the 2010s, smartphones, cloud computing, video conferencing, and the like. Productivity growth also sped up in oil and gas. The shale fracking revolution of the 2010s turned America from a net energy importer to an exporter. In 2023, it sold half as much energy abroad, net of imports, as Saudi Arabia. Since then, construction of new liquefaction plants for natural gas has allowed America to send the fuel to Europe and Asia, where it fetches higher prices than at home. The indirect effects of America's energy boom may be yet more consequential. Electricity is an input into just about everything, and Americans pay half as much for it on average as Europeans and 1/3 less than the Japanese. When it is inexpensive and abundant, workers and machinery can keep producing as much as possible without worrying too much about energy use. This helps explain why some energy-intensive businesses like mining and chemicals have not collapsed as they have in Europe. Another factor behind the spurt in productivity growth is both fuzzier and more fundamental. The American economy remains unusually flexible, dynamic and innovative by rich world standards. This makes it particularly adaptable, especially in times of crisis. Indeed, the start of the latest productivity boom coincided with the nigh-biblical pestilence of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in contrast to the previous big upswing over 2 decades ago, other rich countries have not experienced the same miraculous revival this time. Unlike much of Europe, for instance, America largely opted to hand out pandemic assistance in cash rather than pursuing complex schemes that tied workers to their existing jobs. When lockdown layoffs began to be unwound, people were likelier to find new work in more efficient businesses because these were the firms best placed to restart hiring. The American economy is also taking more recent shocks in its stride. From the start of 2025 to March 2020,
Finance and economics.
Commodities. Docks, stocks and barrels. How the world has avoided an oil catastrophe so far.
10 weeks into the Iran war, the mystery is deepening. Every day the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, nearly 14 million barrels of oil, 14% of global output, are lost. At least 2 billion barrels will probably disappear from this year's total, even if the strait reopens today. Yet Brent crude, at $106 a barrel, fetches much less than the $129 it hit in 2022, after Russia invaded Ukraine, and nowhere near the $150 to $200 analysts predicted if the Iran war dragged on. One reason is oil traders' perpetual optimism about a diplomatic breakthrough. Front-month Brent, The nearest futures contract and global benchmark locks in a price for oil to be loaded onto tankers in roughly 2 months' time. Whenever Donald Trump hints at an imminent deal, markets put off pricing in further disruption. But lately even spot prices have calmed. Dated Brent, which tracks crude loading in the coming days, traded at $25 above front-month futures in early April. Now the gap is just a few dollars. Two forces explain why the panic has faded. First, non-Gulf producers have turbocharged exports. Net of imports, in the 4 weeks to May 10th, Canada shipped 400,000 more barrels per day of crude and refined products than a year earlier. Venezuela and Norway each added 200,000 barrels a day, Brazil 100,000 barrels a day. Most remarkably, America put on 3.8 million barrels a day, according to Vortexa, a ship tracker. At nearly 9 million barrels a day, its net petroleum exports in those 4 weeks were the highest ever. America's export machine took a few weeks to crank up. New contracts had to be signed, extra barrels produced or drawn from reserves, pipelines booked, the right oil blended. In March, freight rates from the Atlantic to Asia and Europe jumped to lure more tankers to those routes. To compensate buyers, the discount on West Texas Intermediate, America's flagship crude relative to Brent and Dubai, the Asian benchmark, broke records. The tide of non-Gulf barrels narrowed the supply gap to roughly 8 million barrels a day. Enter the second force. In the same 4 weeks, big oil-buying regions imported 11 million barrels a day less petroleum than a year before. China's purchases alone dropped by 6.6 million barrels a day. The country's refiners have even resold some cargoes they had pledged to buy from West Africa and beyond to other Asian buyers. The fall in imports is not good news. Some of it reflects demand destruction. Crude shortages have forced refiners in Asia and Europe to cut throughput by nearly 4 million barrels a day. The loss of 4.4 million barrels a day of refined products from the Gulf has pushed prices of diesel, gasoline and jet fuel up by 60 to 120%. Squeezed consumers have cut back. Many petrochemical plants, starved of naphtha, a crucial plastics feedstock, are running below capacity. Yet most estimates of demand destruction fall below 5 million barrels a day, suggesting much of the drop in imports reflects caution, not privation. Some buyers, too, may believe the strait will reopen soon and are deferring purchases until prices fall. The surprising result is a mini glut of crude. That is keeping the Brent price down. How long can it last? Satellite imagery suggests China's onshore stocks have barely budged, implying refineries have slashed throughput. But crude imports have collapsed so far that this cannot be the whole story. Martin Ratz of Morgan Stanley, a bank, suspects crude once held in underground caverns has moved above ground, covering the shortfall. Such drawdowns are likely to accelerate. Soon Chinese refineries' maintenance season will end. They may increase exports, now the government has loosened a ban imposed in March. China has perhaps 1.2 billion barrels of crude in storage, enough to keep imports depressed for much of 2026. But strategically, they don't want to draw down everything this year, says Neil Crosby of Sparta Commodities, a data firm. That means China importing more and the rest of the world less. America may present a bigger problem. Its exports are now likelier to fall than rise. As in China, refiners' maintenance season will soon end, and more than 500,000 barrels a day, now earmarked for export, could be redirected, estimates Kepler, another data firm. More worrying, motor fuel stocks are plummeting at record speed. If this continues, even a modest rise in crude prices could push petrol to $5 a gallon, a threshold last breached in 2022 when it hurt both drivers and Joe Biden's approval ratings. Mr. Trump's administration
Finance and economics.
Buttonwood. Arduous arbitrage. Index rebalancing is now the biggest event in markets.
What do the Indonesian stock market, South Korean government bonds and Robinhood, an online broker, have in common? Not much, you might think. But over the past year, investors in all three have quivered before the same phenomenon, the awesome power of financial indices. The largest of these now exert a tidal pull on markets. As of 2025, around $36 trillion worth of capital was in passive investment funds. These automatically track decisions by MSCI, FTSE, Russell, S&P Global and the like to determine what to buy and how much. Many trillions more are supposedly invested actively, but by closet index huggers, timid managers who fear straying too far from their benchmarks. Ironically, all this has given rise to a strategy based on discretion and guesswork. Hedge funds and other traders try to surf ahead of the wave of portfolio rebalancing generated by indices changing their weights. Some corkers are on the horizon, with buzzy and enormous firms such as SpaceX and Anthropic expected to list their shares in the coming months and to join stock market indices soon after. Sadly, making money from such events is getting harder. If markets were perfectly efficient, it would always have been nigh impossible. As soon as an asset looked likely to enter an index, its price would adjust to anticipate tracker funds rebalancing. But markets are not perfect, and index rebalancing is large enough to move them. Goldman Sachs, a bank, reckons $7.8 billion could flow out of Indonesian stocks if the country is downgraded to a frontier market by MSCI in June. The share price of Robinhood surged by 16% in September after it joined the S&P 500 index. South Korean bonds' entry into the FTSE World Government Bond Index this year may drag in as much as $60 billion worth of foreign investment. Why then is it getting harder to profit by trading ahead of these events? One reason is that index rebalancing rewards periods of sustained momentum. Shares that have climbed rapidly in value are admitted to indices, then bought automatically by tracker funds, giving them another boost. If you can identify one such winner earlier than your competitors, you can buy it before the bump. Provided it keeps winning, so will you. If its momentum stalls, you will not, both because you own a stock that is faltering and because it might not now enter the index after all. In 2 separate months last year, index rebalancing strategies run by Millennium Management, a hedge fund, came a cropper in this way and booked losses worth hundreds of millions of dollars, snapping long winning streaks. They did so just as momentum reversed, meaning that winners began to lose and vice versa. When momentum becomes unreliable, as it has sometimes been recently, so too are index rebalancing strategies. More important, as traders have learned to make these sorts of plays, competition has squeezed profits. Research by Robin Greenwood and Marco Salmon, both of Harvard Business School, shows that the average stock added to the S&P 500 in the 1990s beat the index by 7.4 percentage points between announcement and inclusion. Since 2010, the average such bump has fallen below a single percentage point. Even the most unlikely investors are getting in on the action. Norway's gargantuan sovereign wealth fund has $2.3 trillion in assets, much of it in effect invested passively. Yet it made $4 billion last year through arbitrage, including around the rebalancing of indices. Many so-called tracker funds, in truth, exercise far more discretion than the label suggests. This might be necessary to avoid being the dumb money on the other side of index rebalancing trades. Research by Peter Moak of the University of Florida and Adriana Robertson of the University of Chicago finds that even the largest S&P 500 funds had allocations that diverged from the index by between
Finance and economics.
Free exchange. How to share the AI windfall. Are taxes enough?
Should artificial intelligence cause mass unemployment, workers will not be thrilled. But neither will the taxman, even if he hasn't been automated. For most of the past century, rich countries have had simple rules for sharing prosperity. Raise money mostly by taxing work and consumption, sprinkle in some borrowing, and hand out the proceeds. That model may collapse if AI advances as quickly as its boosters suggest. Hence, many say, a new approach is needed, in which government makes its money primarily from the new technology. Exactly how godlike AI would hit employment is widely debated. It might be that human workers would simply reshuffle and do things that AI cannot in a much wealthier economy. After a painful adjustment in this scenario, most people would still have good jobs. But you can also imagine a trickier outcome in which AI diverts to capital holders income that currently flows to workers. That would be a huge upheaval. Throughout modern history, the ratio between labour and capital has been a remarkably stable 2-to-1, noted Nicholas Kaldor, an economist at Cambridge University in the 1960s. America's labour share has since fallen on some measures, but Kaldor's observation has mostly held up. If the pattern broke, governments would still need money, probably much more, if swathes of the population were jobless and needy. Whether states supported them with cash handouts, job training, or something more imaginative, the funding would need to come from somewhere. But if the labour share of income was low, the tax base would have collapsed. The average member of the OECD, a club of mostly rich countries, raises about half of its tax revenue from labour. Another 30% comes from consumption taxes, and the rest from a smattering of levies on corporations, capital and property. America, which lacks a national consumption tax, is especially reliant on labour. This broadly follows the advice of tax economists. They tend to prescribe flat levies on consumption to raise revenue and differential income taxes, higher for higher earners, for redistribution. They frown on corporation taxes, which discourage investment, and other levies on returns to capital, which distort choices between current and future consumption. Less income tax would mean both less revenue and less redistribution. The obvious replacement would be to substantially raise consumption taxes. People, including Rich's Croesus AI capitalists, would still buy things after all, and governments could pass the proceeds off to others. Capital taxes might also become more important. These would still distort the economy, but could help with redistribution, since most capital returns accrue to the rich. An AI world might also offer more sources of supernormal rents, like land in the richest cities today, which could be taxed without twisting incentives to invest, and thereby damaging growth. Plenty of the flashier AI tax proposals that are floating around fit into this traditional taxonomy. Robot taxes, for instance, are levies on one specific type of capital. Token taxes, on the volume of text passing through AI models, are a form of targeted consumption tax. Both would give rise to unhelpful distortions, nudging investment and spending away from automation, and so hurting growth, though proponents tend to argue that such distortions would helpfully prompt innovation in technologies with more human involvement. A more radical option is to offer workers direct stakes in the progress of AI. One way to do this would be to spread ownership of the companies developing the technology more widely, whether by handing out shares or through sovereign wealth funds. On the face of it, this seems a world away from taxation, but it would be similar in principle to redistributing the proceeds from a well-designed corporation tax. In both cases, after all, governments in effect grant their citizens stakes in corporate earnings. A big advantage of conducting redistribution through taxation is that governments need not make guesses about which companies will benefit most from AI, which they would have to when buying equity stakes. And yet owning shares in AI's winners might mollify displaced workers a lot more than a circuitous system of tax and spend. Equity stakes would also sidestep the issue of which country taxes rich companies, a boon given tech giants' knack for shuffling profits to lower tax jurisdictions. In fact, this radical system of redistribution is not so far from reality. Many workers are already capitalists, with shares in their retirement or savings accounts. Any American with holdings in a fund tracking the S&P 500 share index is a fractional owner in Nvidia, Alphabet, Apple, and 497 other big companies. Savers elsewhere in the world are in on the action too. None needs to pick winners. In such funds, the most successful shares gain value and become a larger share of the portfolio, while the losers shrink. Ideally, the biggest winners would be publicly listed, so outsiders could invest as easily as insiders. There is progress on this front, with both OpenAI and Anthropic preparing to list their shares soon. Even private markets are more
Science and technology.
Breastfeeding. Feeling low. Many women cannot make enough milk. Scientists are starting to understand why.
The struggle to breastfeed is a defining feature of early motherhood for many women. Of the approximately 90% of mothers in rich countries who start breastfeeding, a quarter give up within a few weeks, often because they fear they are not producing enough milk to feed their babies. For many years, doctors have assumed that true cases of poor supply are rare, occurring in no more than 5% of mothers. The prevailing advice to worried parents from health authorities in places such as England and America has, therefore, been to stimulate the release of milk by either putting the baby to the breast more often or using a breast pump. This advice, though well-meaning, is turning out to be inadequate. Many women who follow it still end up with babies who fail to gain enough weight, a clear sign that the mothers are not producing enough milk. Studies of breast milk production involving hundreds of women in America and Australia in recent years suggest that the proportion of mothers who produce too little milk is far higher than previously thought, between 10% and 20%. Researchers are beginning to understand why these numbers are so elevated. For many women, the explanation lies not in how they breastfeed, but in the composition and function of unique cells in the mammary gland, an aspect of their biology over which they have no control. Further research may one day lead to treatments. But even in the short term, these discoveries should help destigmatize low milk supply. In the last 10 years, it has become more accepted that there is a biological reason for these cases, says Yarden Golan Maor, who studies human milk production at Cornell University. And it's not, you're just not trying hard enough. At the heart of the matter are lactocytes, cells in the mammary glands that multiply rapidly during pregnancy and begin to secrete breast milk about 3 days after a woman gives birth. In the past, obtaining such cells for study would have required a tissue biopsy from a breastfeeding woman. That made research into lactation biology tricky. In 2010, however, researchers discovered that microRNA molecules from the mother's breast cells, which contain information about those cells' function, were abundant in breast milk. Breast milk samples could therefore be used as liquid biopsies to understand the causes of low milk production. Such work has revealed distinct biological pathways for what is going wrong. Some women have too few lactocytes. Others may have lactocytes that are inefficient and secrete little breast milk. Lindsay Hink at the University of California in Santa Cruz has made progress on untangling the first of those issues. The problem may begin in pregnancy, when individual lactocytes repeatedly divide to form pairs of daughter cells identical to their mothers. Some lactocytes, however, are different. Instead of giving rise to new cells, they hoard multiple copies of their own DNA within themselves, a trick that allows them to make more milk. Both populations of cells are at risk of accumulating random DNA mutations, which can cause them to either die or stop working. And although a cell repair mechanism exists which can boost the numbers of the hoarding cells, it does not always work as planned. In experiments conducted in mice, reported in Nature Communications in 2024, Dr. Hink's team found that low levels of an enzyme called WEE1 disrupts this repair mechanism, leading to fewer functioning lactocytes and low milk supply. A deficiency of WEE1 could be responsible for low lactocyte levels in humans too, says Dr. Hink. Rachel Walker at Penn State University is testing a hypothesis regarding what may be a separate mechanism. Many of the hormones that instruct the lactocytes to multiply and prepare the mammary gland for lactation are made in the placenta. As some animal studies have tentatively linked damage to the placenta with low milk production, Dr. Walker and her team are examining whether this could be the case in humans too. They are studying the placentas of new mothers in Uganda to see whether infection, among other things, is connected to low milk supply. If such a link is found, it might eventually be possible to predict the likelihood of low milk supply at the moment of childbirth. Progress has also been made on understanding why lactocytes might not function efficiently. One possible cause is a deficiency of critical nutrients in the mammary gland. These provide energy for the lactocytes' normal functioning and are used as ingredients in the breast milk that they secrete. Researchers believe that a shortage would cause the lactocytes to either work harder to make up the shortage or else lose energy. Both scenarios might cause them to make less milk. Such shortages are not necessarily the product of the mother's diet. Certain gene variants and inflammatory molecules can also play a part. Some women, for example, have a gene mutation that affects how zinc passes from the blood into breast milk. Zinc is not only an important nutrient for babies, but is also involved in the development of the mammary gland. Researchers have found that having this mutation is linked with low milk supply. Large-scale genomic studies in cows have also found genes that regulate the protein content of milk, some versions of which may also exist in humans. Women with these genes may struggle to have the right nutrient balance to trigger their lactocytes. That being said, scientists think that genetic causes of low milk supply are probably rare, as the associated mutations are unlikely to have been favoured by natural selection. Genetics, in other words, cannot be the end of the story. Another prime suspect seems to be inflammation. In 2022, Dr. Walker and her colleagues published research showing that chronic inflammation, the type common in obesity and autoimmune disorders like diabetes, prevents fatty acids in the blood from entering the mammary glands and enriching the breast milk. Specific inflammatory molecules can also disrupt the synthesis of carbohydrates, another important component of breast milk. This growing body of research highlights a number of factors that may increase a woman's risk of having low supply. Obesity, diabetes, and autoimmune disorders, for example, lead to chronic inflammation, which can disturb the functioning of many organs in the body. Preeclampsia, a disease of the placenta that affects roughly 4% of women, can also damage many organs. For women with some of these conditions, studies show that up to half may end up with low milk supply. Other causes are less clear. One risk factor that a number of studies have identified is having breasts that are more widely spaced than average. Women who fall into this category often have little glandular tissue and therefore fewer lactocytes. Some research suggests obesity in early life may play a role, affecting the mammary gland's ability to grow at this crucial period of its development. But at the moment, says Dr. Golan Maor, it's all speculation. There is clearly much more research to be done. Untangling the biology of lactation could have dramatic benefits for new mothers. Most straightforwardly, tests to diagnose low milk production would open the door to more tailored advice, as well as potential treatments. Some such tests are already being developed. In a paper from 2025, a team of Australian researchers showed that handheld probes can accurately gauge sodium levels in breast milk, a useful indicator of malfunctioning lactocytes, as well as other conditions such as mastitis. When milk secretion begins, the spaces between the cells lining the mammary gland normally close up, preventing sodium from leaking into breast milk. Abnormally high sodium levels in a mother with suspected low milk supply would suggest some underlying biological issue. More such innovations will hopefully hit the market soon. If lactation science continues in this way, millions of women who suspect they are making too little milk could get timely and definitive answers on whether that is indeed the case.
Science and technology.
Archaeology. Brace yourselves. Neanderthals went to the dentist. Really?
For much of the modern era, Neanderthal has served as shorthand for brutishness and ineptitude, yet mounting archaeological evidence suggests a rather more refined species, one that buried its dead, tended to injured companions, and adapted with remarkable success to the rigours of Ice Age Europe. Many researchers still draw a line between their behaviour and that of modern humans, arguing that they lacked the technical sophistication to perform something as complex as surgery. Now a battered tooth from a cave in southern Siberia, described in the journal PLOS ONE by Elisa Zubova, Lydia Zotkina and Ksenia Kolobova at the Russian Academy of Sciences, is forcing a rethink. The tooth in question is a 59,000-year-old molar from an adult Neanderthal. It was discovered in 2016 in Chigirskaya Cave in the Russian stretch of the Altai Mountains by Dr. Kolobova's team, and like many ancient teeth, it is heavily worn down from years of chewing on tough, gritty food. No other skeletal remains of its owner have been found. What is noteworthy about the tooth is that it has a large hollow on the chewing surface that reaches deep into its centre, where nerves and blood vessels would have been. At first glance, the hollow looks like the site of a dental infection or cavity that would ultimately have proved lethal. But when Dr. Zubova and her team looked closely, they realized its owner probably escaped this fate. Microscope images and CT scans revealed grooves and fine striations on the hole's walls that looked as if they had been made through the repeated rotation of some sort of pointed tool. To their astonishment, this suggested that a Neanderthal had intentionally drilled into the tooth to scoop out infected tissue. Could stone tools alone have been up to the task? Dr. Zubova turned to Dr. Zotkina, an experimental archaeologist, to find out. The question of which stone to use was easy to answer. Small and sharp tools made of a quartz-like material known as jasper have previously been found in Chigirskaya Cave. Dr. Zotkina consequently worked with her team to build similar tools and then use them to drill into sample teeth. They found that repetitive rotational motions with the jasper were enough to produce markings on teeth in less than an hour. What's more, the markings they left were strikingly similar to those found on the Neanderthal tooth. This was fossil evidence of dentistry taking place 59,000 years ago, a tooth aching 45,000 years before modern humans are known to have been engaging in such activities. Nor does the story stop at the drilling. The margins of the hollow show signs of having been smoothed by subsequent chewing activity. This means that the patient not only survived the procedure, but then went on to chew enough food over the course of time to cause the drill site to get worn down. Moreover, the sides of the molar also showed signs of tooth picking, whereby the repeated insertion of a narrow object led to grooves forming between the molar and other teeth. Whether this was done before or after the dental procedure is hard to tell, but was probably done to relieve gum irritation. Such behavior has been documented in earlier human relatives and even in Japanese macaques. This dental discovery adds valuable detail to the picture of Neanderthal life. For one thing, say the authors, it shows they must have had fine motor control. More important, it suggests that they would have understood the importance of enduring some immediate and excruciating pain to reduce the chance of death. Such a calculation would have been impossible without causal reasoning, an attribute whose presence among Neanderthals has long been debated. This finding helps to bring that debate to a close. It's pretty exciting to see such ancient evidence of a medical procedure as complex as this, says Daniel Lieberman, an evolutionary biologist at Harvard University. Sometimes I joke when I'm teaching that humans are the only species that would ever willingly go to a dentist. Now, he adds, I'll have to revise my quip.
Science and technology.
Artificial intelligence. Bad times ahead. AI is putting odds on unrest, regime change, and conflict.
As an uneasy truce holds between America and Iran, experts are struggling to predict what new phase the conflict may enter next. Might an artificial intelligence model know any better? To find out, The Economist asked RAND, a think tank, to see if its new AI forecasting system thought a popular uprising was in the offing in Iran. Integrated Strategic Forecasting, or ISF as the system is known, put the chance of regime collapse or replacement by the end of 2026 at 20%, higher than many experts would hazard. There are caveats. The forecast was produced without classified intelligence. Its inputs and outputs were also not vetted by humans, as is customary for forecasts commissioned by government agencies, notes Anthony Vassallo, RAND's head of prediction technology and a former senior official in America's Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Even so, Mr. Vassallo is bullish. He describes ISF, which was completed in February, as the better crystal ball policymakers have long sought. And ISF is not the only game in town. After 2 decades in which attempts to build conflict-predicting computer models have yielded disappointing results, recent advances in machine learning and large language models have prompted many data scientists to take another crack. The idea is simple. Models trained on past conflicts are fed indicators that may signal future strife in the hope that predictive patterns, invisible to humans, will emerge. Inputs include data on crime, public health, labour strikes, weather, the economy, and political developments such as democratic backsliding. Social media are widely mined to gauge discontent. Forecasters are also turning to images from satellites, drones, and surveillance cameras. The aim is to spot clues in street life, traffic patterns, and the way protesters converge, hold ground, and disperse. Such image analysis is being incorporated into a prediction hub at the University of the German Armed Forces in Munich. The system will serve Germany's defense ministry, says Daniel Racek, the project's chief early warning data scientist. Useful as all this may be, the best predictor of conflict is past conflict, says Katayun Kishi, chief data scientist at ACLED, a non-profit in Wisconsin. ACLED pays some 150 researchers worldwide to track riots, government crackdowns, gang warfare, military attacks, and other violence that raise the odds of future conflict. These data, deemed complete enough to be used by Forecast Bench, a non-profit, to assess general-purpose forecasting models, are fed into ACLED's model, CAST. CAST then uses this information, augmented with indicators such as infant mortality and occurrences of peace talks, to predict bouts of organized political violence up to 6 months out. Where good data exist, says Dr. Kishi, the model works well. CAST correctly predicted, for instance, that in July 2023, the Brazilian state of Ceará, which had seen fighting among criminal factions, would have 2 battles, 4 attacks on civilians, and no bombings. CAST, which has since been enhanced with reporting on other countries, is used by UN agencies and the Dutch Foreign Ministry. Models are also getting better at assessing risk amplifiers. Heat waves, for instance, have long been linked to an increased likelihood of riots. Proximity to extractable resources also matters, says Håvard Hegre, who has trained NATO officials on an AI forecasting model, Violence and Impacts Early Warning System, or VIEWS, that he leads at the Peace Research Institute, Oslo. Where there is oil or diamonds, successful rebels can expect to cash in, increasing the odds of conflict. VIEWS's insights have led to its adoption by the UN Development Programme, or UNDP, and the EU's diplomatic service. One newly upgraded set of models, run by the International Organization for Migration, or IOM, a UN body, aims to predict how many people will be displaced by conflict and natural disasters. The system's first forecast, published on April 1st, predicted with ambitious precision that drought, floods and fighting would drive 304,362 people in Somalia from their homes over the next 3 months. As of April 20th, Eva Nyaga, a data scientist at the IOM's office in Nairobi, says the forecast may well be only a few % off. Skepticism remains, even among some users. Corrado Scognamillo of the UNDP's Crisis Risk Unit in New York says his team considers just 3 publicly available models, including CAST and VIEWS, useful, but only if strife is already underway. When it comes to the trickier matter of predicting the onset of a new conflict, he says all models appear unreliable. Available data, he argues, often fail to capture a crisis's true triggers. Growing inequality, for instance, might prove less combustible than a change in how it is perceived. To complicate matters, disinformation campaigns, now rampant, are muddying social media's predictive value, says Jack Rooney, boss of Aldebaran Threat Consultants, an intelligence firm in Dubai. Many hope to reduce errors by casting a wider net. Aldebaran taps a network of human sources to compile databases that some Defense Ministry clients plan to feed into their own forecasting models. The Sufan Center, a New York non-profit that also collects data for conflict forecasting, works to obtain undercover access.
Science and technology.
Well informed. Can houseplants improve air quality? Air purifiers are more effective and easier to maintain.
Clean air is important for health, yet many homes are rife with pollutants. Household products such as cleaning solvents, waxes, paints and varnishes often contain volatile organic compounds like benzene and toluene, which can cause skin irritation, eye damage, neurological disorders and cancer. Furnishings and carpets, for their part, can slowly release formaldehyde, another carcinogenic molecule. The presence of these toxins is particularly problematic for children, who spend much of their time indoors and have sensitive lungs. Air purifiers can help, but houseplants have, in recent years, been marketed as a more aesthetic alternative. Amazon, an e-commerce giant, sells plants described as being for air purification, alongside more conventional categories such as low maintenance and pet-friendly. But how good a job can plants actually do? Scientists have long known that plants can change the composition of the air around them as they breathe, turning carbon dioxide into oxygen in the process. The first good evidence to suggest that they might filter pollutants at the same time emerged in the 1980s when NASA exposed a number of plants housed in small plexiglass chambers to air contaminated with formaldehyde. These experiments, which lasted many hours, concluded that spider plants, among others, were effective at removing the toxin from the air. Further studies painted a more detailed picture of how such effects were achieved. Whereas many plants, like pines and yews, have hairy, waxy or rough leaves that readily accumulate pollutants on their surfaces and are often planted next to busy roads for precisely this reason, some species draw these molecules into their tissues through holes in their leaves known as stomata. Of those that draw in pollutants, some produce enzymes capable of breaking apart molecules such as benzene and formaldehyde. Research published in the EU Journal of Internal Medicine in 2017 further revealed that some plants send small amounts of the intact pollutants to their roots, where microbes in the soil devour them as food. Harnessing these superpowers in a domestic setting is tricky. The most popular houseplants earn that distinction because they are attractive and good at putting up with neglect or abuse. The plants on most urban windowsills are therefore broadleaf evergreen species such as birds of paradise and fiddle-leaf figs from tropical and subtropical places. On the whole, they have small stomata. This means that pollutant molecules are far less likely to enter the leaf and be broken down or buried. The most promising results that have been generated have come from rarefied experimental conditions with plants kept in small, airtight chambers with long exposure times. Experiments run with plants in ordinary rooms have yet to show any meaningful benefits.
Culture.
The art world's Olympics. Come for the art, stay for the drama. This year's fiery Venice Biennale reflects the fraught state of the world.
It was supposed to be a party. The trappings were all there, an open bar, resplendent pink flowers, a musician, scheduled DJ sets, and yet something was amiss, in fact, lots of somethings. In the Russian pavilion at the 61st edition of the Venice Biennale, irony was everywhere, yet acknowledged nowhere. Why do flowers no longer smell? A 7-paragraph, mind-wilting description accompanied a floral sculpture which did in fact smell. A bin filled with a jumble of clothing and a sign declaring tutto a €0 was not intended to evoke refugees displaced by Russia's war in Ukraine, but who could think of anything else? And then there was the spokesman wearing a black and white striped mask and a Cheshire cat smile as visitors milled around uneasily. "It's a festival," he insisted. "It's like Coachella, but in Venice." The official theme of this year's Biennale, which opened to the public on May the 9th and runs until November the 22nd, is In Minor Keys. But the art world's oldest and largest global gathering has opened to a loud soundtrack of discord. The festival's decision to allow Russia to host an exhibition after being absent from the past two installments set off a furore, resulting in the European Commission pulling €2 million, that's $2.3 million of funding, and several leaders boycotting the Biennale's opening. For the first time in its history, the prize-giving jury resigned after announcing it would not consider countries facing war crimes charges, namely Israel and Russia. The threat of a lawsuit by the artist representing Israel seeking personal damages from jury members reportedly contributed to their decision to stand down. With no judges to hand out the usual awards, this year's visitors will be able to vote for the best artist and national pavilion, in a populist move more reminiscent of American Idol than high art. The Biennale was founded in 1895 to celebrate the 25th wedding anniversary of King Umberto and his wife, and to display the strength of Italy unified only a few decades earlier. Ever since, the art world's Olympics have reflected the wills and woes of their era. So it goes today. What did we expect? The world is in such a shambles. Why did we think the Biennale would be any different? Wonders Massimiliano Gioni, curator of the Biennale in 2013 and now the artistic director of the new museum in New York. This year is the most chaotic and contentious since 1968, when student protesters targeted the event, says Chelsea Haynes, a historian of contemporary art. Like many institutions besieged by politics, the Biennale's organizing body has come off as ill-equipped to manage the hard issues of free speech, propaganda, and participation. This year, 100 countries had pavilions showing their best artists and ideas, mostly scattered around Venice's public gardens or giardini and former shipyards or arsenali. In a compromise that has pleased no one, including the Italian government, which has been at odds with the Biennale's leadership, Russia's pavilion was permitted to open for previews, but will remain closed for the main event. Nearby, Israel's permanent pavilion is shut, supposedly for construction, with police standing guard outside. Israel was instead allowed a space in the Arsenale, where it is harder to stage protests because of its narrower aisles. There, an artist has set up a pool of water with pipes dripping into it, which invites viewers into a contemplative environment. Several other countries not involved in actual wars have waged very public battles with artists. Australia fired its chosen artist after concerns emerged that he had included Hezbollah's former leader in a previous work. It reinstated him after an outcry over freedom of expression. Meanwhile, South Africa's culture minister tried to persuade its artist Gabrielle Goliath to remove a Palestinian poet from her work. She refused and was told she could no longer take part. In the end, after trying to cancel Ms. Goliath, South Africa cancelled its pavilion. A nearby church offered a radical refuge for her show, Elegy. It features videos of women singing a single note on a loop to honour women who have been killed. The church's acoustics make it all the more haunting. Elsewhere, globalization has given way to localization. A lot of the pavilions have become rooted in the countries themselves and are more inward-looking this year, observes a long-time Biennale goer. Many, such as Germany's and South Korea's, are focused on their own histories. And then there's America's pavilion. After specifying that the exhibition needed to reflect American values and not touch diversity, equity, or inclusion, the government did not work with the National Endowment for the Arts, the agency that typically vets proposals, for the first time in the protocol's history, says Alexander Albero, a professor of art history at Barnard and Columbia. Instead, the artist was chosen by a new non-profit run by a woman who used to oversee a pet food firm. The artist chosen, Alma Allen, is a self-trained outsider to the liberal art world, which is probably to the Trump administration's liking, though it is not exactly on brand that Mr. Allen emigrated to Mexico. His energetic sculptures surely have a message, but viewers are left wondering what exactly it is. "We're not telling people what to think," says Geoffrey Uslip, the American Pavilion's curator. "Every sculpture is untitled. Only by the exit is there any explanatory text." Mr. Uslip notes that the first sculpture you encounter at the entrance, made of Iranian travertine, might appear to some viewers like a mushroom cloud or mountain. Another one looks like a whale or even a body bag. But which are they intended to be? "The exhibition is Sphinx and Chimera. It is a riddle," replies Mr. Uslip. Unfortunately, it is a riddle that will leave plenty of visitors stumped. Fittingly, for such supercharged times, the most popular art in Venice involves spectacle and live performance. In the lead-up to the opening, hundreds swarmed Austria's pavilion to see SeaWorld Venice, which features naked women. One rings a bell with her body, another sits in a tank of water with a scuba mask connected to portable toilets, which guests can use. A short walk away, Japan's pavilion, focused on declining birth rates, allows visitors to participate by picking up baby dolls, carrying them around, and changing their nappies. Art featuring nudity and novelty often appeals, but even more so when it distracts from the political tension and existential angst in Venice and everywhere else. However, the best works do not divert your attention, but focus it. That is the feat of Ukraine's excellent contribution, Security Guarantees, which greets guests when they arrive in the Giardini, a hulking sculpture of an origami deer suspended from a truck. The title refers to promises from America and others to protect Ukraine when it agreed to give up its nuclear arsenal in 1994. The artist Zana Kadyrova removed her sculpture from Pokrovsk, close to the war's front line, and drove it across Europe, documenting the stops along the way. Since then, the city has been flattened by Russia's bombardment. The subject is heavy, the work is creative and even beautiful. People stop briefly to contemplate it and then head off, presumably in the direction of Austria.
Culture.
Book review. Financial history. Worth its weight. The weird, wild story of humanity's obsession with gold. The Secret History of Gold. By Dominic Frisby.
In the 1980s, Lloyd Blankfein, the future boss of Goldman Sachs, but then a rookie gold trader, bought a kilogram of the metal for himself. He describes this in Streetwise, his memoir, as less an investment than a conversation piece, albeit one that cost around $15,000, $50,000 today. When he handed it round at dinner parties, he found it better at prompting awe than speech. People would become slightly mesmerized, he writes. No one ever wanted to let go of it. As Dominic Frisby, a financial writer, recounts, gold has captivated human beings since time immemorial. In doing so, it has shaped the course of history. The earliest known artifacts made of it are 6,700 years old, from the Neolithic period, and include crowns, brooches, and a gold phallus cover with holes for threads to tie it on. Even then, in other words, gold was already bound up with wealth and power, as it still is today. The phallus cover, Mr. Frisby muses, perhaps indicated the owner's status as a leading procreator. The primal instinct to covet gold pervades folklore. Greek myths heave with the stuff. There is a golden fleece sought by the Argonauts, a golden apple given to Aphrodite, and golden everything, touched by King Midas. Ancient rulers understood the power of this symbolism and put it to good use. When the Lydian Empire struck the first coins in the 7th century BC, it made them from silver and gold. Some 200 years later, when Alexander the Great conquered the Persian Empire, he carefully secured all its main gold-supplying regions. He then established 26 mints across Europe, Asia and Africa, and ensured that some of the most valuable coins had a gold purity of 98%. This idea stuck on and off for over 2,000 years, and so gold's history is also that of money. It is therefore unfortunate that Mr. Frisby's grasp of this topic is shaky. He writes reverently of the gold standard, under which governments used to peg their currency's value to the metal, and for which no serious economist would advocate today. Its well-documented contributions to deflationary and financial crises, including the Depression, go curiously undiscussed in this book. By contrast, the author blasts the pernicious consequences of the floating fiat currencies that replaced gold-backed ones after America junked the international gold standard in 1971. In fact, this switch set the stage for a great economic boom. Part of the fun of this book is how much Mr. Frisby embodies the stereotype of the gold bug as a crank. Without the discipline of gold, he writes, governments have grown fat on waste, war and welfare, as if these problems were born in the 1970s. Currencies not backed by gold are blamed for rising house prices, immigration and feelings of hopelessness. The connections, Mr. Frisby darkly warns, are undeniable once you understand the forces at work. This reviewer must confess to having finished the book unenlightened. It is nevertheless worth reading because the author has collected some cracking stories. There is the Spanish King Ferdinand II's order to the conquistadors to get gold, humanely, if possible, but at all hazards get gold. There are the gold rushes of the 19th century, which transformed California and Australia. There is the Bank of Norway's daring and amazingly successful mission to keep its gold from the Nazis during the Second World War. It is also worth reading this book because gold still matters a lot. It accounts for over 80% of America's foreign exchange reserves. Meanwhile, America's weaponization of the dollar through sanctions on the likes of Russia and Iran has prompted a race for alternatives, whether backed by governments or based on Bitcoin. Yet, as Mr. Frisby notes, even the countries that are keenest on these alternatives
Culture.
Book Review. Biography. Morris Minor. Jan Morris by Sarah Wheeler.
In July 1972, the man once known as James Morris walked into a clinic in Casablanca. Days later, after a brisk operation, Jan Morris walked out. I really am me. She felt instantly different. As a man, her role had been to push and initiate. Now it was to yield and accept. She felt closer to animals. She found herself talking to the garden flowers, wishing them a happy Easter. Women are like that. You can barely move in London parks for women talking to flowers. Not all women were so nice. Some, when they read Conundrum, 1974, Morris's account of her transition, did not smile at flowers and think pretty, yielding thoughts. Instead, they said some pretty unyielding things. "Morris is, to me, a man who has eaten a great many pills," wrote Germaine Greer, an Australian feminist. "Morris was a man's idea of a woman," said Rebecca West, a British critic. Though not wholly a man's idea of a woman, when it came to domestic labour, Morris's daughter observed, "She did nothing." All lives are complicated. The life of Jan Morris, soldier, journalist, writer, man, woman, father, mother, is more complicated than most, as a new biography by Sarah Wheeler, a travel writer, shows. Her pronouns can feel complex too. This review, like the book, refers to Morris as he pre-transition. Morris lived an insanely interesting life, witnessing the Second World War, the conquest of Everest, the end of British rule in Palestine. She was, Ms. Wheeler writes, the 20th century. Certainly, after he became world famous for covering the first conquest of Everest as a journalist for The Times, Morris met many of its most interesting players. Harry Truman chatted to him, Walt Disney spoke with him about his cartoons. Time erodes all lives, however great, into a few Ozymandias-like fragments. Napoleon is Waterloo and Elba, Caesar is the Rubicon, Cleopatra and his assassination. Lesser lives are littler yet. Morris, who had been James of Everest, became the man who, in 1972, had had an operation and started dressing, says Ms. Wheeler, like a Walmart version of the Queen. She was, as another trans woman said of herself, a sex change first and anything else second. But Morris did so much. When he was born in 1926, the British Empire lay over the map in huge red slabs, and empire coloured his life too. His wife Elizabeth was brought up in it. She lived in Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, with a pet baby elephant. Morris's job was to help dissolve it. He was sent to Palestine as an intelligence officer by the War Office. Later, he chronicled it in his Pax trilogy. His big break came when he was sent by the Times to cover the Everest expedition, much to the irritation of the leader, John Hunt, who considered Morris physically substandard. The expedition was such hot news that its results had to be telegrammed in code words. The death of a climber was to be signal box. Success was snow conditions bad. On May 30th, 1953, Morris sat, dizzy with altitude, in his tent and typed, "Snow conditions bad, stop." The ascent of Morris's career had begun. His family life was now thriving. He and Elizabeth eventually had 5 children, but Morris was struggling. At 4, he knew he had been born into the wrong body, and so he began his transition in his early 30s. The description of this change is interesting, but far more interesting is Morris's unchanging narcissism. When their baby daughter died of meningitis, Morris was not at the hospital. He had refused to go. Morris
Culture.
Audio spin-offs. In Pod We Trust. Companion podcasts are the latest hit format.
When you are not watching your new favourite TV show, you may be thinking about it. How did they come up with that plotline? And how did the lead actor feel when he read the script? Where did they shoot that memorable scene? And with how many retakes? How long did it take to make that bejeweled costume? A new format has emerged to satisfy fans' curiosity, the companion podcast. Recently, listeners have devoured episodes about beef, a mini-series, and plunged into The Pit, a medical drama. This month, ahead of its TV remake of Harry Potter in December, HBO is releasing a podcast revisiting the 8 movies. And on May 15th, viewers will return to Rutshire for the second season of Rivals, an adaptation of Gilly Cooper's bonkbuster novel. An official podcast will chronicle the joys and challenges of bringing 1980s television and naughtiness to life. At least 17 companion podcasts have launched this year. They tend to offer fans a glimpse behind the scenes as the TV show's cast and crew chat about the decisions and antics on set. Take, for example, Neil Druckmann, who developed the video game The Last of Us and became the host of a podcast accompanying the television show. He let fans in on the adaptation process, including how he just could not crack a film and how he was unburdened by teaching people how to walk, move, jump and crawl as he rejigged entire plot points for a passive non-gamer audience. Becky Rowe, HBO's director of podcasts, says the format appeals in an age of information. Audiences are eager to know, how did they pull off that stunt? How did this character or story arc come together? Such podcasts should be genuinely immersive and insightful, says Darby Dorris, a producer on the recent Peaky Blinders tie-in. It's no good assuming the audience is going to stick around for a bit of a fun chat. Some podcasts bring in subject experts to add authority and analysis. A paediatrician has dissected the medical storylines in The Pit, and a space scientist has guided viewers through the astrophysics of three-body problem. There has long been demand for this kind of content. Back in the day, DVD box sets came with special features and interviews. Streaming did away with DVDs and their behind-the-scenes bonuses to the dismay of enthusiasts. Unofficial rewatch podcasts, in which fans scrutinized their favorite shows, filled some of the gap and gained a popular following. In the 2010s, 2 comedians found a huge audience with Gilmore Guys, an affectionate tribute to the teen drama Gilmore Girls. So, for networks, companion podcasts are an
Culture.
Tourism. Fight or flight. Daredevil holidays are becoming thrillingly popular.
A vacation is having nothing to do and all day to do it in, said Robert Orban, an American comedy writer. Summer holidays have long involved reclining on a far-flung beach, but more tourists are foregoing sun lounges in search of adrenaline-packed pursuits such as canyoning, scrambling down gorges, and abseiling, descending rock faces. Darecations are a top tourism trend of 2026, according to Pinterest, a social media firm. Around 14% of international travellers are keen on such pursuits, suggests the Adventure Travel Trade Association, or ATTA, a trade group. Adventure travel involves wanting to get out of your comfort zone, explains Heather Kelly of ATTA. Sometimes that means trying an extreme activity. Sports Cover Direct, an insurance provider, claims that the number of people buying travel insurance for sporting activities nearly tripled between 2023 and 2025. The fastest-growing endeavours include mountaineering, rafting, hiking and running events such as marathons. Other times, daycations come with added comforts. Soft adventures, as industry folk call them, are on the rise. Such holidays can involve less strenuous activities, calm kayaking rather than whitewater rafting, and luxury accommodation. On Airbnb, bookings for nature and outdoor experiences, which include surfing and cycling tours, are outpacing all other activities. There is a shift away from fly-and-flop holidays, notes Lisa Marseille of Airbnb, and towards immersive and memorable travel experiences. As the
Culture.
Book review. The AI that transformed warfare. Maven not only identifies targets, it tells commanders how to attack them too. Project Maven by Katrina Manson.
The Maven Smart System is perhaps the most important weapon system you have never heard of. It has spotted Iranian missiles heading for Israel and rocket launchers in Yemen. It has detected migrants crossing America's southern border and drug boats in the Caribbean. On one day in 2022, it found more than 260 potential targets for Ukraine. And Maven does not just sense such things. It can also coordinate the response. It fuses together different sorts of intelligence, photos, text, radio and electromagnetic pulses, and works out which plane carrying which munitions is closest to which target. With a single click by a human, Maven can turn data into ash. As one NATO official tells Katrina Manson, this is the Microsoft Windows of warfighting. It may well become to armed forces what Microsoft is to office drones. In Project Maven, Ms. Manson, a national security journalist at Bloomberg, has written one of the most important books on war and technology in many years. It is a scintillating account of how Drew Kukor, a hard-driving Marine, created a team of mavericks who put AI at the heart of America's war machine, even though that team was often at war with itself and with the rest of the Pentagon. It is also a story of Silicon Valley's shifting relationship with war and the Pentagon. Google walked out of Maven in 2018 after employee protests over the tech giant collaborating on lethal tools. Palantir later became the single most important firm in Maven's development. It started out as a project harnessing AI to find objects in reams of drone footage, a job that previously consumed huge quantities of manpower. Early algorithms, tested during counter-terrorism operations in Somalia in 2017, were erratic. Algorithms would label clouds as flying school buses. The next year, in Afghanistan, the software identified trees as people and rocks as buildings. But it improved. On one occasion, just as American forces were about to launch a drone strike, an analyst spotted a shepherd walking into the field of view. It had taken him 40 seconds to notice the man. When they tested Maven on the same video feed, it took the AI less than a second to detect him. In 2019, Maven was used during the operation to kill Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the head of Islamic State in Syria, and Qasem Soleimani, an Iranian general, by drone strike in 2020. When Joe Biden pulled American forces out of Kabul the next year, Maven would work out how many people were thronging the airfield during the mad scramble. However, it was Russia's invasion of Ukraine that was the pivotal moment for Maven. The targeting tool was feeding what America euphemistically called points of interest to Ukraine on an industrial scale, at the cost of $1 million per month in cloud computing bills. Sometimes it felt as though the US was all but punching coordinates into the weapons systems themselves, Ms. Manson writes. AI is context-specific, the book makes startlingly clear. Models that had 70% success rates in Afghanistan dropped to 30% in the Philippines, where people walked in front of thick green jungle rather than dusty yellow ground. Similarly, the algorithms struggled to cope with Ukrainian snow and Russian tanks with their turrets blown off. Good data was crucial. Training a single algorithm might take 10,000 images, each one accurately labelled. In 2021 to 22, more than 1,500 algorithms were whittled down to just 24 for use in Ukraine. When Maven was launched, Pentagon officials portrayed it as an intelligence tool, far from the messy and controversial work of targeting. Ms. Manson's book dispels this notion. From the start, Maven was intended to speed up America's kill chain, the process of finding targets, deciding what to do, and conducting an attack. One official at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency tells Ms. Manson that large language models have speeded up the targeting process fivefold, allowing America to identify and hit 5,000 targets per day. Ultimately, says General Chris Donahue, who pioneered Maven's use in Ukraine and now serves as the commander of American land forces in Europe, all this stuff will become automated. That raises profound questions around human control of war. In a conflict between America and China or Russia, each side would face enormous pressure to strike quickly and decisively before the other side could find targets and launch weapons. Even if people are overseeing the process, can they keep up, particularly if something goes wrong? Long after Maven was deployed in Ukraine, it was still producing 10 incorrect detections for every square kilometre it assessed. Now, as well as operating on distant servers, the algorithms developed by Maven sit inside weapons. The book describes two little-known weapons intended to overwhelm and slow down Chinese forces in any war in the Pacific. Goalkeeper is a loitering munition or suicide drone. Whiplash is an explosives-laden jet ski, whose early versions were smuggled into Ukraine by the CIA for testing. Each type could be sent to find and attack targets on its own. That makes thorough data more important than ever. When Mavenites tried to build a submarine hunting algorithm, they found that P-8 sub-hunting planes wiped their hard drives at the end of each mission. After some resistance from America's Navy, such data were acquired and supplemented with hundreds of thousands of inputs from boat cameras, port cameras, infrared systems, destroyers, combat ships, buoys, dhows, and more. One defense official says, "We're basically watching the People's Liberation Army all the time to get AI training data." Ms. Manson has conducted scores of interviews with the people who built and use Maven, as well as its opponents. Mr. Kukor emerges as an intriguing character. Reprimanded by the Marine Corps for overseeing a toxic culture within Maven, whose intensity and drive shaped the program's success. He wants decision-makers in Washington to use his innovations wisely. Let's be able to look ourselves in the mirror and make sure we are careful, he says. We have all this tech. Are we the best custodians of it?
By invitation.
Nimrod Novik. Settler violence is undermining Israel's security, its moral fabric, and its global standing. Nimrod Novik, a former senior advisor to the late Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres, is a distinguished fellow with the Israel Policy Forum, a member of the Leadership of Commanders for Israel's Security, and a fellow with the Economic Cooperation Foundation.
In biology class, we were taught that evolution takes generations. A genetic mutation, by contrast, can occur within a single generation. Last week, during a tour of the West Bank, I witnessed such a mutation taking shape. I saw a young Palestinian man, for his and his family's security, let us call him Ali, who had never concerned himself with politics, never joined any organization, never demonstrated for national rights, never held a weapon. I saw a man wholly focused on earning a living and providing for his family, now on the verge of becoming a fighter, perhaps even a shaheed or martyr. Even though nothing in his words or conduct betrayed any intention on his part to change course, hearing him speak quietly, chillingly calm, and seeing the helplessness, I could not but fear for the next chapter of his life. During the visit I met others too. It is quite possible that some of what I attribute to Ali I heard from them. However, Ali is merely a parable for what is unfolding, a 40-minute drive from home. He is a young man in his late 20s, tall, athletic-looking, with a direct gaze and neither arrogance nor submissiveness. Someone who's straightforward, who doesn't beat around the bush, what we Israelis call dahalis. The moment he opened his mouth, it became clear to me that he was also articulate, intelligent, and sober-minded. He was born 10 months after his 13-year-old brother was shot and killed by our forces. Ali was named after him. The family lives on a plot of land they have owned for generations and makes, or more precisely made, its living from herding sheep. There is no more precise Hebrew expression for their home and surroundings than kivsat harash, a poor man's only lamb. It is half ruin, half tent, surrounded by aging, dilapidated equipment. Electricity and water arrived, through improvised piping, and yet until recently they clung to their land without complaining about their bitter fate. Then, a few months ago, the Israeli arrived, equipped with a gleaming caravan and an SUV, a gift from Israel's far-right finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, and the state budget. He raised a proud blue and white flag, established an outpost or farm just dozens of meters from Ali's house, and settled himself like a hand on their throat. From then on, the armed lord of the land has made Ali's family's lives miserable in every possible way. This has included interference with water and electricity supply, theft of sheep and property, routine incursions day and night into their cramped living space, terrifying the women and children, demands to dismantle every illegal structure in areas where Palestinians are never granted permits, whereas Israelis who violate the same law, like the neighboring lord of the land, face no enforcement. It often includes terrifying friendly advice to vacate the area and move on, or else. The family's fear of this man, backed by armed Israeli representatives of law and order, is paralyzing. Every provocation is met with politeness, lest it escalates into violence and arrest, as happened recently to Ali's younger brother, who dared ask why he had to dismantle a shed he had built in his own yard. The West Bank tour, one of many initiated by Major General retired Mendy Orr, a former Israel Defense Forces or IDF regional commander, was made up of a group of former senior officials from Israel's security and diplomatic establishments. Having devoted the best years of our lives to defending the state, we remain informed, connective, and active in various frameworks, including Commanders for Israel's Security, or CIS, a movement of more than 550 retired senior military security agency and foreign service figures with which I am affiliated. We were exposed to a single surprising finding. Everything we thought we knew about the deeds of violent settlers pales in comparison with the reality on the ground. One cannot fully grasp the meaning, scope, and damage of Jewish terror without seeing and hearing about it firsthand. Even before these tours, CIS had warned all those responsible within the government, the Knesset or Parliament, the IDF, and the Shin Bet, Internal Security Agency, of the dangers of allowing or encouraging violence by Jewish settlers in their push to expand settlements and control land far beyond them. Hundreds of West Bank Palestinians have died at the hands of settlers or Israeli soldiers since Hamas's attacks on October 7th, 2023. Thousands have been displaced. The violence has escalated further since Israel and America went to war with Iran in February. Failure to heed these warnings has helped create a wild West Bank of terror, pogroms, looting, and murder. These crimes are not just personal tragedies for those directly affected. They undermine the security of the Israeli state, its moral fabric, and its international standing. I have no way of predicting when something inside Ali will snap, when he will pick up.
Obituary.
Raghu Rai, India's most celebrated photojournalist, died on April 26th, aged 83.
It was hard to walk down a street with Raghu Rai. One friend estimated that, in a 10-minute trot to tea, he had stopped at least 100 times. He had seen what others did not see. A shadow on a wall that dramatized a woman passing, and the way her sari fell. 3 sleeping dogs composed the centre of a terrace. 2 commuters at a railway station standing stock still, reading their newspapers, while the crowd surged past them. 2 old men walking in opposite directions, one a well-suited businessman, the other a bent, ragged beggar. This was seeing that did not miss an inch of space, seeing, or darshan, that recognized the connection between all things. Through his camera, he met his God. Out in the fields he could spend hours too, enjoying the elegance of humped zebu cattle and the texture of churned-up soil. He haunted Mughal ruins and the modern flats they sat beside. He celebrated the magnificent rivers. Avidly he kept an eye on the weather to catch changing light, gathering clouds and beautiful downpours of rain. It was in rural Haryana that this had all begun, when he was struck by the way light fell on a donkey foal in a field. At the time he was a civil engineer, like his father. Wielding his brother's camera, he chased after the donkey until it tired and stopped to face him. He took the shot. The Times in London published it. His instinct had told him to grasp a moment, and that was the end of civil engineering. India in every aspect was his canvas, but it was the people who enchanted him. Throughout his more than 18 books of photo essays, there was barely a frame that did not show their intensity and energy. He was not an intrusive photographer. Only one camera, usually his faithful Nikon Z8 with a zoom lens, hung round his neck, and he carried no bags. His movements were leisurely. Over the years he had learned patience. Mud sculptors making goddesses, near-naked wrestlers relaxing under Kolkata's Howrah Bridge, the boys splashing paint and running off laughing, mourning women raising their arms, did not try to pose for him, and he did not want that. Humbly, he preferred to merge with his people, a part of the beating whole, seeing them with a pure and unsentimental eye that was led not by his mind, but by his heart. Only an Indian could do this, someone who understood from the inside his country's many layers. He could have been a photographer of the world, but when he was invited to join the Magnum Agency in 1972, on the recommendation of Henri Cartier-Bresson no less, who had seen his work at an exhibition in Paris, it took him 5 years to reply. Meanwhile, he went to work for various Delhi-based magazines, especially India Today, where he stayed for a decade, showing India to itself. He became famous, though, outside India as well as in, for chronicling two of its worst moments: the Bangladeshi War of Independence in 1971, followed by the plight of its unsuccoured refugees, and the explosion in December 1984 of a Union Carbide pesticide factory at Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. He was ordered by his editor at India Today to catch the first flight from Delhi and arrived bleary to find a war zone. 8,000 people had died at once from inhaling toxic gas. 12,000 more were dying slowly all around him. His own feelings were close to suffocation. He did not know how to record something as huge as this. Too much lay outside the frame, yet he had a responsibility to do so, for photography alone could pick up the truth and ensure it lived forever. He captured what he could: the bodies of children lined up in rows, with funeral pyres burning behind them, the blinded sitting on walls, pressing rags to their eyes, mist, or maybe smoke, hovering among the huts and palms. Nothing satisfied him, for no single image could encapsulate the tragedy. Then, at one death site, he saw a man brushing earth away from the small face of a child who had just been buried. The swollen eyes were open, staring. Mud and gravel framed the face. The touch of the hand was tender. This became the image of Bhopal that went round the world. To catch that one moment of revelation was already his mission. For photo shoots of celebrities, he insisted on continuing until he found it, until the actress Aparna Sen laid her head on the table in mock frustration, or the actor Satyajit Ray, still smoking his pipe, suddenly twisted round to gainsay him, or until his favourite tabla player, Zakir Hussain, entered a trance of silence. With the very famous he did the same. He caught tiny Mother Teresa slowly negotiating stairs, her sari filled with light, his friend the Dalai Lama, with an untroubled smile, taking a screwdriver to his TV, Indira Gandhi, in a moment of anxiety, contorting her face with her hands. An evening visit to a friend's house produced one of his favourite images, achieved only when he turned to look one last time, a view of the whole of Delhi, spread out under a darkening sky, with at its heart a small lit room in which a woman prayed. Though his relations with Indira Gandhi over many years were warm, in his photo essays he held India's government firmly to account. Several times in the 1990s and 2000s he went back to Bhopal, returning with images of wasted survivors still living near the toxic site, struggling to see and breathe. He chastised India for failing to protect wildlife and the environment. His motivation was simple love for his country, a place where everything was possible, but because of its inherent chaos, nothing was. His favourite city was Varanasi, the shining one, where the Ganges was revered and the dead were burned. Here he found subjects on every ghat and lane, a priest carefully carrying through crowds a small metal pot of Ganga water, young women offering marigolds, the wondrous glowing sun rising over the boats. Varanasi was the physical form of Dharma, the dutiful acceptance of the flow of spirit and life. Most pilgrims found it by bathing in or drinking from the great Mother River. He found it by simply walking there with a camera in his hand.